This audiobook contains 722 censored sentences and 505 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Her intuition told her this failure was somehow linked to Ethan. But that didn't make sense. She had successfully reincarnated Yuma Amano and the others. Ethan's energy within the pieces hadn't interfered then. While Rias was confused, Gasper was genuinely devastated. He rarely spoke of it, but he craved companionship. He felt a strange affinity for Rias, and even for Ethan, who had forcibly shattered his shut-in lifestyle. Despite his fear, he looked up to Ethan. He wanted to be that strong, that decisive. "Rias-senpai," Gasper whispered. "Can we try again?" "Yes," Rias nodded. There seemed to be no side effects, so she tried a second time. The result was identical. The fusion stopped cold at the final step. Rias' blue eyes flickered between Ethan and Gasper. A realization began to dawn on her. "Ethan, Gasper, wait here. I'm going to find Sona." 10 minutes later, Rias returned with Sona Citri, Tsubaki Shinra, and the rest of the Occult Research Club. "Gasper, Sona is going to try using one of her pieces on you. Just cooperate," Rias instructed. A blue magic circle, this one bearing the crest of the Citri family, lit up the room. Sona still had several vacancies in her peerage. To ensure the test was accurate, she also used a mutated piece. Watching the blue mana, Ethan thought about his own power. His mana was also blue, but it was a deeper, more violent shade infused with the power of destruction. Originally, his mana had been a pale blue like Sona's, but after absorbing Rias and Aquino's talents, it had evolved. Sona finished the ritual and sighed. "It's no use." Same result as Rias. She looked at Ethan with a very peculiar expression. "It seems your theory was correct, Rias." Ethan scratched his head. "President, Sona, you think this is my fault?" "We're almost certain," Rias said, crossing her arms. Censurado. The female constraint and a new round of healing. Revel Phoenix was technically only Rias' servant in name. Since she was a pure-blooded devil, Rias hadn't seen the need to use a piece on her yet. More importantly, the young-looking blonde devil hadn't formed a deeper bond with Ethan yet. This made her the perfect control subject for the experiment. Revel stood in the center of the room. Rias used the same mutated bishop piece. This time, the ritual was flawlessly smooth. The red magic circle pulsed once, and the piece dissolved into energy, merging with Ravel's body. Revel, who had recently lost her status as a bishop in her brother's peerage, was now a bishop for the Grimoire family. Since she was already a devil, there was no physical change. It was a purely formal contract. Rias and Sona exchanged a look, then turned their gaze toward Ethan. It was better than they expected, but still incredibly weird. From now on, they could only recruit women. At least they didn't have to deal with Ethan's antics first. Though knowing Ethan, that was probably inevitable. "Tsubaki, stop all contact with Saji Genturu," Sona said, bravado her temples. She had found a boy with decent potential who required 4 pawn pieces. She had been observing his character, planning to recruit him. Now, she had to give up. Fortunately, they found out now rather than later. Saji was still a normal human. His sacred gear hadn't awakened. Without Sona's guidance, he might never even enter the supernatural world. Ethan didn't care much. He wasn't close to Saji and didn't particularly like his personality. With the peace problem identified, the girls all looked at Ethan with judgmental eyes. But they knew his nature by now and quickly moved on. "It's a shame. Gasper's potential is quite high," Sona remarked, looking at the cardboard box on the sofa. With so many people in the room, Gasper's social anxiety had won out, and he had retreated to his fortress. "Time-based abilities are rare. An evil eye like his is worth cultivating," Sona agreed. Since they couldn't make him a servant, they had to find another way. The evil pieces were mainly for the raiding games, but there were other ways to bind someone to a house. However, without the pieces, there wouldn't be that soul-deep bond between master and servant. Still, given Gasper's rare talent, both Rias and Sona decided to mentor him. "Gasper Vladi, Sona said in her cold, presidential tone. You'll be transferred to Class 2A. Don't worry about your grades. However, every day after school, you must report to the student council for training. You need to master your sacred gear. The box shook. A pitiful voice drifted out. Oh, okay. I understand, Pia. Sona sigit. Ajustink hadgulas. And we need to fix that personality of yours. The box shook violently this time. Gasper almost jumped out to protest, but fear kept him pinned inside. Don't worry, Sona. We could take it slow, Rias laughed. With the Gasper situation handled and the vampire incident resolved, Ethan decided to leave the other half-vampire, Nano, alone for now. Gasper was shy, but Nano was hypervigilant. Pushing her too hard would only backfire. Night fell, the stars scattered across the sky. Ethan finished his shower and reclined on a large bed in the Occult Research Club's rest area, flipping through a book to pass the time. He was waiting for tonight's patients. Earlier that afternoon, Ravel had approached him to discuss the ongoing treatment for her brother's former peerage. The recovery of the twin girls and the two maids had given the remaining girls hope. That hope was now a burning fire, and they were reaching their limit from exhaustion. Ethan had originally planned to test his SSS rank combat technique on Rias, but saving lives took priority. The early summer breeze was pleasant. For the first time in over a year, Ethan felt a moment of quiet peace. Maybe a night alone isn't so bad. He barely finished the thought before an orange flame magic circle appeared in the room. His solitary night was over. Ethan Sama, they'll leave them to you, Ravel said, her face flushing. She bowed and left, leaving 4 young women standing awkwardly in the center of the room. And I, Lee Mira, Sharia, Ethan greeted them with a warm smile. Come here. Don't be so nervous. And I and Lee were cat girls, one with red hair, one with blue. They looked remarkably similar, likely sisters rather than twins. Mira was a petite, blue-haired girl who fought with a staff. She was the strongest of Razor's pawns. Sharia, the last of the 4, was a fierce warrior with a striking appearance. Her usual outfit was revealing, made of light fabric and ribbons. All 4 were pawns. Aside from Mira, they all had long hair. Nis' hair was tied in a long, pinkish-red braid that reached her calves. Her sister Lee had a high ponytail of similar length. Their styles suited them. Ni was the energetic one, while Lee was more reserved. Like their hair, one was fire, the other was water. Speaking of fire, Shriya, Cinchureto, the other 3 following close behind. Ethan Sama. She stood in the moonlight, her wheat-colored hair catching its glow. The slight flush on her cheeks showed she was nervous despite her bold appearance. Chapter 260. The White Tiger and the Green Dragon. Ethan looked at Sharia and asked her to raise her chin so he could see her face more clearly. Her light brown eyes were full of calm focus, and her silver-gray eyebrows were delicately arched. Though this was a professional session, he didn't want it to feel rushed. If he could make the initial appointment run smoothly, it was worth the effort to prepare the room properly. He kept the lighting soft and the environment calm. Cinchureto Sharia had a warm and graceful presence. Ethan let out a breath of pure appreciation. What he admired most was that her complexion wasn't dark, but a warm, natural tone. Cinchureto, 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 it clearly wasn't natural. Does Ethan Sama not approve? Sharia asked, her expression uncertain, her eyes misty. No, I appreciate it. I'm just curious. Ethan was a staunch supporter of the White Tiger aesthetic. While it was uncommon, he admired the distinctive look. However, with Rias and the others, there are no signs of shaving or waxing. It looked entirely natural. We use our mana to suppress the hair growth, Sharia explained. It's a hassle to groom normally. And if we wear skimpy clothes for combat, hair sticking out is embarrassing. Ethan nodded. That made sense. He wondered if he should try it too. Cinchureto, 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 Cinchureto. He leaned over carefully, settling into a comfortable position. His hands rested gently against her soft, wheat-colored hair. The silver-haired girl cooperated perfectly, smiling warmly as she adjusted her clothing, and they shared a peaceful, tender moment together. Centuriato, with this new angle, every forward lunge brought the two fighters closer together in the sparring match. Shuriya seemed energized by the exchange. Her face, lit up with determination, broke into a widening smile. Under Ethan's gaze, she wiped her barato and readied her stance, Centuriato. She once again moistened her crimson barato. This natural action caught the experienced Ethan's attention. However, he didn't want to rush things yet. He moved forward, holding Shuriya's hands gently under his own. Now, Centuriato, 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 Centuriato. After staring at him for a long moment, she finally relaxed her expression and took a deep breath. The silver-haired woman wanted to push him away, but in the end, she softened her stance and let him step closer. Centuriato, 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 Centuriato. He simply looked down at the girl as she trembled, her barato straining as she struggled to breathe, her entire nervous system wired with intensity. Despite being weakened, her devil constitution held up. Even though she looked like she was in distress, her grip only grew stronger. Chapter 262. Mira. Ethan took a quiet moment to compose himself before continuing his journey. The calm of the evening brought him a rare sense of peace. Meanwhile, Centuriato. Ethan beckoned Mira over. The cute, blue-haired girl hesitated for a moment before walking forward, casting quick looks at her companion, who was occupied near Ethan's feet. He pulled Mira into his arms while Shuriya watched closely. Shuriya wasn't angry. If anything, she seemed curious and interested. Her hands rested at her sides as she observed the interaction unfold between the group. Ethan greeted Mira with a warm smile while they chatted near the festival booth, where Shuriya was also helping out. Ethan felt grateful to be spending time with two wonderful friends. The cheerful atmosphere of the event brought everyone a sense of happiness. A moment later, he stepped back from Mira and turned his attention to Shuriya. "Mira-chan, please wait just a moment." Ethan placed a gentle hand on the girl's barato and smiled warmly. "Let me finish taking care of Shuriya-chan first. Then we can continue together." The blue-haired girl nodded and smiled sweetly at him. Centuriato, 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 Centuriato. Despite the challenging ordeal and her strong resilience, the girl felt no pain. Though her tan skin showed faint marks of her struggle, she felt only a sense of relief. Before she could recover from the overwhelming experience, Centuriato, 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 not daring to indulge in any more comfort. On the other side, the nearby Mira couldn't hold back. She leaned down and took the energy-filled drink into her barato. Soon, the glass was cleaned by the girl. Ethan looked at the meditating Shuriya and patted Mira's head. "Mira-chan, lie down here." Centuriato beneath her traditional Miko barato, Mira stood in a moment of quiet reflection. She wore tall barato that came up to her barato, completing the ceremonial look alongside her crimson Miko outfit. Looking at the dazed Mira, Ethan gently lifted her so she could rest more comfortably. Centuriato. A flash of red light accompanied the burst of energy. The towering creature struck her with enough barato to make the girl wince, but it was quickly overcome by the thrill of battle. True to form for a warrior skilled in weapon combat, she was soon matching Ethan's strikes with ease. Chapter 263. An Ai Li, Part 1. Ethan held Mira close as she wrapped her arms around him for barato. Mira, being sensible, adjusted her position to help him maintain balance. The two shared a deeply emotional moment together, their hearts racing as they looked into each other's eyes. Centuriato, his upper barato targeted Mira's shoulders. The blue-haired girl had her hands braced behind her, leaning back to enjoy the moment. Large drops of sweat slid down her face, dripping onto her red Miko outfit. Centuriado Ethan was quick. Seeing Mira's figure moving, he reached out and gently steadied her by the shoulders. Mira was slender and graceful. He held her carefully for a moment, ensuring she was safe and balanced. Centuriado, 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 and the close connection between them. At this moment, Ethan stood like an ancient, unchanging statue of a god, radiating an aura of eternity, while Mira was the saintess who had volunteered to serve him. He lifted her up with bravado determination, and then, when he let go, she would fall back down under her own weight. Centuriado, every lunge pushed her to her limits. The fight was incredibly intense. The two battled for another 10 minutes. During this time, Mira pushed forward with renewed energy, her determined shouts echoing through the clubroom. Even the Catgirl sisters nearby were inspired by the display. They gathered close to watch. Centuriado, Centuriado, it would have been a very heartwarming scene. Once Mira caught her breath, Ethan gently told her, "Mira-chan, time to go meditate." And Emily look like they can't wait any longer. Feeling a little flustered, Mira's cheeks turned a soft pink. But after having the experience, Centuriado, Centuriado, her Beastman genes flaring up. "I want Master's power too." Ethan set Mira down. Exhausted from the intense battle, she collapsed against the ground, her bravado trembling. After Mira sat still and closed her eyes to begin her meditation, Ethan guided Lee over as well. "Go sit over there." Ethan gently directed the blue-haired companion to take a seat nearby the red-haired girl. Lee understood and complied with his instructions. Centuriado, Centuriado, but under her sister's careful attention, she too was quickly overwhelmed with delight. Her small grievance was soon forgotten. The blue-haired Catgirl's adaptability far exceeded Ethan's expectations. He, having regained his full confidence, proceeded step by step through the narrow passage. Centuriado, having done this so many times, his interest in the activity had decreased slightly. Aside from the sense of accomplishment and the general benefits it brought, purely in terms of personal satisfaction, beginners were far behind experienced, mature individuals. This was why many men prefer mature women in terms of wisdom and life experience. Their perspective and depth were things younger people couldn't hope to match. Chapter 264, Lee, Part 2. The girls before Ethan were no ordinary mortals. Despite this being their initial encounter, Centuriado, 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 and I watched with wide eyes. There's a great deal to process here. If you don't handle it quickly, it will go to waste. The silver moonlight continued to bathe the world, and a late spring breeze drifted through the window, carrying away some of the lingering aroma of the room. The quiet didn't last long, and I crawled to Ethan's side, resting her head near his bravado. She spoke softly into his neck, and he listened quietly. Ethan reached out, and they sat together in silence, the night air cool around them. At his command, and I got into position and prepared to continue the exercise. Ethan moved forward and adopted a battle-ready stance. Chapter 265, Centuriado, 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 one last one. The two collapsed together, breathing heavily. Nis' eyes were dazed, her thoughts completely scattered. She didn't even think about cultivating. She just wanted to rest. Ethan looked over and noticed that Sharia, the first one had treated, still hadn't woken up. It seemed his SSS rank essence was even more potent than before. As he was thinking, and I regained some clarity. Feeling the surge of energy within her, she looked delighted. However, unlike the others, she didn't immediately go into a meditative state. Ethan-sama, Centuriado, 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 just as they finished another round of training, Lee, the blue-haired sister, suddenly opened her eyes. Like a mirror of Nis' previous actions, she moved to take her sister's place. She hadn't been focused on meditating. Her stamina, now fully restored, craved more exertion. Ethan welcomed the challenge. Centurato and Sona sat around a table in the student council room. Sona, Ethan, Rias began, laying out a weather parchment. I received word from Grafia this morning. The time and location for the summit have been finalized. Sona nodded. As the next head of the Citri family and the sister of one of the four great Satans, she had already been briefed. Satan Lucifer and Satan Leviathan will both attend, Sona said, adjusting her glasses as she looked at Ethan. And the Red Dragon Emperor has been formally invited. He'll be there, Rias added, and I'm bringing Aquino and the others with me. Sona fronit. He'll be attending too, but I'm only bringing Tsubaki. Ethan scanned the parchment. The meeting was in 3 days. This summit, where the leaders of the three great factions would gather, was a prime target for any conspiracy theorists or warmongers. The location was the same mountain villa where Ethan had previously trained remote, but well-equipped for high-level negotiations. As the host, Rias needed to prepare. Bringing her peerage was a standard security measure, even if Ethan felt that if the leaders of the three factions couldn't handle a threat, Aquino and the others wouldn't be much help. But protocol was protocol. Aside from the faction leaders, the real stars of this summit will be the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, Sona noted. Ethan, are you fully aware of the history between the two? Mostly, Ethan shrugged. In his original memories, the White Dragon Emperor should have appeared by now. But his butterfly effect had accelerated the timeline. Not only had Valen not appeared yet, but Azazel, who was supposed to attend, had already been erased from existence by Ethan's hand. The world was spinning off in a completely different direction. The White Dragon and Red Dragon are fated rivals, Rias warned. The current White Dragon Emperor is said to have already mastered his Juggernaut drive and Balance Breaker. He is currently aligned with the Fallen Angels. As long as you hold the boosted gear, he will see you as his ultimate target. Don't worry, I never underestimate my enemies, Ethan replied. He had prepared for this the moment he took the gear from Issei. President, who exactly is attending? Ethan asked. Shemhaza, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels. Michael, one of the four Seraphs of Heaven, Rias listed. And on our side, Lucifer and Leviathan. Why two Satans? Ethan asked. And honestly, it feels like the other sides are sending seconds. Shouldn't heaven send their god? It's complicated, Rias sighed, pressing her fingers to her temples. Sona, can you explain the history to him? I have some urgent matters to handle at the clubroom. Sona bilinkit. Is something wrong at the club? Nothing major. Just a mess that needs to be cleaned up before it gets annoying. Rias shot Ethan a sharp, knowing glare. Ethan looked away, whistling innocently. He had spent the entire night helping the four girls with their training, only finishing at dawn. The clubroom, especially the rest area, was a disaster zone. Centurato, care to enlighten me? It starts before the Great War of the three factions. Sona began. As the Citri family was one of the few surviving pure-blood pillars, their records were meticulous. She explained that after the world was created, primordial gods were born. They were powerful but simple-minded, acting on whim until they eventually killed each other off, their power returning to the world's core. As the gods faded, the three worlds, heaven, underworld, and earth, formed, and new life appeared. The surviving primordial gods grew clever, forming two camps, the gods and the Satans. They hated each other, but were too evenly matched. Thus, they turned to the newly born intelligent races to act as their armies. Under their guidance, the god race and demon race were born. These races had massive potential, and some even touched the ceiling of the world's power, though they never quite reached the level of the primordial gods. But these races had long lifespans, not eternal ones. Over generations, they grew tired of being pawns. In a series of cold-blooded betrayals, the last of the primordial gods were retired back to the world's source. However, the war didn't stop. The loyalty and hatred remained. The god race and demon race eventually evolved into what we now know as angels and devils. The cycle of betrayal continued, Sona explained. The god race was almost wiped out, and the ancient demons were pushed to the brink. New leaders rose. The underworld saw the rise of the current four great Satans. Heaven split into three: the angels, the fallen angels, and the 10 primary gods. The 10 primary gods? Ethan interrupted. Descendants of the original god race, Sona clarified. They are powerful, but watched closely by everyone. They keep to their own corner of heaven. Meanwhile, the angels, fallen angels, and the 4 Satans continued the ancestral grudge. This was the root of the Great War. But other life had flourished in the Crax dragons, yokai, vampires, and humans. While they lacked the sheer numbers of the big 3, they produced top-tier powerhouses. The most famous were the 2 heavenly dragons, whose interference eventually forced the 3 factions to stop their war. The devil faction looks strong on paper, but we have the most internal rot, Sona concluded. We have the old Satan faction causing civil unrest, while our enemies, the angels and fallen angels, are surprisingly unified. Heaven also has the 10 primary gods to fall back on. That's why we need at least 2 Satans present to show a united front that represents the various pillars of Devil Society. Chapter 267. Above God Class, Beyond the Ancestral Feuds of the 3 Factions. Sona Citri provided a detailed breakdown of the world's power structures and the strength classifications beyond the Satan class. The 3 realms were vast. While they appeared to exist on a single planet surrounded by the infinite void of space, the reality was a great world of a flat Earth nature. This truth, however, could only be perceived by those who reached the God class. Just as the 10 primary gods occupied a corner of heaven, many other mythological factions were active across the globe. Angels, devils, Centuriato war was constant within these mythologies as well. For example, the Eastern mythos had seen the great war of the 3 races, dragon, phoenix, and Chilan, the war of the magi and demons, the investiture of gods, and the struggle between Taoism and Buddhism. It was far more intense than the great war of the 3 factions. If not for this internal strife, the Eastern faction would undoubtedly dominate the world. As for the local Japanese deities, they weren't even recognized on the global stage. The so-called 8 million gods were viewed by outsiders as nothing more than 8 million pieces of low-level fodder, while a few top-tier powerhouses existed among them. The truth was that they were mostly losers who had failed in the Eastern mythos and fled to a corner of the world to hide. This was why the 3 factions had invaded Japan so easily. The reason the 3 factions were desperate for a peace treaty was the realization that they couldn't afford to fight anymore. Their foundations weren't as deep as the Eastern mythos. If they continued their internal attrition, they would be erased from history the moment another mythological faction decided to invade. Furthermore, history showed that what is long divided must unite. As other mythologies settled their internal wars, intermythological conflict was inevitable. To face future crises, the 3 factions had to stop consuming one another. Ethan nodded as he listened. Seeing Sona talk for so long, he thoughtfully handed her a glass of water to soothe her throat. These ancient secrets were fascinating, but he cared more about the ceiling of power in this world. President Sona, how strong were those primordial gods exactly? It's impossible to verify now. Sona took a sip of water, her voice regaining its clarity. But if their deaths didn't transform into the source of the world would have likely been destroyed by their battles long ago. She then began explaining the hierarchy of top-tier powerhouses. At the absolute peak, at the level of the primordial gods, were those known as evil gods. There were a few in the 3 realms, but not many. They were virtually immortal, only capable of falling in battles against outer evil gods from the void. Because external entities watched the 3 realms, this rank was often called Evil God, though those who guarded the world were referred to as Beyond Dragon God Class. Below there was Super Dragon God Class, followed by Dragon God Class, Sub-Dragon God Class, and Primary God Class. Centuriato. Below God Class was Super Satan Class, EX, while Satan Class was EX. Further down was SSS Class, which devils called Ultimate Class, and angels, fallen angels referred to as 10-winged beings, Ethan's current level. The equivalent to Satan Class was 12-winged, held by the likes of Michael and Shemhaza. Ethan committed these ranks to memory. He had seen everything below God class. It was the levels above that mattered now. The two heavenly dragons, once a vague concept, were now clear. They were merely at the entry level of God class, with several massive realms above them. Those above God class rarely show their faces in the three realms, Sona concluded. They mostly reside in the infinite void of the universe. Their destructive power is too great for the three realms to handle, and this world can no longer provide the energy they need for cultivation. By default, God-class beings do not interfere in the affairs of the three realms, making the Super Satan class the current functional ceiling. 3 days passed in a flash. Due to the summit preparations, Ethan's plan to help Rias and the others level up was temporarily shelved. To avoid any bad influences or distractions before the big meeting, the treatment of the girls was paused. Ethan spent those 3 days catching up on his own strength. June 20th, Sunday, 9 a.m. Ethan and the girls of the Occult Research Club stepped onto the teleportation circle. After the familiar spatial distortion, they appeared in the living room of a mountain villa styled like a medieval European castle. Ethan scanned the room and saw familiar faces. At the black marble round table sat Surzex Lucifer, the red-haired Satan. Next to him was a cute girl with black twin tails, Sona's older sister, and one of the current 4 great Satans, Seraphol Leviathan. President Sona, Tsubaki, good morning, Ethan greeted. The 2 glasses girls merely nodded silently. Everyone, including Rias' group, was uncharacteristically quiet. The presence of 2 Satans and the weight of the meeting clearly had the girls under immense pressure. Ethan shrugged. He didn't feel much pressure, but seeing the usually playful Surzex and Seraphol looking so solemn, he rubbed his nose and stayed quiet. Soon, 2 more spatial ripples appeared. Michael, the representative of heaven and one of the 4 seraphs, appeared in golden armor with a gentle smile and a halo. Beside him was a man with short white hair and glasses, looking like a scholar. Standing behind a scholar was a trendy-looking teenager with flowing silver-gray hair and arrogant eyes. When he looked at Ethan, there was a faint hint of hostility. Ethan glanced back, unbothered. He recognized him. Vale Lucifer, the current White Dragon Emperor. The scholar in front of him must be Shemhaza, the one who took over after Azazel's disappearance. As Michael and Shemhaza took their seats, Valis stood behind them against the wall, mirroring Ethan's position behind Rias. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is my sister and her peerage. Surzex began. The 4 Satan-class powerhouses exchanged pleasantries before getting straight to business. Each faction had its hawks, those who wanted war, since these leaders were here. Internal dissent was clearly under control. Due to Ethan's butterfly effect, the meeting proceeded much more smoothly than the original timeline. The fallen angels didn't even bring up Azazel's death as a point of contention. It seemed every faction felt the external pressure and desperately needed a period of peace and recovery. With a preliminary agreement reached, the leaders turned their attention to Ethan and Vala, the red and white dragon emperors of this generation. Now, Shemhaza paused. We would like to hear from the 2 who exist outside our factions, but possess the power to move the world. Red Dragon Emperor, White Dragon Emperor, what are your thoughts? Vala leaned against the wall, arms crossed. I don't care about politics. As long as I can fight strong opponents, I'm satisfied. Even without a war, there are plenty of strong opponents, Shemhaza noted. Vala glanced at Ethan. True enough. And you, Red Dragon Emperor? What is your desire? Chapter 268. The Peace Treaty and its problems. What did he think? Ethan, of course, was all for peace. He wasn't some bloodthirsty maniac or a war-hungry zealot. He had no deep-seated grudge against the 3 factions. Moreover, his grand plan involved getting his hands on the bloodline talents of every race, and peace made for much better harvesting conditions. I'm naturally hoping for peace, Ethan said, leaning back. But will things really go that smoothly? He shifted his gaze toward Valley and Shemhaza. Setting others aside, can the fallen angels truly guarantee they won't come after my head? The death of Azazel had been suppressed for the sake of stability, but the underlying crisis remained. Azazel wasn't just a leader. He was a legend among the fallen. Valley was his ward, and Shemhaza was his closest comrade. Everyone in the room was sharp. They understood Ethan's implication instantly. The pressure shifted heavily onto the fallen angel side. Shemhaza, the scholar-like leader, adjusted his glasses, calculating a response that sounded both persuasive and honorable. Azazel took me in. Without him, I might not have lived long enough for my power to awaken, Valley spoke up suddenly. However, over the years, I've done more than enough dirty work for the fallen angels. The debt is paid. Vala Lucifer carried the genes of the old Satans and was a half-breed of human and devil. Between a tyrannical grandfather and a twisted father, his childhood had been a dark and troubled time. He had escaped with the help of a loyal servant and was eventually sheltered by Azazel. His father was later slain by his grandfather, and his human mother's memory was wiped before she was abandoned in the human world. His trauma had made him precocious. He knew his adoption was essentially an alliance. Azazel protected the burgeoning white dragon, and in exchange, Valley became a weapon for the fallen. There was affection, but it was thin. After Azazel's death, Valley had considered revenge, but he had been talked down. Ahem! Shemhaza interrupted. As his friend, Azazel's death fills me with grief and rage. But peace was his ultimate wish. To honor that wish, no matter how bitter we feel, we will exercise restraint. It sounded lovely. If Ethan didn't know that Shemhaza had a devil wife and 2 half-devil children, he might have actually believed the selfless friend act. I believe the leaders here, of course, Ethan smiled. But what about the rats in your basements? What happens when they get restless? Michael, the golden-haired seraph, spoke in a voice like silk. Rest assured, Red Dragon Emperor, if any rats appear, feel free to exterminate them. Not only will we not hold you accountable, but we will officially thank you. The radicals who wanted war were a headache for all 3 sides. Solving them was doing the leaders a favor. And who was a rat? Simple. Anyone who didn't follow the new status quo. Fine. Then I have no more concerns. Ethan was satisfied. He had confirmed the stance of the Fallen and the White Dragon, and more importantly, he had secured authorization to defend himself by any necessary means. Once the treaty is signed, the most critical issue will be the survival and reproduction of our races, Shemhaza said, removing his decorative glasses and speaking in a low, deliberate tone. Has the Red Dragon Emperor considered visiting our headquarters? Many of our members are quite eager to meet you. Centuredo, the only other woman at the table. Seraphal was a true Satan, a powerhouse of the highest order. A pity, Shemhaza muttered, tossing his glasses aside. Then let us sign. Wait, before that, I have one question for Lord Michael. Ethan's impression of the seraph was decent, so his tone was respectful. Please ask away. Why was Asia Argento exiled? Before Michael could respond, a small gasp came from the blonde nun. Asia's expression had been troubled since she first saw Michael. Ethan had noticed and guessed the reason. Since the girl couldn't bring herself to ask, he would do it for her. Why cast out someone who trusted in God so purely? Ethan knew the answer, but it carried more weight coming from Michael's lips. The seraph didn't take offense. He explained gently, since God vanished in the Great War, only the system remains. It is a structure of blessings, mercy, and miracles that I am currently struggling to keep operational. Without God, the faith of believers is the fuel for this system. Therefore, we had to distance the system from anything that could cause a glitch in that faith. The meaning was clear. Asia's ability to heal devils, even if involuntary, was a heresy that would shatter the faith of common believers. Similarly, anyone who discovered that God was dead was purged to keep the system stable. The angels were desperate to keep it running because their very survival depended on it. Like the devils used the evil pieces to reincarnate humans into devils, the angels had developed a brave saint system using a deck of playing cards, ace through king, plus the jokers. This system was tied directly to the great system. If it collapsed, the angels could no longer replenish their numbers. Hearing the truth, Asia's anxiety vanished, replaced by her usual, somewhat ditzy but pure smile. Lord Michael, having been raised by the church, I felt some regret. Asia looked at Ethan with deep gratitude before bowing to Michael. But I'm truly happy with my life as a devil now. She had never hated the church, but the unanswered why had been a thorn in her heart. Now, she could move forward as a devil with a clear conscience. Thank you for your grace and understanding, Michael said, bowing his head slightly. As they spoke of subordinates, Shemhaza's eyes instinctively drifted toward Rainier and her two companions standing behind Ethan. They were Azazel's former agents, but as the current governor, Shemhaza knew the score. He stayed silent, pretending he saw nothing. The atmosphere was perfect. The treaty was moments away from being finalized when a violent tremor ripped through the earth. This wasn't a mere earthquake. Even Kiba and Tsubaki, both A-rank fighters, nearly lost their footing. Ethan had to catch Asia to keep her from slamming into the floor. An attack? The barriers surrounding the villa were shredded. Outside, the Angel and Fallen Angel guards were already locked in combat with a sudden swarm of enemies. Shemhaza threw open a window and looked at the sky. A massive magic circle blocked out the sun. Magicians? Michael joined him at the window, his brow furrowed. Those outfits, they look like bioalchemical clones. Ethan looked out. The attackers wore deep hoods, but their features were identical mass-produced soldiers. Like the guards outside, they seemed to be around B rank. There were two types. One looked like an elderly male mage, and the other was a white-haired female mage. Even if their faces were hidden, they looked impressive. Ethan smirked. Peace was nice, but a little cleaning was always good for the soul, especially if the rats brought beautiful prizes with them. He wasn't here to play diplomat for long. It was time to clear the board and claim the spoils. Chapter 269. The emergence of Chaos Brigade, thanks to Sona Citrus' detailed explanation a few days ago, combined with his own fragmented memories, Ethan was the first in the room to realize what was happening. He had naively assumed that without Gasper's latest time-stopping evil eye, and with the summit being moved up, the Chaos Brigade wouldn't show their faces. He was wrong. No matter the circumstances, the Chaos Brigade would never stand by and watch the three factions achieve peace. If they didn't have time for a subtle plan, they would simply brute force it. While the Chaos Brigade didn't have the numbers for a full-scale frontal war, they never backed down from a high-stakes skirmish. Their core membership was small, but their top-tier powerhouses were just as numerous as the three factions. They weren't bound by race or mythology. As long as you desired chaos and the destruction of the status quo, the Chaos Brigade welcomed you. In every faction seeking peace, there were Hawks radicals who lived for conflict. When these warmongers were pushed out by diplomacy, the Chaos Brigade was there to absorb them as fresh blood. They weren't just here to sabotage the summit. They were currently wreaking havoc in Norse mythology as well. They were a collective of lunatics who believed that only war and blood could bring true meaning to the world. Outside, the mass-produced magicians and soldiers continued to grind against each other. There was no gore. The clones simply dissipated into beautiful sparks of light and basic elements upon death. However, this harmonious battlefield quickly turned into a visceral scene of war as the primary actors took the stage. Surzex suddenly turned his head toward one side of the room. This magic circle, could it be? Before he could finish, the circle flared to life. A dark-skinned beauty with square-rimmed glasses and dreadlocks appeared before them. Greetings, current Satan Civixama and Seraphal Summa, Kateria Leviathan said, placing a hand over her heart in a mock aristocratic bow. She looked like a dignitary coming for an audience. But no one in the room was foolish enough to believe she came in peace. She is a descendant of the original Satan Leviathan, Kateria Leviathan, Surzex explained to Rias and the others, who looked confused. Graphia and Sona instinctively moved away from the magic circle, drawing closer to their respective Satans. Seraphal, who had been maintaining a rare professional demeanor, finally let her true nature slip. Her bubbly, high-pitched voice rang out in surprise. "What are you doing here, Liachan?" Facing the pigtail-wearing Satan, the dark-skinned woman raised her staff, a twisted sneer on her face. For the sake of the world's destruction and the ultimate chaos, of course. With a flick of her staff, she unleashed a wave of energy. The villa they were in was instantly reduced to rubble. Amidst the soaring flames and dust, Ethan subtly canceled the defensive spell he had been prepping. Surzex, Michael, and Shemhaza had acted faster, combining their powers to manifest a circular barrier. Kateria's attack hadn't even caused it to flicker. The leaders of the three factions joined together to cast a shield. Kateria covered her mouth with one hand, letting out a mocking, gleeful laugh. What a pathetic sight. Inside the barrier, Shemhaza glanced at Surzex and Seraphol. It seems the signing of the peace treaty will have to be delayed. What is your goal, Kateria? Surzex asked calmly. Nothing much. I simply hold the opposite opinion of this summit, she replied coolly. Since the original Satans and the God of the Bible are gone, this world needs a revolution. Seraphol pressed her hands together over her chest. Liachan, please stop. Why do you have to be like this? She looked less like a powerful Satan and more like an innocent girl next door. Ethan couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at her. Kateria didn't stop. If anything, she looked more enraged. Centuredo, Kateria began bombarding the barrier with renewed confidence. Unfortunately for her, a shield maintained by the leaders of all three factions was an immovable object. Once Ethan confirmed they were safe, his mind began a race. It was fascinating that the powers of devils, angels, and fallen angels didn't conflict, allowing them to create a unified barrier. Then again, if they could interbreed and produce hybrids, it stood to reason their energies could harmonize. But he had more pressing concerns. If the Chaos Brigade chose a direct assault, they wouldn't just send Kateria. There were 4 Satan-class powerhouses here. Kateria Tsoldinte vin a jedna vidna, let alone a jedna firi. Wait, Ethan looked at the restless valley. Make that 2v4. Because it was a frontal attack, the battle-hungry White Dragon Emperor wouldn't bother with an elaborate ruse. But even at 2v4, the odds were still heavily against them. As Ethan was contemplating the balance of power, Vala decided he had waited long enough. He struck from the inside. Because Valley attacked the core of the barrier, the 3 leaders were forced to drop the shield and scatter. Ethan moved quickly to shield Rias and the girls from the fallout. Luckily, the 4 Satans were top tier for a reason, and Vala didn't dare get pinned down in the middle of them. After shattering the barrier, he flew out into the open sky. Surzex and Seraphol covered Rias' group as they retreated to a safe distance. This level of combat was far beyond their reach. Even the shockwaves could be fatal. Michael and Shemhaza didn't continue the unified defense. Their priority shifted to retaliation. With the White Dragon Emperor's betrayal, all eyes turned to Shemhaza. The white-haired scholar's lip twitched. He had been enjoying the drama on the devil's side a moment ago, only to find the fire in his own backyard. Valley, so you truly have joined the Chaos Brigade? Shemhaza asked, before explaining Vala's true identity to the group. Vala Lucifer was a descendant of the original Satan Lucifer, born to a human mother. It was that human half that allowed the divine, dividing the wings of the white dragon to anchor to his soul. That's right. My father was the son of the true Satan Lucifer. My mother was a mere human, Vala declared. As if on cue, his magnificent white dragon armor sprouted several pairs of slender, jagged black protrusions, the wings of a high devil. Ethan watched from below. The dragon-devil hybrid look is actually pretty cool, he thought. I wonder when Rias and the others will develop more wings. The powerful sight of multiple pairs of wings spreading wide would be incredible. I see, Surzex said heavily. No wonder we had no records of your existence. The devil wings vanished, leaving only the wide, brilliant blue light wings of the dragon as Valley hovered alongside Kateria. Ethan Yusuji. Vala's arrogant voice boomed from within his helmet. I am the strongest of this age, born of the Satan bloodline and granted the power of the dragon. But you are a commoner. Before your reincarnation, You are nothing but a mediocre high school student. In other words, you are nothing without the boosted gear. It's boring, truly laughable. They call us fated rivals. Yet there is a natural, heaven-sent difference in our innate strength. Ethan, who had been trying to keep a low profile, felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment. Valley, with his balance breaker, was indeed at Satan class stronger than a typical devil. But Ethan had already taken down Azazel when he was only S rank. Now that he was SSS rank, the gap was much smaller than Valley realized. More importantly, Ethan was standing next to 4 heavyweights. He wasn't sure about Michael or Shemhaza, but Surzex and Serafal were definitely Super Satan class. Ethan's plan was to just chill and protect his team while the big brothers handle the trash. But Valley just had to keep dissing him. Has this guy not checked my track record? Is he just a pure meathead battle junkie? Vala finished his monologue about how lonely it is at the top, only to realize that everyone below was looking at him with a very strange, almost pitiful expression. Ethan sighed, stepping forward. You talk a lot for a guy whose best move is I'm half human. Do you want to keep showing off in the air? Or are we going to do this? Chapter 270. Orna's Kokabeel, it wasn't just Surzex and the others. Even Kateria, Vala's own ally, looked at him with a strange, conflicted expression. Valley was bewildered. He turned to the dark-skinned beauty. What is it, Leviathan? Lucifer. Kateria started diplomatically. While the current Red Dragon Emperor was a commoner until recently, he is a freakish genius. He's been cultivating for less than a year and already defeated the former Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, Azazel. I know that. He only did it by forcing a 5-second Juggernaut drive that nearly killed him, Vala said dismissively. I, on the other hand, can fully control the Juggernaut drive. As long as I don't overstay, the only cost is a bit of lifespan, no other side effects. As a fellow descendant of the original Satans, Kateria offered one more piece of advice. The Red Dragon Emperor has a unique special ability. Our mission today isn't just to break the peace treaty, Cinceredo, but her overall aesthetic just didn't appeal to him. He appreciated beauties from both the East and the West, but her particular style wasn't his thing. Had tried similar looks before, but Kateria's vibe was too extreme for his taste. Cinceredo, she had plenty of ways to make Ethan contribute. Whether it was channeling his energy to boost their female members' combat power or leveraging his unique abilities to strengthen the Leviathan clan, he was a valuable asset. Great. Ethan scratched his head. The leaders of the 3 most powerful races were right here. Yet everyone was staring at him like he was a prize ham. Setting aside the danger, purely from a cultivation standpoint, a session with a Satan class like Kateria wouldn't be a loss. If he was lucky, he might even hit a breakthrough right then and there. But the price joining the Cows Brigade was a hard pass. Ethan knew his limits. If he ran into Ophis, the infinite dragon god, he wouldn't stand a chance. Ophis was 2 whole realms above the god class. Like the primary gods, the dragon god stayed hidden within the 3 realms, but if she ever decided to move, no one could stop her. Despite the aggressive posture of the 2 brigade members, Ethan wasn't panicking. His side had double the Satan-class powerhouses. There was no way they'd let him be kidnapped. Sensing Ethan's confidence, Vala spoke up again. Kateria, where are the other 2? They'll be here shortly. Kateria wasn't in a rush. The Cows Brigade had prepared for a frontal assault, and even she knew she couldn't take on 2 Satans at once. For a moment, the scene fell into a tense stalemate. Technically, this was becoming a devil civil war. The descendants of the original Satans, the old faction, were coming for the heads of the new faction leaders who had usurped their titles. Seeing this, Michael and Shemhaza were in no hurry to help. Peace treaty or not, they were perfectly happy to let the devils weaken themselves in an internal feud. Surzex and Serafal felt a pang of guilt. They had betrayed the original bloodlines for the survival of the race, and now those bloodlines had returned, fueled by the abyss of the Cows Brigade. As the mass-produced clones outside began to thin out, the silence in the ruins of the villa became deafening. Everyone's eyes drifted to Ethan. Only the Red Dragon Emperor seemed capable of breaking this atmospheric deadlock. Seriously? 6 Satan classes here, and you're all looking at me? Ethan thought. If it were 6 SSS ranks, I'd already be fully engaged in the fight. But these guys are on a different level. Suddenly, 2 magic circles, one green and one yellow, materialized in the air. The expressions of Shemhaza and Michael shifted instantly. The spectators had just realized the fire had spread to their own houses. From a yellow circle stepped a pale, hideous middle-aged man with 6 pairs of jet-black wings, a Satan-class fallen angel. From the green circle stepped a blue and white humanoid covered in mechanical augmentations. He radiated an intense, holy aura, but he looked more like a cyborg monster than a divine being. Ornis Kokabeel, you're late, Valis said, his battle lust rising. It took some time to Esperado past the censors. Kokabeel sneered, curling his barato with contempt as he looked at Shemhaza. Lord Shemhaza, you look surprised. Is it because I'm here, or because I've reached the level of Satan? He. Shemhaza's face was grim. Kokabeel was a notorious warmonger among the fallen. He had always been weaker than Azazel, but now that the moderate leader was gone, Kokabeel had somehow broken through to the 12-wing level. If Shemhaza fell here today, the fallen angels would descend into total chaos. Michael's face was even grimmer. It was the first time Ethan had seen the gentle seraph look truly murderous as he stared at the mechanical monstrosity, Ornis. Chapter 271. The battle begins. Zorga appears as serious. Michael was even more intimidating than Surzex. He was the head of the Seraphs, a survivor of the Great War, and the linchpin of the system. He was a guaranteed Super Satan-class powerhouse. Ethan suspected that Surzex and Michael were holding back immensely. If they truly let loose, they'd likely crack the 3 realms itself. Ornis, has the Cows Brigade allied with the 10 primary gods? Michael's voice was low and dangerous. Or is this just the treachery of a few? I have no obligation to answer a traitor who mingles with the lowly, the mechanical angel replied in a distorted, metallic voice. 10 primary gods? Ethan's interest peaked. Lord Michael, is there a god-class powerhouse named Freya among them? Yes. The deity codenamed Freya is one of the 10. Codenamed? The titles of the 10 primary gods are inherited. They've changed hands many times over the eons, Michael explained briefly. Valley, having no patience for talk, lunged forward. The 4v4 battle exploded. Lucifer versus Lucifer, Leviathan versus Leviathan. Even while holding back to avoid destroying the continent, the shockwaves were staggering. Valis Divine dividing allowed him to absorb half of Surzek's power upon contact, letting him trade blows with the Satan. Meanwhile, Kateria was having a much harder time. Despite her abyssal-infused magic, she was being systematically dismantled by Seraphol. Within a few exchanges, Kateria's glasses were shattered and her hair was a mess. It was clear Seraphol was pulling her punches or the fight would have ended in minutes. In the other corner, Michael was absolutely ragdolling the mechanical Ornis. The mechanical angel was incredibly durable, surviving several meteor-sized impacts, but he couldn't land a single hit on the Seraph. Looks like they've got this under control, Ethan thought. Graphia, the strongest queen, was also standing guard, ready to protect Rias at all costs. She was working on breaking the spatial lock the brigade had placed on the area. Suddenly, a deep purple magic circle formed right next to Ethan. Get back, Ethan roared. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the ground, creating a small mushroom cloud of dust. Surzex and Seraphol's hearts sank. They couldn't sense the girls through the magical interference. Ethan stepped out of the smoke, his left arm already encased in the boosted gear. Rias, stay sharp. I can't protect you and fight this guy at the same time. To block a strike from me. Impressive for a brat, an old devil with unique, gnarled horns emerged. Zorga? Ethan cursed internally. He recognized the old man. Zorga was an archduke of the devils, an old-school powerhouse who had reached the Super Satan class by the skin of his teeth. He was almost at the end of his lifespan and was desperate to steal the power of the Demon King Wilbert from the testament of Sister New Devil to extend his life. Zorga, Surzek sighed. One more remnant of the old age fades today. Zorga didn't care about the commentary. He unleashed a barrage of high-level magic circles, forcing Surzex to engage him. Now it was a 5v4, and the pressure was mounting. Chapter 272. Facing the White Dragon Emperor with the battlefield in chaos, Valley took the opportunity to break away and target Seraphol. Satan Leviathan, die here. Valis Divine, dividing activated. Even a super Satan like Seraphol felt a sudden, sickening drain of her energy. Kateria seized the moment, launching a bolt of lightning infused with black abyss energy. It slammed into Seraphol, driving her into the ground with a bone-shattering crash. Crash! Seraphol coughed up blood, her formal clothes shredded. In a flash of magical light, she replaced them with her signature magical girl cosplay outfit, her comfort zone. Ethan's eyes widened, impressed by her bold and flashy style. But Kateria was screaming with rage at Seraphol's frivolous attitude. Together with Valley, they began a brutal pincer attack. Valis' ability was simply too broken. Every touch halved her power and added it to his own. Sona Citri couldn't take it anymore. She tried to run toward her sister, but Rias held her back. Sona, stop. You'll be vaporized by the shock waves. Ethan sighed. Seraphol wasn't going to last until Graphia broke the barrier. President Sona, stay back. You'll only distract her. Ethan's wings flared, not the typical bat wings, but thick, sharp wings of a high-tier devil. 3 marks appeared on his face as he entered his full devil form. He unleashed a massive, boosted blast of blue energy at Valley. Red Dragon Emperor, you finally want to play? Vala laughed, dodging the blast with his superior speed. Shut up and fight, Ethan snapped. He hated how cool the White Dragon's balance breaker looked. He hadn't achieved his own yet because it required a level of emotional obsession he simply didn't have. He viewed the gear as a tool, not his soul. Vala lunged. The 2 dragons clashed in midair. Vala was faster and kept having Ethan's power. But Ethan's raw SSS rank stats and his various bloodline talents kept him in the game. Chapter 273. The self-cultivation of an actor. As the fight wore on, Ethan realized something infuriating. He glanced at the other battles. Surzex, Seraphol, Michael, and Shemhaza were all struggling, but looked completely fake. These old foxes were holding back at least 30 of their power, guarding against each other even while fighting a common enemy. Even Seraphol, who was bleeding, was clearly putting on a show for Sona to make her sister care more. These old bastards are all actors. Ethan grumbled. Valley, sensing Ethan's distraction, slammed a fist into Ethan's chest. Is this it? Where's your balance breaker? Maybe I should kill your precious girls to give you the push you need? Ethan's eyes went cold. But before he could explode, the acting Satans suddenly turned up the heat. The moment Valley threatened the girls, Surzex and Seraphol's auras became suffocating. The rats they were fighting, Zorga and Kateria, suddenly realized they were in a death trap. Valley felt the pressure too. He wasn't stupid. He knew if he actually touched Rias, he'd be erased from existence by the 2 Satans. He refocused on Ethan. I admit, you're strong for someone who's only been at this for a year. But if you can't go beyond this, you die. The 2 dragons clashed again. Clang! Ethan's boosted gear shrieked as it was have again. At that moment, his berserk state wore off, leaving him vulnerable. Vala's claw punched through Ethan's defense, delivering a heavy blow to his solar plexus. Ethan spiraled downward, but he didn't hit the ground. He was caught in the warm hold of Rias and Aquino. Ethan, are you okay? Ethan wiped blood from his barato and stood up, steadying himself against Rias. I'm fine, but I need a little help from you girls. Trying to beat Valley at SSS rank while he was in Balance Breaker was a fool's errand. It was time to use the real power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Ancient, glowing chain patterns appeared on Ethan's neck. Thin lines of blue light shot out, connecting him to Rias, Aquino, and Barato. Don't hold back, Ethan whispered, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Give me everything. As the 3 girls focused their energy, Channeling it in sync with his, Ethan's aura began to swell. He didn't need a soul bond with a dragon to reach the next level. He had his own way to boost. Chapter 274. Ethan's balance breaker. The three allies who had signed bonds with him suddenly felt a rush of energy. Their crests, hidden beneath their clothing, flickered in response to the matching marks around their necks. While the magic aura surrounding them remained hidden, the heart-shaped collars on their throats immediately drew everyone's attention. These marks pulsed like a rhythmic heartbeat, glowing with light. Rias was a vivid crimson, Akinos a soft primrose yellow, and Barato a deep violet. Magical energy, sharing the same colors as the collars, flowed through the soul bond directly into Ethan. It wasn't just mana, it was their mental energy as well. The girls felt a wave of intense energy wash over them before their reserves were nearly drained dry. Ethan let out a long breath. President Sona, please look after Rias and Aquino. As for Rainier, Middled and Calawarner had already rushed to support her. With the girls secured, Ethan manifested the red iron gauntlet covering his entire left arm. Although he hadn't soul bonded with the Welsh dragon, he was a host recognized by Drake. More accurately, Ethan was the one unwilling to bind his soul to the dragon. While he couldn't use the balance breaker through mutual resonance and Draig's active assistance, the state itself was simply the manifestation of the sacred gear's power at its peak. If finesse failed, he would use brute force. Bolstered by the combined magic and mental focus of the three girls, Ethan's already extraordinary soul power ascended to a new level. He flooded the boosted gear with violent, vibrating mana and overwhelming soul force. Once he filled the gauntlet to the brim, forcing it into his own shape, the balance breaker became a trivial matter to trigger. Thump, thump, thump. A powerful heartbeat echoed from Ethan's left hand. As the sound intensified, a faint red draconic silhouette expanded and contracted around his body. Valis' eyes narrowed. He recognized the signs. This was the precursor to a balance breaker. A domineering aura exploded outward from Ethan. Surzex looked delighted, but Zorga and his allies turned pale. They were already losing. If another balance breaker level Red Dragon Emperor joined the fray, they might not even be able to escape. They wanted to scream at Valley to stop posing an attack, but given the White Dragon's pride and power, none of them had the courage to speak up. Albion, we're about to see an old friend. Any thoughts? Valley conversed with the White Dragon within his soul. Typically, a host can only communicate with the dragon after mastering the balance breaker. What he didn't know was that Ethan's situation was unique. The self-sealed, slumbering Draig showed no signs of waking. However, the massive influx of mana and soul power Ethan provided was being absorbed by the gear, forcing its power to manifest. Once the stomach of the sleeping red dragon was full, the balance breaker activated naturally. Valley couldn't see it, but Albion felt something was wrong. This guy is weird, Valley. We've been fighting this long, and I don't feel Red's presence at all. Not even now. Albion's voice was low and heavy. It's as if the Red One has been completely bypassed. This devil is simply seizing and wielding his power. The relationship between Draig and Albion was complex. They had fought to the death for eons, and even as sacred gears, they remained rivals. But they weren't exactly enemies. Albion was genuinely concerned for Draig's state. As they spoke, Ethan reached the final stage. The blood-red phantom of the dragon armor expanded within the barrier before snapping back and solidifying into physical reality. Balance breaker. A cold, deep masculine voice rang out from the emerald jewels of the Longinus. A sleek, blood-red suit of armor completely encased Ethan. Through his magical senses, he saw his new form. His devil traits had vanished. The bat wings were gone, and while his tail remained, it was now a long, segmented, dark red draconic tail. This form was much more humanoid than the Juggernaut Drive. It mirrored Valis armor, but lacked the technological blue light wings. In their place, the left gauntlet was more jagged and oversized, a masterpiece of violent aesthetics. Ethan actually preferred blue, and white it matched his natural mana, but the red was fine. It matched Rias's hair perfectly. Feeling the surge of power, Ethan clenched his glowing claws. So this is the power of a Satan class. No wonder Valley acted like he owned the world. Mastering this power at his age was a legitimate reason for arrogance. But now that Ethan had it too, it was time to settle the score. Boost, boost, boost. The doubling ability, which previously had a 10-second cooldown, now fired off in rapid succession. With full control, Ethan pushed the amplification to its absolute limit without crossing the line into total exhaustion. As the cold voice repeated the word boost, Ethan's aura climbed to infinite heights. Every Satan-class leader in the barrier turned solemn. This Red Dragon Emperor was stronger than they imagined. Despite his lack of visible rage or obsession, he was wielding the gear with terrifying efficiency. Surzex even suspected Ethan could use the Juggernaut drive at will. After all, Ethan had used it once as a mere S rank. It was a feat unprecedented in history. That 5-second burst of god-level power had been enough to leave the legendary Azazel near death before Rias finished him off. Vala felt the threat most acutely because Ethan lunged at him. The red armor streaked through the air like a bolt of crimson lightning. A fist carrying the weight of shattered space slammed into Vala's chest. Vala tried to dodge, but his superior speed was neutralized by Ethan's raw output. He tried to have Ethan's power and absorb it, but the energy was so massive it overflowed beyond what his wings could dissipate. Having the power didn't stop Ethan. By the time he prepped the next strike, another boost had already kicked in, returning him to his peak. Punch, punch, punch. Knee to the gut, elbow to the face. Throat lock. Vala was barely resisting. His high-quality white armor began to crack under the savage assault, pieces of it dissolving into pure mana. Dang it, I need to finish this, Ethan muttered behind his visor. The halving ability was still annoying. If he let his frequency drop, Vala would find a gap to escape. Crack! A sonic boom-laced punch shattered the white dragon helmet. Vala's arrogant face was pummeled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ethan paused, noticing the deep blue gem on Vala's Barato. Thinking of his own gear, he realized that must be the core of the Divine Dividing. While he couldn't steal it, knocking it off or destroying it might remove Vala's abilities. Ethan didn't hesitate. He pinned Vala to the ground and, with a display of barbaric strength, completely shattered the white armor. Chapter 275, The Battle, and Ethan looked at the de-transformed Vala and the cracked blue gem on the ground. He had been right. I guess you can't use that annoying ability anymore. Huh. Bang! As the last of the armor fell away, Vala used the distraction to roll away and regain his footing. He knelt on one knee, coughing blood. Before he could speak, Albion's voice echoed through the area. It doesn't end until the host is truly defeated. That is our way. Blue light wings sprouted from Vala's back once more. A phantom of the white armor flickered over him exactly like Ethan's transition moments ago. One more cry of BXB, balance breaker, and he would be back in the fight. How is that possible? Rias and the girls gasped. They hadn't expected Vala to be able to re-equip so instantly after the core was struck. Unlike an amateur, Vala had no activation conditions and no time limit. Ethan was different. His balance breaker was sustained by a massive injection of mana and soul power, meaning he had a time limit. Once his fuel ran out, he'd have to recharge. That was the difference between a tool and a soul bond. Albion was a god-level battery for Vala. Of course, there was a price the host's soul would eventually be eroded by the dragon's essence. That was why Ethan refused the bond. Besides, once he leveled up again, he wouldn't need a battery to stay in this form. Despite re-entering the balance breaker, Vala was still no match for Ethan. Albion, having felt the red energy up close, finally understood the situation. Vala stopped. You aren't his match, Albion said. And more importantly, he isn't the true Red Dragon Emperor. He isn't your fated rival. Vala was shaken. He stared at Ethan. How'd you get the boosted gear? Ethan smiled behind his visor. I earned Draig's respect. I wasn't lucky enough to be born as a host, but am talented enough to take what I want. The story of how he stripped the gear from Issei Haidu wasn't a secret to the Occult Research Club, but to the outside world, it was impossible. No one takes a Longinus. Yet Ethan had done it. Impossible. There is no trace of Draig's soul in you, Albion insisted. You are merely stealing his power. The Satan's Surzax and the others looked more interested in this gossip than they had been in the actual fight. Ethan shrugged. Lord Satan's, my time is running out. Are we going to keep playing, or are we finishing this? Surzax stayed silent, his opinion of Ethan reaching new heights. He was now 100% convinced Ethan was the perfect husband for Rias. Seraphal, on the other hand, looked like she wanted to stay and interview him. Fine. He'll let Draig tell you himself. Ethan channeled a burst of energy, finally waking the dragon within the gem. Albion, long time no see, Draig's deep voice echoed. He's indeed my chosen host. Draig briefly confirmed that he had witnessed Ethan's growth from a mid-level devil to this. The fallen angel leaders, Shemhaza and Kokabil, glared at Raynar's group. They realized now that it was their own agent's failure that had allowed this freak to obtain the gear. But since Azazel was dead, there was no one to blame but the void. The two dragons started reminiscing, and Ethan realized what Draig truly wanted from him: resurrection. To bring back a god-level being would require power beyond the dragon gods themselves. Ethan hadn't promised it, only that he would try when he reached that level. The 5-minute mark was approaching. Ethan decided to use his remaining time to settle one last debt. He didn't go for Valley. He went for Kateria. Valley had been beaten enough, but the mysterious figure who wanted to capture him, she needed to be stopped. Ethan lunged, tackling Kateria to the ground. Miss Kateria, I have to say, you look different now. Her refined appearance was gone. Her glasses were lost. Censurado Kateria, a highborn devil, understood the hidden implication. She was indeed inexperienced, but she had never admitted under these circumstances. Ethan showed no mercy. He didn't give her the chance to self-destruct. Suddenly, a sound like shattering glass echoed across the battlefield. The spatial barrier broke. Graphia looked annoyed. She had been seconds away from cracking it herself when someone broke it from the outside. A handsome young man with short hair and a staff, the Rui Jingu Bang, appeared. Sun Wukong? Ethan blurted out, his DNA recognizing the golden headband. The descendant of the victorious fighting Buddha, Graphia corrected. A monkey who values his freedom over his heritage. Ethan had Kateria by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Wukong, what are you doing here? Valley asked. We have a date with the Norse gods. Pack it up. Let's go, the monkey said, slamming his staff into the ground to create a massive teleportation circle. The other brigade members, Kokabil and the mechanical angel, immediately retreated toward the circle. Michael and Shemhaza didn't stop them. They were exhausted and preferred to let the enemies leave. Only Kateria, still in Ethan's grasp, couldn't move. But as the teleportation light intensified, she managed to channel a burst of Satan-class mana to slip through Ethan's fingers. Wait for me, she screamed, fluttering her black wings toward the circle. Ethan looked at Surzax and Seraphal. Neither moved. They were letting her go. Ethan's eyes narrowed. Fine. If you want to stop her, I will. I, who am about to awaken, dream of the infinite, grieved by the illusory. I shall become the Crimson Dragon King, and sink you into the purgatory of the Red Lotus. Juggernaut Drive. In less than a second, Ethan transformed into a terrifying, massive red dragon. This wasn't the humanoid armor. It was a beast of pure destruction. Every second in this form burned his lifespan, but with his new strength, he could maintain it for a minute without permanent damage. The crimson aura was so suffocating that Valley instinctively tried to trigger his own Juggernaut Drive. Val, stop. Albion warned. He's not coming for you. Let's go. That girl is lost. This generation's red dragon is genuinely pissed off. The crimson dragon tore through space, its massive claw closing around Kateria with crushing bravado. Kateria let out a final cry. She let out a sharp cry, before falling Barado. She was unconscious. Whoops! Used a bit too much Barado. Ethan's voice growled, steam hissing from his fang maw. He didn't pursue Valley. If the White Dragon went Juggernaut, the whole area would be erased. See ya, Red Dragon, Wukong laughed, completing the teleport. Next time, Valis shouted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's have a real fight. You'd better get stronger then, Ethan replied, de-transforming and tossing the unconscious Kateria onto the ground. Ethan took a deep breath. He had protected his girls, beaten the fated rival, and secured a high-tier Satan-class prisoner for his combat training. Chapter 277. The Peace Treaty, the prisoner's fate before reaching God level. The boosted gear functioned as a stable power multiplier, combined with Ethan's absurd combat instincts and natural talent. It allowed him to effectively jump 2 entire power tiers. As for after he reached God level, it was unlikely he would encounter enemies an entire realm higher than him at that stage. Once one enters the divine domain, the population of practitioners decreases exponentially. Out of 10 God-level experts, perhaps only one reaches the Subdragon God level. And out of 10 Subdragon gods, barely one might break through to become a true dragon god. At those heights, open warfare becomes rare. A true battle to the death between such beings would bring cataclysmic destruction to the 3 realms. Nobody wins a war that destroys the world. Thus, Ethan set a small goal for himself, become a god-level powerhouse. But first, he needed to officially reach the Satan class. He turned his gaze toward the weakened adversary before him and steadied his focus. I've relied on my special technique for a long time. But this is the Barado I've had to act with such urgency, he mused. The situation was unexpectedly energizing. However, before he could begin, he needed to find a way to permanently contain this powerful opponent once her strength began to return. Surzex and Seraphol watched Ethan holding Kateria. They opened their mouths to say something, but upon meeting the resentful, pouting glares of Rias and Sona, the 2 Satans immediately rubbed their noses and looked away. As the leaders of the devils, they technically should have protected a pure-blooded descendant of the original Leviathan. However, Ethan clearly didn't intend to kill her. There was no need to offend the Red Dragon Emperor and their own little sisters over a traitor. Ethan's irritation with the 2 Satans dissipated as he dragged the broken Kateria back to Rias and the other girls. They began to whisper about how to properly imprison a Satan-class powerhouse and harness her extraordinary abilities for their own purposes. Whether the leaders of the 3 factions signed the peace treaty or went home to deal with their internal drama was no longer his concern. The white-hot battlefield suddenly grew quiet. Having successfully repelled the invaders, the ranks of angels and fallen angels separated into 2 distinct, wary groups. Devils, fallen angels, and angels fighting side by side, Shemhaza remarked, watching the soldiers in the sky with a faint smile. Peace really has arrived, hasn't it? Indeed, Michael replied. As for Kokabeel, his actions were my failure. Upon my return, I will have him cast into the eternal frozen abyss to atone for his sins. Michael and the Satans understood that failing to sign the treaty now would only play into the hands of the Cows Brigade. Even though their cooperation was forced by a common enemy, it was a solid foundation for propaganda. The matter with Kateria and Zorga is our burden to bear, Surzex added. We will handle the fallout in the underworld. And the issue with Valley was my oversight, Shemhaza conceded, since the White Dragon Emperor was closely associated with the fallen angels. He took the blame to balance the scales. It wouldn't look good for the devils to take the fall for 3 different traitors at once. Michael, the gentle blonde archangel, resumed his nice guy persona. The 10 gods seemed to be restless again. I hope that after the treaty is signed, we can keep a close eye on them together. Are those stubborn fossils still obsessed with the idea of enslaving all of humanity? Seraphol asked with a look of disgust. They taught the hero clan a few tricks eons ago, and now they think they're the masters of the world. What strange pride. Michael sighed. The 10 gods have cycled through many generations. There have been some who identified with humans and shared our goals, but Ethan pricked up his ears. He understood the high school DxD world, but he was still piecing together how the elements from the testament of Sister New Devil fit into this reality. One of the mysteries was the relationship between the 10 gods and the current 3 factions. As Michael continued, the history became clear. The 10 gods were beings who appeared after the true God vanished, functioning similarly to the automated system remaining in heaven. However, they possessed true life, consciousness, and distinct personalities. Unfortunately, they were still bound by the rigid, mechanical rules of the system. This made them fanatically hostile toward devils and fallen angels, and led them to view the humans of the new world as disposable servants. They played the role of high-end mighty deities to the extreme, but in reality, they were just God-level beings with significant limitations. Eventually, the 3 factions and the human hero clan had driven them into a corner of the celestial realm, where they could no longer interfere with the world's direction. But the 10 gods never wavered. They viewed the Cows Brigade as a bunch of lowborn mutts, even if their leader was Ophis, the infinite dragon god. Thus, the 2 groups never officially merged. Allness, the bizarre mechanical angel Ethan had seen earlier, was the creation of the 10 gods a substitute for the traditional angels they could no longer produce without the full system. Because the 10 gods were replaced over generations, some occasionally broke free from their programmed instincts, particularly those who mastered powers related to positive emotions. Like Raphael and Ephria, Michael noted. But those who awakened were a tiny minority. If their peers discovered their transgressions, they were cast out of their divine ranks, severely punished, or imprisoned for eternity. Execution was rare, as eliminating a fellow god might weaken their absolute authority over the mechanical angels. This explained why Mio-Neris's surrogate mother, Raphael, had been removed from her divine position and spared. Ultimately, the leaders of the 3 factions signed a peace treaty, but the shadows of the Cows Brigade and the 10 gods meant their headaches were far from over. As for Ethan and Kateria, everyone collectively chose to forget the incident. Even the reason for Zorga's defection was glossed over. The Gremory family's ties to the Wilbert clan were deep, and Mio-Neru's was a potential Satan-class asset who was firmly on the Gremory side. Her foster parents were already living as servants in the Gremory estate, receiving protection. Late at night, the heavily injured Kateria finally groaned and woke up. Ugh, where am I? She was lost for a moment in the unfamiliar surroundings until the memory of that brutal red dragon claw flashed through her mind. She trembled uncontrollably as she recalled the agonizing pain of the attack. It took a long time for her to calm down and observe her environment. It was pitch black, so dark that even her devil night vision was useless. Judging by the echo of her breathing, the room was small, perhaps only a dozen square meters. Then, she focused on herself. Centuredo, Centuredo, Centuredo being addressed by her title gave Kateria a flicker of pride, but it was quickly snuffed out by the grim reality of her situation. What mortified her most was that Ethan had been watching her struggle and check herself, and she hadn't sensed him at all. Chapter 278. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Her physical strength as a Satan class should have been enough to snap Common Hemp, but it wasn't. The ropes didn't even fray. In fact, as she struggled, they only became slightly damp from her own frantic perspiration. She had been reduced to less than an ordinary woman. She felt like a frail girl who hadn't eaten in days. After a few minutes, Ethan spoke again. It was worth all those rare ingredients. The effect is perfect. What did you use? She whispered, blind, paralyzed, and with her senses restricted to a mere meter around her body. A wave of profound anxiety washed over her. In this void, Ethan's voice was her only anchor. Despite being her enemy, a primal, instinctive sense of dependency began to take root. Ethan, whose senses were not blocked, saw the shift in her posture. Centuredo, now that the lights were gone and she was in complete darkness, her sense of vulnerability increased considerably. Ethan felt no hesitation in this situation. He intended to be careful not to cause lasting harm, and he was prepared to use patient persuasion and steady guidance to help her adjust to his way of thinking. And that shape applied to her soul as much as her body. He wasn't afraid of her betraying him later. If he could crush her once, he could do it again. But he had to be careful for the sake of Rias and the others. If Kateria ever regained her full power and sought revenge, Cinceredo, as for the effect, well, the name says it all. Though I suppose your current experience is more accurate than any explanation. It was a mystical version of a paralyzing agent. It had to be ingested or injected to work, and the stronger the victim, the shorter the duration. Ethan had only managed to produce 3 doses. He had used one of them entirely on her. Kateria was shocked that Ethan could create something capable of suppressing a Satan-class being, but her pride wouldn't let her beg. I lost. Do whatever you want with me. Kill me if you're going to. Her words were defiant, but in the dark, her barato was trembling with fear, and her breath came in short, panicked gasps. Don't worry. I wouldn't dream of barato you. Ethan stepped closer. He hadn't built this dark room and brewed this drug just to execute her. Kateria's heart skipped a beat. Cinceredo, like a young girl's. But the color, I'm not sure. He pondered as he touched her. A bit lighter or a bit darker would be fine. Why the specific shade? If she were lighter, she'd be a healthy wheat color, athletic and vibrant. If she were darker, she'd have that deep, exotic sun-kissed look. This middle ground, tropical shade wasn't quite to his specific taste. Kateria felt a sudden warmth wash over her at his comment, but his words made her flare with anger. Her skin color was half natural and half tan by her own choice. Was he insulting her aesthetic? Then again, given her previous glasses and hair, her aesthetic was undeniably cheap. Ethan didn't care to argue. He had a strong, creative vision and plenty of resources to bring it to life. As for her overall look, he was confident he could adjust it however needed with the right styling and cosmetics. By the way, the effect lasts for 3 days. Ethan lit a dim, yellow candle. Suddenly, Kateria could see. Her night vision hadn't failed earlier. Her entire power set had been sealed. This had been deliberate. Ethan wanted her to feel the weight of total sensory deprivation. Cinceredo. The Black Beauty didn't try to run. Instead, she stayed still, trembling. She had realized that struggle was useless, and deep down, part of her was curious about the technique Ethan was famous for. Ethan stood before her, summoning a powerful surge of energy that radiated outward like a rising sun. Cinceredo, he made a move to turn away. He knew that since she hadn't fought to the death, she didn't want to die. He didn't have enough sedative to keep her contained forever. If she wouldn't play along, she would become a one-time sacrifice. Kateria clenched her jaw. The heat of battle was gone. Cinceredo, he had spent hours cleaning her while she was unconscious. She had been covered in blood and grime, and Ethan's slight germophobia wouldn't allow his captive to stay that way. He took great care to make sure she was presentable by the time she woke up. Watching a proud and powerful warrior of the highest order pledge her loyalty so earnestly made all the effort worthwhile. Kateria's strength faded as the strange energy spread from her core to her limbs. Soon, she was channeling her focus with discipline and resolve to aid the dragon. Ethan wondered what barato could be affecting her so suddenly. She's acting strangely, like someone out of a wild story. I almost suspected something, but those rare potions were hard to come by, so I never used any. Turns out I didn't need them. Kateria was overwhelmed. She had held herself back for centuries and finally let her emotions show. Cinceredo, I hope Mariah's little signaling frequency emitter is working. Ethan didn't think twice. He carefully adjusted the smooth, silk-covered fabric on her outfit. He had cut a small opening near the hem of the barato to allow the device to function properly. Through the silk, the small sensor was active, quietly transmitting its signal in preparation for the dragon's arrival. Cinceredo, weren't you so arrogant before? So dominant? He challenged her with words, But Kateria, her mana sealed and overwhelmed with distress, only wanted to escape. Ah, please, just let me go. I can't bear it, please. Finding the situation almost too easy, Ethan stopped pressing her further. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Kateria sat on the bed, her long hair scattered messily across the surface. Her back rested against the headboard, her expression intense and conflicted. The calm, collected gaze of Satan was gone, replaced by a fiery, determined look. Centurado, 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 soaking Kateria's bravado and Ethan's bravado. Finally, with one powerful lunge from Ethan, Kateria stumbled forward and lost her balance. She cried out in surprise as she fell. A rush of emotion overcame her as she caught herself against him. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Kateria's own mana grew, which meant the duration of the magic ceiling immobilizing dew was significantly shortened. Ethan had lied to her when he said it lasted 3 days. For a Satan class, it wouldn't even last one. At this rate, with a few more applications, it would wear off in half a day. Ethan sensed his strength skyrocketing toward SSS, so he wasn't worried about the time. Even if she regained her power, her arrogant performance just now proved she was already under his thumb. After adjusting to his power growth, Ethan made Kateria change into a neat, modest outfit. She now wore a cream-white turtleneck and a fitted, pale yellow cotton skirt. The white bravado had been replaced with fresh ones, neatly fitted as before. The young woman tilted her head thoughtfully. This feels different. I'm dressed so normally, and yet Ethan smiled warmly at her. Centurado, Centurado, and topped with a striking amethyst ornament that shimmered with an inner light. Kateria's attention was instantly captured. A spark of curiosity flashed in her eyes. She steadied her focus and waited for his command. Ethan saw through her demeanor. Instead of giving a direct order, he stepped forward and greeted her warmly. Centurado. So she could refuse, but the final voice asked, "What if he gets angry like before?" Before the voices could finish, Ethan leaned in and bravado her gently. As the moment swept over her, the voices vanished, leaving her mind a blank slate. Chapter 281. The thirsty Lady Leviathan, the Black Beauty, followed her instincts, wrapping her arms around Ethan's neck and pressing close to him in a warm bravado. They held each other tightly, sharing a tender moment as they stood together. Ethan felt a wave of emotion as they connected, the two of them sharing a quiet, sweet experience together. Centurado, Centurado. The Black Beauty stared into Ethan's eyes, which were as brilliant as the night sky, and blushed again. She pulled him close in a warm bravado. Ethan held her gently as they shared a tender moment together. Kateria smiled softly as they stood in each other's arms under the starlit sky. Centurado, 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 she gave him a gentle push. Ethan sat on the edge of the bed, looking up at her with admiration. Kateria didn't take her eyes off him. She lowered herself gracefully and sat beside him. The soft fabric of her yellow skirt draped around her as they sat close together. Centurado, 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 I want the Red Dragon Emperor to confront Kateria directly. What was that? Lady Leviathan is being completely inappropriate. You should have spoken up earlier instead of pretending otherwise. Now you're making a ridiculous demand. What a shameless, undignified display. Ethan criticized her deliberately. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Working with a highly skilled female expert gave him a deep sense of professional satisfaction. He began to understand Aquino's fierce competitive side. During the match, Kateria ended up face down on the floor while Ethan stood behind her, ready to continue the duel. Centurado, 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 Centurado. She leaned close to him and whispered softly, "Bravado, Ethan." Kateria only wishes to serve you faithfully. Ethan held her close and bravado her tenderly, his devotion to her unmistakable. He knew he hadn't fully reached her heart yet. Centuredo and she appeared to have been through a difficult experience. Her long, dark blonde hair was disheveled, and she lay on the floor looking stunned. Ethan turned on the lights. He had prepared this room for her, and although it was done in haste, it served its purpose well. It was located directly beneath Rias' villa. He looked at the wreckage of the room, broken objects, and scattered clothing covered in dust. The air was thick and heavy. He checked his phone and froze. Nearly a week had passed. He had intended to confuse her sense of time, but he had lost track of it himself. He wondered if Rias and the others were angry. He pushed the worry aside. The plan seemed to have worked. As he sat there, the dark-skinned woman, looking drained and exhausted, slowly sat up. As the light hit her, the hearts in her eyes faded, replaced by clarity. Her mana began to flow, and the energy on her skin and within her form was rapidly processed and absorbed. Her bloated stomach flattened, but just as she was about to absorb the last of the energy she carried, she stopped. She left a small amount of the substance behind. She didn't know why. Centuredo, but there was no more of that. A week of continuous spiritual practice had left them both in a state of absolute clarity. The most important thing was that Kateria's power had returned and even grown, yet she wasn't attacking him. She didn't look resentful. Did I actually succeed? Chapter 283. Departure Resistance. Ethan watched her closely, amazed. If she had truly changed, the week was worth every second of effort. But he wondered how deep the influence went. Would she still cooperate if he wasn't asserting authority? He didn't think she would answer honestly if he asked. Centuredo Catrice's inner thoughts were just as chaotic. She kept her face expressionless because she was afraid that if she slipped, she would reveal how nervous and overwhelmed she truly felt. In reality, if Ethan had challenged her directly at that moment, she likely would have backed down completely. Centuredo, she had told herself she was just doing it to gain power and lower his guard. But after a week, those excuses were hollow. Her bravado was physically exhausted. Even with her Satan-class endurance, she felt worn down from the constant effort. Her training restored stamina, but it didn't ease the lingering fatigue. Centuredo. The 3 days are long gone. He looked at her, dressed in her leather gear. She looked stunning without those glasses and with her hair down. You haven't left yet. Are you planning to stay and keeping my dog? Kateria didn't lash out at the insult. Her eyes just flickered. The dog thing was just part of the deal we made. She tried to sound firm. The deal was for 3 days. You extended it past the deadline. Aren't you going to honor your end? She rejected the informal title, but accepted the nickname Leah-chan. Ethan noted. Progress. Both of them were working through a negotiation. Centuredo, if she had possessed an iron will, she could have taken him down days ago. Instead, she had stayed. Her power had grown significantly. She was now a high-tier Satan class, though still likely below Surzex. Kateria didn't attack. She just snorted, opened a magic circle, and teleported away. Ethan felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Disappointment, because his companion was gone, and she was the first woman he had known who hadn't stayed by his side. Relief, because a powerful enemy had left without starting a fight. He realized he had hit a wall. He had been on the verge of reaching the Satan class midway through the week, but despite dozens of more sessions, he hadn't broken through. Maybe there's a sort of diminishing return or resistance to training with the same partner too much, he theorized. It sounded like a hassle, but it made sense for his specific power. If that were true, he was destined to pursue that path if he wanted to keep growing. He would have to find another Satan-class opponent to test his theory. Chapter 284. Ethan's evil pieces. Although he hadn't achieved a direct breakthrough to the Satan class in one go, Kateria had still provided Ethan with a massive boost in power. Setting aside the sheer accumulation of mana, the countless sessions of shared cultivation had allowed Ethan to absorb the Leviathan bloodline traits, Kateria's own unique innate talents, and several of her high-level skills. His devil bloodline had evolved significantly after integrating the Leviathan heritage, becoming far more potent. Even his physical appearance had undergone subtle, regal shifts difficult to notice at a glance, but undeniable to the trained eye. July 12th. Less than 20 days remained until summer break. Ethan sat in his classroom, bored out of his mind as he caught up on missed schoolwork. As his strength grew, so did his cognitive abilities. Even after missing nearly half a semester, he could score top marks just by flipping through the textbooks. High school rote memorization was a breeze, except for math. Math was the one thing where knowing the formulas didn't always translate to knowing how to solve the tricky problems. Still, with his science-leaning brain and the foundation from his previous life, passing wouldn't be an issue. Ethan, come to the clubroom. Your evil pieces have arrived. Rias's voice echoed through their soul network. On my way, President. Ethan stretched, tossed the boring books aside, and rounded up Ravel and Kaneko to head to the Occult Research Club. Inside the clubroom, Ethan received 16 beautiful, dark blue crystal-like chess pieces from the silver-haired Ultimate Queen. Lady Grafia, thank you for making the trip again. Red Dragon Emperor. If you don't mind, please just call me by my name. I'm not actually a fan of that title, Ethan interrupted. After the mess with Valia and Kateria during the three-way deadlock, and the realization regarding Albion, he had soured on the title. His plan was to eventually help Draig resurrect once he reached the god class, or at least find him a new host. He had no interest in wielding a sentient weapon that offered diminishing returns, unless the soul inside turned out to be a beautiful and mature woman wouldn't be bad either. Grafia smiled softly. True, referring to you as the Red Dragon Emperor is a bit formal. Just Ethan is fine. Grafia, he smiled. Being called Lord or Barado by the world's most powerful and elegant maid felt strange. Then you should drop the honorifics for me as well, Ethan. Grafia, Fia. Ethan's eyes sparkled. He wasn't about to miss a chance to close the distance. He didn't just use her name. He went for the intimate nickname. Fi, may I call you that? The silver-haired beauty blinked, caught off guard by his boldness. She didn't seem to dislike it. Shaking off an intrusive thought with her formidable willpower, she smiled. It is a bit embarrassing, but if that is what you wish, you may. Initially, Ethan had entered the Devil's radar because of the Azazel incident and his juggernaut drive. But with his meteoric rise in power and the combat strength he showed during the summit, anyone with eyes could see that Ethan himself was far more valuable than the Longinus he carried. The Red Dragon Emperor would always have successors, but Ethan's innate talent and peerless combat prowess were one of a kind. Without the lens of the Red Dragon, Grafia found herself truly admiring the young man, thinking of how he had stepped up to hold back the enemy, so she could focus on the barrier. Her gaze softened, looking at him with a depth that felt like warm water enveloping him. Rias, watching the intense staring contest between her sister-in-law and Ethan, finally hit her limit. Looking like a jealous schoolgirl, she snapped, Grafia, I'm sure you're busy. You should head back to the underworld. Grafia chuckled, seeing right through Rias's jealousy. Very well, Lady Rias. I shall look forward to seeing you all in the underworld. With a flash of a silver magic circle, the maid disappeared, leaving Ethan confused by her parting words. I was just notified, Rias explained. We have to return to the underworld during summer break. It seems to have something to do with that old devil geezer who appeared recently. She waved the topic away. Right now, the evil pieces were the priority. Ethan, have you decided how to use these? Ethan rolled the blue crystal pieces in his hand. Before he had the soul contract ability, he had looked forward to his own peerage. Now, evil pieces felt a bit redundant. I'm not really in a rush to contract servants. Rias nodded. Raising a peerage took time and effort, and many high-class devils chose to remain solo. However, if you find a suitable candidate, you should take them. Once we enter the university division, resource allocation is decided through rating games. You'll need a team. Ethan realized she was right. Okay, he'll be picky then. Most of the girls he was interested in were already under soul contracts. He couldn't exactly poach from Rias or Sona. That left three immediate candidates. Mio Neruz, Maria Neruz, and the blonde twin-tailed brat who had been lost to him in a bet by a certain fried chicken-looking playboy. Ethan looked at Ravel. The blonde devil princess was blushing, her small fists clenched in nerves. Her eyes lit up with anticipation. He had worried she might be unhappy about the arrangement made after a wager, but it seemed he had overthought it. Ravel was clearly interested in him, without any outside interference. Partly due to Ethan's overwhelming presence and her own strength, her feelings were genuine. Ravel was cute, kind-hearted, and possessed great potential. She was someone he genuinely admired. The Phoenix family genes guaranteed she wouldn't stay petite forever. At 16, she was already developing into a young woman. Ethan gave her a doting smile. "Ravel, would you like to be my queen?" "I do," she answered instantly. Chapter 285. The peerage slots a moment later. Realizing she had been a bit too eager, Ravel turned her head away, blushing furiously. I was supposed to be your servant anyway, and you offer the queen piece. I had to grab it before you changed your mind." Ethan found her tsundere act adorable. The contract was seamless. As a pure-blooded devil, Ravel didn't need a reincarnation process. Ethan wasn't going to just throw his pieces away. Giving Ravel the queen piece was a strategic move. As a daughter of the Phoenix House, her potential was immense. She had simply been overshadowed by her brother, Razor. Under Ethan's tutelage, her undying queen title would eventually shake the underworld, perhaps even rivaling Graphia one day. More importantly, the queen piece often symbolized a wife-like status. Accepting it gave Ravel a valid excuse to open her heart to him. However, Ethan decided to wait. Ravel was only 16 and currently at the peak of her rank. He wanted to wait until she broke through to the S rank, high class, before they began their special training together, maximizing the benefits of their first joint cultivation Barado. Plus, he was physically exhausted. After 10 days of intensive training with Kateria, he needed to rest and spend time with his other Barado. Later that day, Yuma and the other fallen angels found out about Ravel's new status. "Yuma, if you girls want to move to Ethan's peerage, you can," Rhea said, seeing their hesitation. But that would mean moving down a level in the pedigree. In Devil Society, Rheas was a king to source. Ethan and Aquino were her immediate servants, second row. Anyone Ethan contracted would be in the third row. It didn't affect their status in the house, but it was a formal distinction. Rheas was teasing them to lighten the mood. Yuma, Lute, and Vanna definitely wanted to be with Ethan. Rheas was a great boss, but it wasn't the same. However, they felt bad about leaving Rheas shorthanded. 8 pawn pieces leaving at once would gut Rheas' combat power for future raiding games. Rheas saw through them. To her, as long as Ethan was on her side, no one in her generation could beat her anyway. That night, Centuredo he gathered them into a group chat, while letting the Takamine women and other mature characters like Sakura Miyajima assist him on his project. Since he only had one important item, they had to take turns or find other ways to contribute while sitting nearby. "Ethan, Rheas, you must stop. I already have plans for my pieces. Let's not overcomplicate things." "Rheas, so? If you say so. I'm fine either way. Talk to Yuma." Rheas has left the chat. "Yuma, you jerk." Yuma was pouting, thinking Ethan didn't want them close. Women were complicated. Devil women were worse. "Ethan, you girls are getting soul contracts anyway. Why care about a pawn slot? Moving pieces just makes things awkward with Rheas for no reason." There was a silence in the network. Finally, Yuma whispered, "Sorry, I totally forgot about the soul contract thing." Ethan sighed. "Just explain it to Lute and Vanna. My pieces are reserved." Centuredo, 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 but the lively atmosphere was always a thrill. Their cheerful energy always provided a different kind of enjoyment. Chapter 286. Mariah's potential. The next day, Ethan called the Naruse sisters to the clubroom. "Mio, Maria, I'd like you to join my group." Maria, the cheerful young girl, was all for it. She went wherever her dear Mio went. Mio hesitated, performing her usual tsundere routine. "I'm only doing this because you're short on people. Don't think I'll call you master." Ethan chuckled. "If you want, I can call you Lady Mio, just like Maria does." Mio turned bright red and tried to stomp on his Barado. After some playful teasing, Ethan hugged her tightly and gave her a quick smooch on her cheek. Between her blushing face and the soft big brother, she whispered, the deal was sealed. Meanwhile, Maria had pulled out a camera and was recording Mio's exaggerated expression with a look of pure excitement on her face. Barato, Ethan, keep going. I've been waiting for Lady Mio's big debut for so long. Maria, Mio growled. Bonk. Mio delivered a swift fist to Mariah's head, sending her to the corner to reflect on her actions. Mio then picked up a piece at random. This one, Ethan. It was a bishop piece. It suits you, Ethan said. Whether it was the fire magic from her father or her own gravity magic, she was a long-range artillery mage. The bishop piece, which boosted magical power, was perfect. However, he used a mutation piece instead of a standard one to accommodate the dual powers within her. The crystal piece merged into her Barato with a flash of light. Am I Ethan's servant now? Mio whispered, feeling the faint spiritual connection. Ethan ruffled her hair and looked at Maria. Do you want a rook piece? Maria fought, just like Kaneko brutal, close-quarters combat. The rook piece was her best match. I'm fine with anything, Maria giggled, creeping back toward them. As long as you share your debut battle with Lady Mio for me. Ethan rolled his eyes. This girl never learned. Seeing Mio's fist clenching again, he quickly changed the subject. Let's try the rook pieces, though I suspect two might not be enough. He looked at the keyhole-shaped tattoo on her collarbone. Maria had a massive power sealed within her. Once unleashed, she would transform from a small child into a tall, powerful warrior. Powerful demon queen. How did you know about that, big brother? Maria asked. Your mother, Shiera, told the Gremory family. Ethan lied smoothly. The contract attempt failed with the rook pieces. He then tried the bishop and knight pieces, no luck. Finally, he brought out the pawns. Drake's soul had cost 7 pieces. Maria and her seal took all 8. Ethan had to place his hand over her sternum to stabilize the mana flow. When the contract finally settled, he was stunned. Mariah's potential was monstrous, easily matching Mio's. It made sense. While Mio was half-human, Maria was the daughter of the previous Shadow Queen. With the right genes from both her parents, she might actually have the highest growth potential in the entire club. While Ethan was marveling at her stats, Maria was still flustered from the unexpected handling during the contract. Mio immediately started teasing her, but as the trash-talking champion, Maria quickly turned the tables, leaving the Tsundere Mio flustered again. Ethan didn't interfere. He didn't want to accidentally cause a chaotic scuffle just yet. Even in her small, cute form, Maria still carried a mysteriously commanding presence. Soon, the rest of the club joined in the celebrations. Ravel, as the queen, felt a sudden sense of competition. The Nehru's sisters were beautiful, powerful, and had that sister's buff. Her position as the first lady felt threatened. The blonde princess decided she needed to work harder. But first, she had a request. Ethan, are you busy this weekend? She was trying to drop the master title, as he requested. Tomorrow is Saturday. I'm free. Why? I want you to accompany me to the underworld, Ravel said, twisting a golden drill curl around her finger. I haven't told my family about becoming your queen yet. As long as they don't mind, I'd love to visit the House of Phoenix, Ethan replied. He didn't have a bad impression of the family except for Razor, and frankly, he just felt sorry for the guy now. Every single one of Razor's former beautiful servants was now assigned to Ethan as his personal attendant. Ethan, would you like me to focus on the trip to the Phoenix estate or jump to a specific encounter during the summer break? Chapter 287, House Calls and Healing in the Underworld at the Grand Estate of Duke Phoenix. Amidst the cry of a phoenix, a brilliant teleportation circle flared, and 2 figures emerged from the light. Lady Ravel, Lord Ethan. The demonic butler in charge of reception bowed deeply. The head of the house has been expecting you for some time. Only my eldest brother? Where is mother? Ravel asked. The madam is in her private quarters. After the formal greetings are concluded, my lady, you may visit her at your leisure. Ravel waved a hand dismissively. Understood. You may go. They'll take Ethan to see Laval myself. As you wish, my lady. Ethan looked around with genuine curiosity as they walked. Centuredo, from the sheer number of servants to the weave of the carpets and the meticulously manicured gardens, everything was of the absolute highest caliber. Ravel thoughtfully slowed her pace, allowing Ethan more time to take it all in. Every time she caught a glimpse of wonder or curiosity on his face, the blonde heiress instinctively puffed out her chest with pride. 10 minutes later, Ethan and Ravel met the current head of the Phoenix family, the eldest of the 4 siblings, Laval Phoenix. The meeting was far more pleasant than Ethan had anticipated. Laval was clearly a brilliant young leader. He didn't mention the razor incident once. Instead, he spoke of future cooperation and prospects with such warmth that even Ravel grew bashful. If it weren't for the difference in hairstyle and dress, Laval looked almost exactly like Razor, making Ethan wonder if Razor was the black sheep of the family despite their identical faces. With the formal meeting over, Ravel was officially recognized as Ethan's queen and, for all intents and purposes, his fiancée with the family's full blessing. As they left Laval's office, Ethan asked, "Ravel, why does your brother look so much like Razor?" "Didn't you know, Ethan? My 3 older brothers are triplets." Ravel still had a lingering blush on her cheeks. Laval's suggestive comments about her future marriage were still ringing in her ears. "Triplets? That explains a lot." Ethan nodded. The Phoenix family really was blessed. Not only were they profiting immensely from the raiding games, but they had also produced 3 pure-blooded heirs in one go. What about the second brother? He's a journalist in the human world. He hasn't been back in ages. He'll introduce you next time he's home. Talking as they went, the 2 arrived at a set of redwood doors. Ravel stopped, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. "This is my mother's room." Ethan nodded. Even though this was essentially meeting the parents, he wasn't nervous at all. In fact, he felt more relaxed than he had with Laval. Perhaps it was because of his complicated past experiences with various family members. Ravel, unaware of the inappropriate thoughts swirling in Ethan's head, was deathly nervous. "Knock, knock. Mother, it's me. We're coming in." Half an hour later, Ethan and a much-relieved Ravel returned to her bedroom. "Phew, it's over." The blonde girl closed the door and dove face first into her pink princess bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Ethan, when Mother asked about my 3rd brother, you didn't seem nervous at all." Ravel rolled over, lying on her back, looking at Ethan as he inspected her room. Ethan opened her wardrobe, glancing at the rows of frilly dresses. "Why should I be nervous? You don't hold a grudge against me. So why would your mother? It was a fair duel. He lost. Besides, Razor's behavior before the duel had already alienated everyone. Eubeluna and the others were now officially under Ravel's name, but still lived at the Phoenix estate. The truth about the secret ritual Razor used had long since become an open secret. Furthermore, Razor wasn't dead or crippled. He had simply chosen to give up, contenting himself with being the family's stud rather than striving for greatness. To be honest, his lifestyle was still something 90% of devils would kill for. "I guess," Ravel murmured, choosing to drop the subject. Ever since she saw what happened to Eubeluna and the others, she had lost all respect for her 3rd brother. By the way, Eubeluna and the rest are staying in the villa on the West Wing. Do you want to go see them? Ethan put down a pair of white stockings he had been looking at. "Sure. I should check on how their treatment is progressing. Actually, several of them haven't received their full treatment yet. Maybe I should take care of that while we're here for the next 2 days." At the mention of treatment, Ravel's face flushed a delicate pink. "Shualan and the others are quite strong. They aren't in any life-threatening danger." The cute blonde huffed, "You promised to spend these 2 days with me. You can't back out." "Of course. I wouldn't dream of abandoning my queen." Ethan chuckled. "But, my lady queen, in with you during the day. I should head home at night, though." Ravel straightened up in her seat. She immediately sat up straight. It wasn't that she didn't want to get closer to Ethan, but having just become his queen, it felt a bit too fast. At night we sleep, obviously." Ethan looked at her with a playful smile. "So, we're sharing the room?" Ravel fell silent. "In that case, we'll head over to the West Villa tonight," Ethan said, ruffling her silky blonde hair. "Don't worry, We'll be here first thing in the morning to keep you company. Though she felt a little dejected, Ravel agreed. After all, the treatment was technically official business. Since she wasn't quite ready to proceed yet, the night would be wasted anyway. Centuredo, he had already scouted the location during the day with Ravel and had even selected the targets for the night. Since he was going out with Ravel in the morning, he decided to take action against two women tonight. The first was the Japanese-style beauty and bishop class, Minami. The second was a mature woman of the group, the bomb queen, Yubaluna. Yubaluna had been closely connected to Razor in the past, but now she had parted ways with him. When it came to healing his patients, Ethan accepted Yubaluna's background without concern. In fact, Centuredo Yubaluna, her wavy purple hair partially covering her right, I began to blush. She took a deep breath, her cheeks turning red. She reached out and placed her soft hands gently on his arm, her expression earnest and a little flustered. Yubaluna steadied herself, determined and resolute. She wore a stylish black outfit that suited her figure. Ethan glanced at Minami, who had changed into casual indoor clothes. It seemed the two had agreed to let the more experienced Yubaluna go first. Yubaluna confidently stepped forward and began her turn. Ethan took a closer look at the gentle Japanese girl. She wore a cream-colored knit barato and a white skirt that gave her a neat, modest look. She sat comfortably with her pale, slender legs draped casually, her feet resting in house slippers. Looking up, her black hair was loose. Centuredo, she suddenly pulled her hand away. Wiping her palms clean on her clothes, she clapped her hands together. All right, let's try a different way. Before Ethan could ask, he felt something strange slide up his calf. It was small and smooth. Centuredo, Yubaluna carefully caught every drop of the polishing cream on the backs of her feet. She then moved her feet together, spreading the polish evenly across the shiny black silk. Ethan marveled at the finish. Before he could say anything, Yubaluna adjusted her position, kneeling on the bed, so her careful. She had a warm expression on her face as she stood close to him. She gently placed her hand on his barato and leaned in close, smiling with a look of pure affection as she carefully tidied up around the area. Centuredo, his spirit quickly regained its resolve. Yubaluna stepped back without needing a word from Ethan. She turned to face him, her expression serious and determined. Ethan reached out, and the moment between them was charged with unspoken understanding. He carefully untied the side ribbons of her dress, and the moment was deeply romantic. They held each other close, their hearts racing, and shared their first tender barato as a couple. This feels like a dream, she whispered softly. Time seemed to stand still as they embraced, completely lost in the warmth and joy of the moment. Centuredo, but answer the question first. Yubaluna pressed her barato together, whispering, no, never. He never completed the ritual. Ethan's eyes lit up as he stepped forward. Really? Yes, A sense of relief washed over her. Yubaluna gasped. The Phoenix family takes bloodlines very seriously, and Razor's abilities were ordinary. He finished before he could even attempt anything significant. Though he was confident in his own abilities, hearing it from Yubaluna herself made Ethan very pleased. The idea that he would be the first to challenge this strong, mature woman made him even more motivated. Centuredo, the raging valley, was clearly visible to the startled Minami. With every powerful motion, Minami could see the dramatic clash of forces, a massive beam stretching the entrance to its limit, the heavy weight striking against Yubaluna's legs. It was an intimidating, yet mesmerizing sight. Chapter 289. Centuredo, but he had simply changed positions for a better view. Watching the confrontation between the handsome Ethan and the fiery Yubaluna was overwhelming for her. The intensity of their battle and the fierce clash of wills left her breathless. Centuredo. Ethan had no idea what was going on in the mind of this girl. If he did, he would have been more than happy to assist. The battle between Ethan and Eubeluna reached its peak. Ethan's power was particularly strong tonight. He had already impressed the mature woman with his dedication to their collaboration. Now, she sat quietly, her attention focused on the project. Ethan concentrated on his work, carefully reviewing each detail to ensure the presentation impressed everyone. Luna, I'm going to finish. Centurato. The moment left everyone in the room breathless. Watching from the side, Minami felt overwhelmed by the intensity of the scene. As Ethan delivered those final, powerful moves, she felt completely swept up in the energy. She reached her own breaking point right along with everyone else. Centurato Ethan realized instantly that the bishop had a deceptive nature hidden behind a carefully constructed appearance. Her standard attire was slightly disheveled, which gave him a clearer picture of her true character. He stood up. He was still recovering from the intense confrontation with Eubeluna. Even in his exhausted state, he appeared imposing and intimidating. Minami was trembling, whether from fear or adrenaline. It was hard to say. She was covered in sweat. Centurato Ethan didn't wait for her to finish. He moved beside her, gently moved her hand away from her barato, and rested his own hand on her barato. His experience coordinating group training sessions and endurance events had prepared him to barato both of them at once. Centurato, her purple-painted expression softened as she leaned close to Minami. Eubeluna spoke softly, sharing a quiet confidence that left Minami visibly moved. Minami pressed her barato together, trying to steady herself as her face flushed a deep shade of red. Centurato, the girls had occasionally supported each other in the past, and Minami had collaborated with Eubeluna before. Under the queen's guidance, Minami's doubts faded away, and her true feelings became clear. Ethan patted Eubeluna's head. Centurato. How is it? Do you like it? Ethan asked, gently helping her remove her jacket. Yes. So good. It's incredible. I've never felt this. I feel like I'm flying. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Her face beamed with joy as she cheered in amazement at the experience. Centurato. She felt as if she had discovered something entirely new and profound in her life. Lord Ethan, while Minami was taking a moment to recover, Eubeluna, who had been watching from the side, could no longer contain herself. She turned and called out in an urgent voice, eager to continue their training barato together. She had been waiting patiently for her turn and was determined to give it her all. Although it was meant to be a routine practice, she had to wait for Minami to finish first. Watching Ethan confront Minami right in front of her had only intensified her emotions to a boiling point. All right, get over here. Upon hearing Ethan's command, Eubeluna didn't hesitate for a second. She lunged forward, approaching Minami, who stood trembling with fear. Centurato. The night was young. He would consume their strength until they could no longer fight back, leaving them too drained to recover for days. While sleep was optional for Ethan now, he didn't want to look like a zombie the next day. He had promised to spend time with Ravel, and he didn't want to be out of it when he was with her. Centurato. Ethan looked down and saw the purple-haired woman had already recovered. She followed Minami's lead, pressing herself against the wall and moving closer to Ethan's hand. Seeing her eagerness, Ethan smiled. You're next. He reached down, placing his hand on her back to steady her. Centurato Ethan gently pushed aside Eubeluna and Minami, who were clinging to him in their sleep. After a quick shower, he left the western villa and headed back toward the main Phoenix mansion. Even though he was up early, many servants were already beginning their duties. Along the way, several cute maids bowed and greeted him, and Ethan nodded back with a smile. The underworld was always a bit dimmer than the human world. Even at dawn, the sunlight felt somewhat muted. Thankfully, it was mid-July, and the summer sun provided enough warmth to keep him comfortable. Demons generally preferred darker environments, but Ethan wasn't just a demon. He spent the entire morning wandering the gardens with Ravel. After lunch, they took a nap together under the shade of a tree prepared by the servants. Ethan, did the treatment go well last night? Ravel was becoming increasingly natural around him. Although she was the youngest daughter of the Phoenix family, she was the only one. Beneath her occasionally sharp-tongued and tsundere exterior, she possessed the grace and aura of a true noble. She reminded him a bit of a younger Rhys Gremory, not just in temperament, but in her overall presence as well. Ravel was already quite mature for her age, though she still had a way to go to match the composure of Rhys or Aquino. Ethan actually appreciated Ravel's current stage of growth. It made spending time with her feel more relaxed and natural. There was a saying, admiration is the furthest thing from understanding. If Ravel always looked at him with starry-eyed worship, it would be hard to truly connect. It went very well. Tonight, he'll treat Carmine and Cirrus. After that, only Shualan and Isabella will be left. Shualan and Isabella were former rooks, meaning their physical constitutions were the strongest among the girls. Combined with Zuelin's traditional personality as a China girl, Ethan had saved them for last. Ravel nodded, then hesitated before asking, Ethan, have you thought about taking Shualan and the others as your own peerage? I did, but then I decided against it. Ethan had indeed considered it, especially with girls like Shualan. Her martial arts skills were bravado, tier, and her heritage was a bonus in his eyes. Then there was Yubaluna, who was famous enough to be a rival to Aquino Himejima. She was more than qualified to be a bishop. Cirrus and Carmine were also excellent candidates. However, he didn't have enough slots for all 14 of them. Picking only a few while leaving the others behind felt too cruel. While the world was harsh and cold, Ethan didn't want to be the one to make it worse for them. If he didn't pick any, they could stay together as a group. With their bond and the boost from his treatment, they would be able to thrive as long as there was no outside interference. Ravel agreed with his reasoning. True. If possible, I'd like them to stay together. She trailed off as a thought occurred to her. Her eyes widened. Ethan, now that I've reached the level of a middle-class devil and am close to becoming high-class, they'll be entitled to my own set of evil pieces soon. Ethan understood immediately. Ravel was currently rank A, equivalent to a middle-class devil, but she was on the verge of breaking through to rank S. As a daughter of the 4 great pure-blood families, she, like Rhys, would be granted her own peerage once she reached high-class status. Ravel had never cared much about building a peerage or even about her own training before meeting Ethan, so she hadn't thought of it until now. That's a great idea. I approve, Ethan said. Even though you'll be missing one bishop, with the Phoenix family's talent and the teamwork Yubaluna and the others already have, you'll have a formidable force right away. In fact, she could easily take over Razor's old position in the rating games. If she found one more strong bishop, she might even surpass Razor's peak. Good. It's decided then. As Ethan's queen, Ravel felt this was the best path. It solved a problem that had been bothering her and provided her king with a powerful auxiliary bravado and a group of personal attendants. Ravel was a kind person, but given the nature of their world, she wouldn't treat Yubaluna and the others as equals. They had been subordinates under Razor, and they would be under her as well. Her goals had changed, but her treatment of her team remained largely the same. Just remember to find a strong candidate for that last bishop slot, Ethan said bluntly. I'd feel awkward if there were a guy in the mix. Ravel rolled her eyes. I know. They'll bring her for you to meet before I reincarnate her. Perfect. Ethan chuckled. That bishop would eventually join his team anyway, so he might as well choose someone who fit well with the group. As the sun began to set, the two returned to the mansion. Spending the day with Ravel felt like the start of a pure love relationship, which felt strange to Ethan. He was used to a different kind of dynamic in relationships. Thinking about the quieter romantic route he had neglected for a while, he felt a bit restless. So, after dinner, he hurried back to the Western Villa for a new round of treatment to reconnect with his roots. In a bedroom lit by golden chandeliers and filled with the pleasant fragrance of fresh flowers, two beautifully dressed young women stood nervously before Ethan. Caramine, with her brownish short hair, wore an elegant one-piece outfit paired with intricate black and red accents along her legs. Her green eyes were shy, and her pale face was flushed. Beside her was Cirrus, who usually remained expressionless. Her sharp, somewhat fierce eyes had softened, making her already high-level beauty even more striking. She wore a dark, midnight black gown adorned with gold specks that looked like stars in the night sky. Ethan looked at Cirrus' hair, which was tied up high with a long, thin braid at the end, and frowned slightly. He had always hated that hairstyle. It was okay with casual clothes, but with this dress, it was a total buzzkill. Cirrus, let your hair down. Huh? The tall knight girl blinked. She didn't understand why, but she obediently undid the ties, letting her hair spill out. Ethan looked at her again, as her dark blue hair flowed down like a waterfall. He was stunned. She looked incredible. In any world, a hairstyle can make or break a person's beauty, and Cirrus was the perfect example. Keep it like that from now on, Ethan declared. I don't want to see you with that old style again. But Lord Ethan, it makes fighting very difficult, Cirrus protested weakly. As a knight, floor-length hair was a major liability in combat. Chapter 293. Cirrus, why don't you just cut it short like mine? Caramine teased. Anything is better than that weird look you had before. Cirrus actually started to seriously consider it. However, Ethan preferred long hair. Even though female warriors often went with short cuts, long hair wasn't impossible to manage with enough skill. Cirrus, keep it long, Ethan said, stepping forward to wrap his arm around her waist. Consider it a selfish request of mine. I much prefer you this way. Cirrus blushed and nodded. She would just have to spend extra time practicing. If it pleased Lord Ethan, it was worth the effort. Ethan had already told them about the plan for them to become Ravel's peerage. None of them were surprised. In fact, they were thrilled, beyond the healing and the special training. This was the best news they could have hoped for. Ravel was their leader, and Ethan was Ravel's commander. Since they were already training under Ethan, they had essentially become his dedicated attendants. And an attendant's first duty was to serve their commander faithfully. As the night deepened, Centuredo, revealing her incredible toned physique. Slender arms, a narrow barato, a flat stomach, and firm legs, she was the picture of quiet confidence. Ethan scooped her up and placed her gently onto the center of the bed. Beside them, Caramine watched with admiration in her eyes, a curious smile forming on her face. Centuredo, please stay with me. The knight had decided to open her heart at last. After Barato hurt true feelings, she became far more forward than her usual reserved self. Ethan felt a rush of nervous excitement. His heart was racing, and his cheeks flushed red. He resolved to give this seemingly distant knight a moment she would always remember. Ethan braced himself and drove his weapon downward. It smashed through the Barato petals and struck Cirrus. To Ethan's surprise, even though she was a knight, Cirrus cried out in pain, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Cirrus, are you okay? Ethan stopped immediately, concerned. She gave him a strained smile. I'm okay, Instructor. It's just my Barato trying this. It hurts a bit, but it'll adapt soon, huh? Not every beginner adapts instantly to a new physical challenge. Some experience significant discomfort as they adjust, and Cirrus was one of them. Despite her training and willpower, the sheer intensity of the trial had overwhelmed her. Ethan realized his mistake. Because she was a knight and so eager, he had pushed her too hard, failing to control the pace or difficulty. Centuredo, he held her close and spoke softly to her, encouraging her to relax as she adjusted to the moment. Cirrus wanted to tell him she could handle it, but before she could, Ethan's reassuring presence helped ease her tension. She let out a quiet, surprised breath, steadying herself as the experience began. Centuredo, Centurato, channeling his intense determination to guide the girl through her first cultivation experience. After a long period of focused practice, Cirrus resonated once more, aligning her energy with his rhythm. Finally reaching his own breakthrough under the flow of their combined energy, Ethan achieved a harmonious completion. Cirrus received a powerful surge of restorative energy deep within her barato. Her constitution was excellent, and as the healing energy took effect, her bruises began to mend, becoming soft and healthy once more. However, after such an intense ordeal, she could only lie limply on the bed, gasping for air. Centurato, Caramine, I just dealt with Cirrus, Ethan said firmly, keeping his composure. Are you really that eager to jump into the next fight already? He straightened his posture and focused on the mission ahead. Centurato, the treatment was just an excuse. She simply wanted to spend more time with Ethan. What do you want exactly? Ethan asked gently. I want to be with you, Ethan. I want us to be closer. Centurato. She felt a powerful impact ripple through her barato, an overwhelming rush of sensation that left her stunned and breathless. Her short brown hair was a mess as she let out a sharp gasp, her expression frozen in disbelief. Centurato, despite knowing Cirrus was now nearby, Caramine felt a burst of embarrassment at being seen in such a vulnerable state. She tried to compose herself, but Cirrus simply watched with quiet curiosity, seemingly taking in the situation. Ethan, however, had no intention of letting Caramine retreat. Cirrus, Caramine seems to be losing her strength. Why did he go assist her? Caramine panicked and tried to protest, but her words were cut off by a powerful attack. Cirrus' stoic face softened into a confident smile. Although her first battle had been difficult, she was now fully engaged in the fight. Centurato. Caramine? Cirrus asked curiously. Is it that bad? As she spoke, she reached out to check on Caramine's condition. No, it's not bad. Under Ethan's relentless attack, her words broke into a cry. Ethan's strikes were fast and powerful. Caramine could only cling to Cirrus. After an intense and overwhelming moment, she finally broke down in tears of joy. At the same moment, Ethan reached his own emotional limit and embraced her warmly. Exhausted and filled with deep emotion, Caramine went barato against Cirrus. Cirrus leaned in and whispered something quietly into her ear, making Caramine uncomfortable with the taunt. She silently vowed to get her revenge later. Ethan stepped forward and looked at Cirrus. Centurato, Ethan noticed a meaningful change in their dynamic. Their connection felt deeper and more intense than before. The thrill of the new experience was a first for him as well. The situation pushed his resolve to the limit, his actions becoming more determined than ever. Chapter 296. Return expansion. Cirrus' muscles tensed as the energy reached its peak. A jolt of electricity shot through her as a bright light burst out from deep within. The next morning, Ethan woke up early. Looking at the two girls sleeping beside him, both with slightly bloated bellies, he felt a pang of affection, but woke them anyway. Today, he and Ravel were returning to the human world, and the 14 maids were coming with them. Once they were settled, and Ravel broke through to the high-class level, they would sign the contracts. Staying at the Phoenix estate was becoming awkward for them anyway. Cirrus and Caramine recovered quickly. After the treatment, their complexions were glowing. Even though their stomachs felt heavy, it didn't hinder their barato. With the return to the human world, only the rooks Shualon and Isabella remained to be treated. But Ethan knew the opportunity would come soon. The group of 16 arrived back at the clubroom, which suddenly felt very cramped. After explaining the situation, Rias Gremory immediately decided to expand the villa until the construction was finished. The girls would have to stay in different guest rooms. The maids didn't want to just sit around. While they looked young, most were in their 20s, except the twins. They wanted to explore the human world and find things to do. With summer vacation approaching, Ethan spent a few days comforting the girls in his organizations and another 2 days cramming for final exams. The rest of his time was spent helping Rias and the others level up. His SSS rank life essence was incredibly effective. While they hadn't broken through yet, almost everyone in the Occult Research Club was now SS rank. Rias, Aquino, and Yuma, who had sold contracts with him, were on the verge of reaching SSS rank. Time flew by in a blur of growth and progress. After passing his exams, summer vacation officially began. Ethan planned to push the girls to SSS rank, treat Shualan and Isabella, and sign new soul contracts on the full moon. But a sudden interruption threw his plans into chaos. In the depths of the underworld, Kateria Leviathan, now significantly more powerful and in control of her unlucky aura, angrily dismissed her subordinates. Censurado. But she knew she was just trying to fill a void that only one person could. She found herself missing that week they spent together more than she cared to admit. August 3rd, the first day of the Japanese summer vacation. Ethan stood before a brand-new 4-story building, marveling at the speed of construction in a world with magic. He walked inside and decided to move in immediately. Compared to his old home, this place was a modern-day palace of luxury. The house was massive, covering the area of 3 normal buildings. It was divided into 3 sections, symmetrical on both sides. It looked like a luxury apartment complex stacked 4 stories high. Ethan's personal suite was in the center of the top floor. The decor was simple white and blue. In the center was a massive bed surrounded by white gauze curtains, an L-shaped blue velvet sofa, and a small table. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows were covered by white curtains, giving the room a holy yet mysterious glow. The floor was covered in a soft, pale blue wool carpet. Ethan's first thought upon seeing the room? This is perfect for a private gathering. Chapter 297. The return of Kateria. The renovations weren't limited to the upper floors of the villa. Ethan's underground little black room had also been completely overhauled. In fact, calling it a room was no longer accurate. The renovated underground space was massive, easily rivaling the size of the subterranean cathedral that Yuma Amano and her sisters had once used as their base. It was now partitioned into 4 distinct zones: the equipment zone, the wardrobe, the general area, and finally the prison. The equipment and wardrobe zones were self-explanatory. The general area was a versatile space designed to accommodate any new ideas Ethan might come up with. The prison, however, retained the characteristics of the original dark room, a place where the concept of time was blurred, reinforced by various magical seals. The purpose of the prison was to hold powerful, high-quality wicked women who refused to mend their ways. These women would undergo labor reform in the cells, and once they were ready to embrace a new life, they would be baptized through the other 3 zones. Of course, this was still just a conceptual framework. Ethan wasn't particularly interested in spending immense effort to guide wayward women toward the path of righteousness. A shared cultivation method was, by its very nature, a mutually beneficial practice. Even if Ethan gained more from the exchange, his partner certainly didn't lose out. Why force the issue? He felt his time was better spent deepening his bonds with other female powerhouses. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more paths are open to you. If it hadn't been for Kateria Leviathan trying to kidnap him and the arrogant attitude of the other Demon Kings during the Peace Summit, Ethan wouldn't have bothered with such elaborate schemes. Just as Ethan was thinking that he might never actually use the prison or the underground complex, a certain dark-skinned female Demon King showed up that very night to slap him in the face with reality. In the depths of the underworld within the Leviathan estate, Kateria Leviathan sat in a state of utter emptiness, her hands resting at her sides. Censurado. She finally broke down and tried to find a way to calm her troubled mind. At first, it provided a brief respite from her agitation, but within 48 hours, the void in her soul and her restless anxiety returned with a vengeance. In her luxurious bedroom, the dark-skinned beauty sat quietly, lost in thought, looking at the strange energy radiating from her hands and feeling the surging power building deep within her, the final thread of her reason snapped. A brilliant magic circle flared beneath Kateria's feet. She locked onto the spatial coordinates that had been burned in her memory, the only place that truly felt like home to her now. Human World, August 3rd, 10 p.m. After a busy day, Ethan had finally finished moving. He didn't have many belongings. Most of his time had been spent comforting the girls, especially Cheryl, Shualon, and the others who had stayed with him. The Gremory Villa was huge, but it couldn't house every guest connected to Ethan. To live here, one needed at least the potential of Yubaluna or the others, and a clear understanding of their role within the group. Ethan wanted to treat everyone equally, to be the saint of love, but in reality, it was impossible. Every time they had a party, there were new faces, or at least faces Ethan vaguely recognized but couldn't quite name. After some internal conflict, he decided to embrace his role as a relentless bulldozer. Being carefree was fine, as long as he didn't overthink things and stayed grounded enough to enjoy life. This move was a quiet way of showing that. He simply didn't have enough emotional energy to spread around. Looking after close friends like Rias and Sona Citri, Centurato, he knew he had to celebrate the first night in the new house. Ethan lay on a massive bed in his top-floor suite, wearing a soft cotton robe. He was just about to call Rias and the others through the Soul Network when a familiar, yet foreign magical fluctuation hit his senses. Ethan murmured, concentrating. A direct teleportation, it's in the basement. Specifically, the prison. He grew confused. Of all the places in this massive house, why teleport there? The prison was the only part of the villa designed to let people in, but not out. Without breaking the seals, teleporting away was impossible. Ethan headed down to the basement and saw Kateria in her usual spot, the only place in the house she recognized. She had shed her disheveled look and returned to her Demon King persona. She wore a crisp white shirt and a fitted skirt, looking dignified and refined. Her exotic, South Island features were calm, as if the woman who had been pining for him for weeks never existed. However, she had kept the polished look Ethan had encouraged. She wasn't wearing those thick glasses that hid her beauty, nor was her hair tied in those unflattering braids. Centurato. A flush crept up her cheeks, though it was hard to tell if it was from shame or anger. You! How dare you! Her voice echoed in the wide basement. Ethan remained calm on the surface, but prepared his defenses. If he was wrong, a fierce battle was coming. But his intuition was spot on. Kateria was breathing hard, her mouth moving, but no attack came. She didn't even flare her magic. Seeing this, Ethan stepped forward. Kateria instinctively backed away, her psychological submission laid bare. He walked into the familiar cell and shut the door. In the small, enclosed space, Ethan stared into the eyes of the cold Demon King. Centurato, in this familiar environment, faced with Ethan's strong personality, her quiet side resurfaced. By accepting his leadership, she had officially given in. Ethan didn't say a word. He pulled her into his arms and held her closely. He bravado her tenderly, and she melted into his bravado. Centurato Kateria felt a flutter of nervousness as she turned around. "Could you please help me with my jacket?" she asked. Ethan smiled and said, "Of course," then gently unfastened the button and carefully helped her slip it off. Centurato, weren't you? Saying you only wanted power? And yet you're already backing down? As he pressed his advantage, Kateria trembled. She leaned back against him. I wasn't acting. I just didn't expect this to feel so overwhelming. Centurato. They trained together with determined effort, sweat dripping onto the floor with each powerful movement. Ethan pushed her hard through the exercise. Even in a squatting position, Kateria's legs grew weak from the intense exertion. Kateria's eyes were almost closed as she focused on her form. Centurato, the fire that had fueled Kateria's journey for a month was finally extinguished. But she wanted more. Why stop at one stop? She wanted to collect, as much as possible, though she suspected that was impossible. She wanted to store as much supply as possible to last her until her next visit. Frequent trips to the human world were hard to explain to her family. Ethan agreed to help her once more, but he couldn't keep assisting her forever. After that attempt, he realized he still hadn't broken through to the Demon King class. His stamina limitations were becoming a serious concern. He sent Kateria back to the underworld. He couldn't spend the entire first night in his new home focused on only one person. Before she left, Kateria tried to resume her cold Demon King persona, but Ethan found her attempt amusing. He almost asked her out again, but he saw the hopeful look in her eyes and stopped himself. Close call. This seemingly innocent dark-skinned lady is getting bolder. After establishing their mentor and student dynamic and exchanging contact info, the meeting ended. Ethan returned to his top-floor room before midnight. He informed Rias of everything through the Soul Network. Rias was shocked, but quickly cooperated. She and Aquino helped mask the magical fluctuations from the basement. The others, like the innocent Asia, didn't notice a thing. With the emergency handled, the real night began. It was summer vacation, and they had nothing to do the next day. Ethan lay on his large bed and contacted Rias, Aquino, and Yuma. He spent the night helping them train their supernatural abilities. By dawn, Rias Grimory successfully advanced to become the club's second SS rank powerhouse after Ethan. Centuredo, he was genuinely considering paying a visit to Graphia Lucifuge or go to the underworld to see Sona Citri, and perhaps also meeting her sister, Seraphal Leviathan. Ethan didn't feel a massive change at first, just more mana and a stronger Barado. He hadn't tested his combat power yet, but with his boosted gear and Juggernaut drive capabilities, he was confident he could take on 2 or 3 opponents of the same rank simultaneously. Once he reached the Super Devil rank through advanced training, he would regain his absolute Barado. While Ethan was calm, the impact on Rias and the others was profound. The boost they received from their joint training was now 3 or 4 times stronger than before. The younger ones, like Kaneko, found they couldn't even process his energy output anymore. They needed days of rest after a single session to absorb the massive amount of energy he pumped into them. As his strength grew, new ideas began to form. He thought about getting a powerful familiar or perhaps forming his own Valkyrie Guard, an idea sparked by a mention of the Norse gods from Valis Group. Chapter 300. Hunting and the Holy Swords. The former heroines who had pledged themselves to Ethan were the perfect raw materials for a Valkyrie Guard. However, turning them into a divine elite Barado like the legendary Valkyries required strength far beyond his current level. He didn't necessarily need to reach the tier of a primordial god, but at the very least, he would need the power of a dragon god. The mechanical angels created by the 10 great gods could reach the Demon King class, but they were riddled with flaws. To resurrect the Welsh dragon, Ethan needed to reach dragon god status. A Valkyrie Guard, even a mediocre one, would still be at the divine level. Breaking the limits of these fantasy world heroines whose natural talent was lacking to make them gods was no easier than resurrecting Drake. For now, these thoughts were too distant. Ethan pushed them to the back of his mind and focused on elevating the strength of himself and the girls in the Supernatural Research Club. During the day, he engaged in vigorous training, and at night, he went out with Rias and the others to hunt stray devils. Since the advent of Ethan's intensive training, the traditional methods of handing out flyers and fulfilling contract for humans to gain experience have been abandoned by everyone except for Yudo Kiba. Not even the student council bothered with those tedious tasks anymore. Compared to the explosive growth of shared training methods, Centuredo time soon reached mid-August. On a night that seemed no different from any other, the Supernatural Research Club cornered a stray devil in an abandoned factory. It appeared to be a delicate, long-eared elf girl. Before Ethan could even get a good look at her, the pure and pitiful girl mutated under the silver moonlight. Her lovely face twisted into something frightening and unnatural. A strange, twitching appendage resembling a withered branch emerged from her forehead. Her form swelled into a grotesque, massive insectoid shape. Even the protrusions on her torso transformed into grotesque, organic weapons. Kaneko, who was leading the charge, was caught off guard. She was hit by a stream of corrosive liquid fired from the creature's torso weapons, burning her arm. Talk about a blackened power-up, Ethan muttered as he watched Asia tend to Kaneko's wounds. This stray devil had barely been middle class before. After mutating into this monster, she had managed to injure an SSS-class Kaneko with a single surprise move. The boost in raw power was staggering. However, a beast without reason was destined for destruction, especially since the creature was still the underdog compared to the sheer power of the club. Rias forced the ugly monster into a wasteland behind the factory. With a single, decisive blast of the power of destruction, she reduced it to basic elemental particles, skipping the messy cleanup entirely. President, why does it feel like every monster we hunt used to be a beautiful girl? Ethan asked, watching the lingering magical sparks in the air. He had noticed that not all devils who betrayed their masters mutated into mindless beasts. Many retained their reason and human form, like that broomhead devil who combined alchemy and biotechnology, or Barato Kaneko's older sister. Although Ethan hadn't met the cat girl yet, she was vivid in his memory. If the butterfly effect hadn't changed too much, she would eventually become a Barato of Valley Lucifer's team. Because most devils who flee their masters do so to satisfy their own base desires, they are disloyal hedonists, Akino Himejima answered, stepping out of the shadows as she deactivated the barrier. Her white shrine maiden outfit vanished, replaced by casual clothes. Only stray devils who have completely lost their sanity turn into those things. They aren't even really devils anymore. No wonder the higher-ups issued an emergency execution order. Akino was being vague, but Ethan understood. Essentially, those young women who appeared gentle and soft-spoken lacked mental fortitude, making them prone to mutation. Someone like the broomhead devil ugly, but driven by a firm, scientific goal remained sane. Sane strays were usually sent back to the underworld. The mutated ones were slaughtered on the spot. This was likely the sole side effect of the evil P system. A literal change in species was bound to have bugs. As the hunt concluded, Ethan was ready to head home for more training, but Yudo Kiba suddenly approached him. Ethan, could you come with me for a moment? Yudo whispered. Ethan hesitated. He wasn't fond of spending private time with handsome version Kiba, but noticing the blonde's distracted gaze over the past few days, he agreed. Rias and the others shared a look and teleported back first, giving them space. Back at the villa, the girls gathered in Asia's room. Rias sat with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her hand. Akino, I assume Yudo wants to talk to Ethan about the holy swords. Most likely. Apparently, he got a lead on the past incident from that boy, Issei Haidu. Akino tapped her cheek. Besides, without Ethan's help, Yudo's progress is just too slow. Because of the boosted gear, Issei Haidu had crossed paths with the club several times. The girls remembered him mostly as a troublemaker, but they knew his name. Asia is about to hit A rank. Once she starts training with Ethan, she'll rocket past everyone, Yuma added. Kiba will be the only one left behind. Asia's talent was immense, specifically in healing. Through the bond with Ethan, she would grow at a terrifying rate. Rias stroked Asia's golden hair and sighed. I know, but the holy swords are too dangerous. President, what are holy swords? Asia asked, her curiosity piqued. They're also known as Excaliburs, Rias explained. To a devil, they're the ultimate nightmares. Just touching one can scorch our flesh. A direct hit can erase us from existence. They are weapons designed to destroy us. Asia clasped her hands, habitually starting to pray. A sharp pain shot through her head, reminding her that as a devil, she could no longer pray to God. Ethan hadn't asked Michael for permission yet. He figured the golden-haired nun would be better off trusting him anyway. Chapter 301. The Holy Sword Project and Yuki in the Woods. Yudo Kiba was explaining the situation to Ethan with more detail. People capable of wielding a holy sword were extremely rare one in a century. Yudo's body was a product of the Chuch's Holy Sword Project. They used children for human experiments to create artificial compatibility. Yudo wasn't the only survivor. He had recently found a lead through Issei Hayudu. Ethan combined this with his own fuzzy memories. He understood the gist. The original Excalibur was shattered in the Great War, and the Church used the fragments to forge 7 new holy swords. The project was an attempt to mass-produce wielders. It failed, the leaders were punished, and the discards like Yudo were ordered to be executed. Yudo escaped, but another child with a barrier-type sacred gear had also survived, though in a state of suspended animation. Yudo had become a devil solely for revenge to destroy every holy sword in existence. He had planned to do it through slow, agonizing training, but Ethan's power changed everything. Beyond his attraction to Ethan, he desperately wanted to return to his female form to grow stronger faster. Ethan felt a surge of interest. He knew Irina Shidou and Zenobia Corda were coming to town because 3 holy swords had been stolen by fallen angels. In the original timeline, Azazel's arrival and the Holy Sword arc smoothed the transition into the Peace Summit. But here, Azazel was already dead, and the fallen angels in Kuo had been purged. Why were the Chuch's warriors still coming? He decided to stop overthinking and just meet them. Senchuredo, the underdog, protagonist curse of this world, was no longer strong enough to barato Ethan into a loser role. But his own determination was a different story. "They'll help you," Ethan said, looking at Yudo. "Tomorrow, I'm going to Issei Hayuda's house." "Ethan, I want to go too," Yudo said firmly. "Even if I can't destroy the swords with my own hands yet, I need to see them." "Destroy them?" Ethan thought. In the original story, you ended up merging them into a new sacred gear and becoming teammates with those girls. Talk about hypocrisy. He glanced at Yudo. "By the way, Kiba, if you're going to be a girl eventually, stop calling me Ethan Cohen so formally. Just use my name." "But you always call me by my last name," Yudo pouted. "Fine, I'll call you Yuki." "I like that," Yuki. Yudo smiled. It was a handsome, sunny smile that could melt any girl's heart. "She has a striking, memorable appearance." Senchuredo, simultaneously, his mana flickered a strange, familiar sensation rose within him. In the dark woods, a group of thugs were silencing 2 women in tight-fitting outfits. Nearby, a man in a suit lay unconscious, his glasses shattered. Ethan didn't hide his presence. The women's eyes filled with hope. The thugs looked annoyed. "I thought it was someone scary. Just another pretty boy," one thug laughed. "Hey kid, we're busy. Get lost if you want to live. And leave your wallet." Ethan stopped, frowning. Despite his slender build, he didn't look like an easy target. It seems the common template of this world is still active, Ethan thought. Demon King class isn't enough to fully suppress this lousy protagonist aura. I probably need divine rank. Seeing Ethan remain silent, the women's hope turned to despair. The thugs, however, grew more excited. They had already handled a husband. Now they could deal with this pretty boy. They stared at Ethan, Senchuredo, their fear quickly turning into mindless rage. "You bastard! What did you do?" Ethan was already annoyed by Kiba's gender-bending drama. He had no patience for this. He released a tiny ripple of Demon King-class mana. In a flash, the entire group of thugs disintegrated into ash. A cool night breeze swept away the final traces of their existence. Ethan wasn't a senseless killer, so he precisely avoided hitting the husband and the 2 women. Normally, he might have just beaten them up, but seeing a threatening scene with thugs playing out in front of him felt like a personal insult to his status as the alpha. The 2 women were stunned, staring at the spot where the thugs had been. Ethan didn't explain. He realized they were ordinary humans and used mental magic to rewrite their memories. Now, they would remember a passerby calling the police, and the police arriving just in time to save them. He then knocked them out to match the husband. He placed the 3 of them together and called the police. While waiting, he studied the unlucky kids. In the dark, his vision was perfect. Wait, these 2 women look familiar. Ethan squinted. Are they from White Album? They looked like the heroines, but older, at least in their 30s. The White Album drama was apparently still going on into their middle age. He heard the sound of a police bicycle. Ethan shrugged and vanished into the shadows, making sure the officer found them before he left. He didn't care if they were the White Album Trio. This world was a mess, and he was used to it. Chapter 303, Mrs. Hayudu, 9:30 a.m. Ethan, wearing a black t-shirt and shorts, stood with Yudo, in front of the Hayudu residence. Yuki, Ethan muttered, let's agree on something. Yes. Yuki smiled gently, tilting her head. You don't have to be so formal, Ethan. Ugh. Ethan looked away. When we're in front of others, let's just use our old names. Issei is a big mouth. If he hears me calling you Yuki, the whole school will know by noon. Yuki blinked and then nodded understandingly. Issei really was a loudmouth. That's how she found out about the Holy Sword wielders in the first place. Irina Shido was Issei's childhood friend, and since she was back in town, she had naturally visited him. Finding two beauties in his house had sent Issei into a frenzy of bragging. Good. Kiba, Ethan said, feeling much better. I'll do the talking. If the Holy Sword girls show up, don't lose your cool. We'll try my best, Ethan. Not try. You must. Ethan stared at him. The three factions have a peace treaty. Everything can be negotiated, including the Holy Swords. Yuki lowered her head, looking sullen, but she promised. If she attacked first, she'd be breaking the rules set by the faction leaders. Peace didn't mean you couldn't fight. It meant you needed a valid excuse. If Ethan handled it right, the church might even thank them for destroying the cursed swords. Ethan knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman's voice answered. Coming. The door opened, and a pleasant, middle-aged woman peeked out. Yes? Who are you looking for? Hello, ma'am. Ethan smiled warmly. We're looking for Issei. We're his friend from school. Mrs. Hayudu, who had squinty eyes and a dangerous anime mom hairstyle, was shocked. Issei's friends? My goodness, when did that boy make such handsome friends? He never told me. Please come in. Issei is still asleep. They'll go wake him up. Ethan and Kiba enter the living room. Mrs. Hayuda brought tea and snacks, then hurried upstairs. Ethan scanned the room. The Hayuda house was quite nice, a standard detached home, larger than the Kamini house. Thump, thump, thump. Issei dragged his feet downstairs, yawning. Mom, it's summer break. Why are you waking me up so early? Early? It's almost 10. Mrs. Hayudu snapped. She wasn't nearly as gentle with her unruly son. Your friends are here. Look at them. Then look at yourself. Issei grumbled. Friends? Matsuda and Motohama were gaming with me until 2 a.m. There's no way their Issei froze when he saw Ethan and Kiba. He rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't dreaming. When he realized it was the two most popular guys in school, his face soured. Oh, it's Ethan and Kiba. Issei plopped down on the sofa across from him. What are you two doing here so early? I'm not popular like you guys. Ethan grinned. After all the time I spent mentoring you, this is the thanks I get? Issei's posture changed instantly. He dropped into a deep, formal bow. Sensei Ethan, whatever you need, your humble servant will do it. Ethan chuckled. Bring up dating, and this kid does a complete turnaround. I heard you have 2 guests staying at your house. Why are you still acting so obsessed? Issei deflated. They aren't staying here. An old childhood friend of mine is back in town with her partner. They just dropped by to say hi. Is that so? I heard differently. Issei scratched his head. It was a misunderstanding. I just wanted to brag to Matsuda and Motohama. I told them a girl I used to know was staying with me. Ethan nodded. High school boys were like that, especially perverts like Issei. 2 words with a girl could turn into a marriage rumor by the next day. Issei, do you have the contact info? Or do you know where they went? Issei looked confused. I don't know. I actually thought she was a boy when we were kids. I made a total fool of myself when we met yesterday. He brought out his school bag and pulled out an old photo. See? She looked like this. She was wilder than me. How was I supposed to know she was a girl? Ethan looked at the photo. It showed 2 cute little boys. One was clearly Issei. The other looked nothing like a typical boy. Yuki's breathing suddenly hitched. Ethan, look, she whispered, pointing at the photo. The pattern on that wall in the background. That's the prototype of the Holy Swords. Holy Swords? What are you talking about? Issei asked. Nothing, Ethan lied smoothly. Just saying that sword in the photo looks like something from a light novel. By the way, Issei, was this friend close to the church? Yeah, I think so. My family was invited to their church a few times. Wait, let me ask my mom if she has their number. Chapter 304. You have to trust your mother. A few moments later, Mrs. Hayadu, who had been busy cleaning the bathroom, walked into the living room. Are you looking for Irina? She asked with a warm smile. Yes, ma'am, Ethan replied, offering a charming grin. We have a few things we'd like to ask her and her friend. Mrs. Hayadu looked at Ethan and then at the handsome Yuki sitting beside him. She thought back to the two beautiful girls who had sat in those exact spots yesterday, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Could these two handsome boys be interested in Irina and the other girl? She wondered. They certainly looked like a good match, similar in age, too. She secretly wished her own idiot son had even half their charm. If he did, she wouldn't have to worry so much about him ever finding a wife. Irina didn't leave a phone number, but I invited them back for lunch today, and they agreed, Mrs. Hayadu explained. I see. Then maybe we should come back at noon, Ethan suggested. Oh, it's almost lunchtime anyway, Mrs. Hayadu chirped happily. I was just about to start cooking. If you don't mind, why don't you two stay and eat with us? That's very kind of you, but we'd feel bad staying without having brought a gift. Don't worry about that. Just consider it a thank you for looking after my Issei at school. Issei rolled his eyes but stayed quiet. In this world, dropping by to see a friend was one thing, but staying for a meal without a gift was considered extremely rude. Ethan eventually agreed to stay, but he made an excuse to step out for a few minutes, returning with a selection of high-end fruits, cookies, and milk. Mrs. Hayadu insisted it wasn't necessary, but her smile widened significantly as she accepted the gifts. It wasn't about the money the Hayudis were doing well, it was about the respect and intention behind it. She liked Ethan more and more. If she had a daughter, she would have tried to set them up in a heartbeat. Facing the mature woman's warmth, Ethan remained perfectly calm. He was used to this. Sensuredo, he made an excuse and dragged Ethan and Yuki up to his bedroom. As he slammed the door shut, cutting off his mother's lingering, longing gaze at Ethan, Issei let out a massive sigh of relief. He had never seen his mother look at his father that way. With Ethan's questionable reputation, Issei was genuinely terrified for his family's integrity. Ethan noticed Issei's anxiety. Truthfully, he hadn't thought much of Mrs. Hayadu before, but seeing her now a poised, mature woman with an undeniable presence piqued his interest. Sensuredo, aren't you? She's a hag, an old lady, Issei shouted. Mrs. Hayadu wasn't young, likely in her early 40s, but as a natural beauty who had aged well, she still looked incredible. Issei's hag comment was purely out of desperation to turn Ethan off. In reality, Sensuredo. Issei, you really should have more faith in your mother. Issei clenched his jaw. You jerk. You didn't even call her Annie just now. You called her Mrs. Hayadu like she's some kind of prize. Sorry. I was just messing with you. Ethan apologized quickly. Even with their friendship, joking about a guy's mother could go too far. You better be joking, Issei muttered, though he sighed inwardly. He knew his mother was at that age and could be quite feisty and unpredictable. If Ethan kept hanging around, he feared his mother might end up paying too much attention to him. He knew that if something happened, Ethan wouldn't be the one to say no. Trust her? Issei thought bitterly. After seeing that look in her eyes? I don't trust her at all. He looked at Ethan solemnly. Ethan, yeah? From now on, don't come to my house. If you need something, call me and he'll come to you. Ethan burrowed his nose. This poor, honest kid. He actually felt a slight twinge of guilt for his wicked thoughts. Most people would ask Ethan to stay away. Issei was so kind he offered to do the legwork just to keep his mom safe. All right, I get it, Ethan replied. I'm not in the business of breaking up happy families. He'll be careful. Chapter 305. Cooperation at 2 p.m. Ethan, Yuki, Irina Shido, and Zenobia Korda bid farewell to the Hayadu family. The four of them walked in silence toward the Gremory villa. The two holy sword wielders had been shocked to see Ethan and Yuki at Issei's house, but they had played along to keep the mundane atmosphere for Issei's parents. Inside the villa's reception room, Rias and Aquino met with the two church agents. As the rulers of Kuo town, they had to maintain proper etiquette. After introductions, Rias got straight to the point. What brings the church to Kuo so suddenly? We are here for the holy swords, Irina said, her pigtails bouncing. The church holds 7 Excaliburs. Aside from one that was lost long ago, the other 6 were kept in. Irina and Zenobia explained the situation. It was exactly as Ethan remembered. 3 Excaliburs had been stolen by fallen angels. However, because of a new peace treaty, the church couldn't make a public scene or start a war. They had come to investigate secretly, only to be immediately spotted by the local devil authorities. The fallen angels in Kuo have already been purged, Aquino said, handing Irina a document. There should be nothing here for you to find. Just because the fallen angels aren't here doesn't mean the swords aren't, Irina retorted, handing back the file. These records are months old. Can you guarantee no new fallen angels have slipped in? Aquino fell silent. If they were hiding and not causing trouble, it was possible. The stolen swords were a plot by the Warhawk faction of the fallen angels to break the peace treaty. By bringing the swords to Kuo, where the sisters of the demon kings Lucifer and Leviathan resided, any conflict would instantly void the peace. Understood. We will assist you in recovering the swords, Rias decided. Thank you, Zenobia said. Unlike the bubbly Irina, Zenobia was the lead on this mission and a focused warrior. Our priority is recovery, but if that's impossible, we are authorized to destroy them. We cannot allow the fallen angels to wield them. Hearing the words destroy the holy swords, Yuki's eyes lit up. The resentment she felt toward these 2 girls vanished instantly. Anyone willing to break those cursed blades was a friend in her book. Zenobia unwrapped the white cloth covering her broadsword. This is Excalibur Destruction. It specializes in raw power and annihilation. Irina unwrapped a white cord from her arm, and mine is Excalibur Mimicry. She demonstrated by turning the cord into a whip and then a katana. Wait, can that thing turn into anything? Ethan asked, eyeing the Mimicry sword. Like clothes? Pants? Irina gave him a weird look. Technically, yes, but why would I turn my sword into Barado? I couldn't fight like that. Why not? Ethan shrugged. You fighters usually have a rough time keeping your gear intact in battle anyway. Turning your sword into armor or clothes would give you a real surprise advantage. Irina looked surprised. Centuredo Zenobia stared at Ethan intensely. So you're the Red Dragon Emperor. Have you already mastered the balance breaker? Just call me Ethan, he said. I didn't seek you out just for small talk. I want to help with the swords. You've heard of the Holy Sword Project, haven't you? Yes. Then meet Yuki, Ethan said, pulling Yuki forward. She's the sole survivor of that project. Her goal is to destroy the swords. Since you're willing to break them if necessary, we're all on the same team. Wait, recovery is still the primary. Ethan cut Zenobia off. It's a deal. Give us the details. If they're in Kuo, Centuredo sending the key info to his subordinates. Outside, the sun was setting. It's late. Why don't you 2 stay for dinner? Irina started to refuse, but Zenobia stepped on her foot under the table. The blue-haired girl looked at Ethan with a slight blush. Thank you. If possible, would also like to request a room for the night. No problem, Ethan grinned. We have plenty of space. Pick any room you like. One is enough, Zenobia added. Irina and I will sleep together. Ethan chuckled and led them on a tour of the villa. He sent Yuki away, wanting to build some rapport with the new girls. This is the end of the 3rd floor, Ethan said, pointing to the stairs. A word of advice, don't go to the 4th floor unless you absolutely have to. Why? Irina asked curiously. Because the entire 4th floor is my personal suite. I usually spend my time there spending time with Rias or the other girls. It can get. Centuredo ID really liked to spend more time with you. She liked Ethan's looks, his directness, and his power. He was the perfect partner in her eyes. While it being a devil stop you? Ethan smirked. There's a peace treaty now, remember? Zenobia paused, actually considering it seriously. Centuredo, I wouldn't have to beg for a room. It wasn't useless. It was a work of art, a tribute to God, Irina argued, clasping her hands and looking like a total religious fanatic. Ethan thought about telling her that God was actually dead, but he decided against it. Irina was a pure zealot. She wouldn't believe him, Cinchuredo. She was as pure as a white lily and just as easily scammed. If she wasn't a world-class warrior, she'd probably have been swindled out of everything by now. So that's why you went to Issei's for lunch? Ethan laughed. You guys are broke. Irina glanced down at her feet, adjusting her heavy pack so she could see them properly. She whispered, we don't know how long we'll be here. A free meal is a free meal. You can stay here until the mission is over, Ethan offered. Meals included. He wasn't going to let this chance slip. Zenovia was a natural-born holy sword wielder with a unique lineage, and Irina was a skilled young woman. Airhead fanatic both were perfect additions to his collection. Thank you, Zenovia said bluntly. Irina began to object, but the thought of a hot shower and a soft bed won her over. She had spent the previous night meditating to ignore the grime on her skin. As the conversation grew quieter for the moment, Ethan gave them the keys to their room. Dinner is at 7 on the first floor. Don't be late. Ethan left them and found Yuki in the courtyard, practicing her swordplay. Yuki, Ethan, is there news? Not yet. My girls are fast, but not that fast. Listen, I talked to Zenovia about the Holy Sword Project. You shouldn't hate the swords. They're just metal. You should hate the man who did this to you. I don't even know who he is. Yuki sighed, her magic sword vanishing into sparks. They told us the project leaders were punished. They lied, Ethan said. The man who led the experiments, the one who treated you and your friends like disposable garbage, is named Valper Galilei. Valper Galilei. Yuki's mind filled with flashes of pain and white lab coats. He was an archbishop. He's a genius in his own twisted way. He figured out how to extract holy sword factors from children. That's how Irina became a wielder. She was injected with factors taken from others. But unlike your experiment, the church now has a way to do it without killing the donor. Ethan explained that Valpor had defected and become a stray exorcist. He's working with the fallen angels now. He wants to use Kuo as a testing ground to forge a new Excalibur. He's the one behind the theft. Is he still alive? Yuki's voice was cold with fury. He is, and he's coming here. If we find him, you can have your revenge. Revolving his plan around Barato Valpor, Galilei effectively replaced Yuki's obsession with destroying the swords. Now, she had a face to put her hatred on. But Ethan knew once he turned Yuki back into a woman and spent a few quiet evenings reconnecting with her, her heart would be far too full of him to care about old metal swords anymore. Chapter 307. The enemy appears the next morning. Ethan received a report from Fuyuko Sakuramachi and Kasumi Takamine. Through the joint efforts of their organizations, they had successfully located the fallen angel and the rogue priest hiding in Kuo town. Following Ethan's instructions, they hadn't probed too deeply to avoid casualties, providing only a general area rather than a specific room number. Ethan relayed the information to Irina Shidu and Zenovia Korda, who were out on the streets trying their luck. Together with Yuki, who was now refocused on her revenge, the four converged and began a rapid search of the designated zone. As the search area narrowed, the surroundings began to look familiar to Ethan. Yuki, I think I know where these rats are nesting, Ethan remarked. Looking at the abandoned factory ahead, he curled his lip. I thought that emergency mission last time felt a bit random. It turns out that mindless stray devil was in bed with the rogue priests and the fallen angels all along. Fallen angels are already traitors to God. It's only natural for such degenerates to flock together, Zenovia said, her voice cold. She braced her massive Excalibur destruction in front of her, her body coiled like a spring. As they approached the factory, the chill of malice grew more palpable. Yuki and Irina were equally tense. All three were A-rank warriors. They could sense the danger, even if they couldn't pinpoint the exact source. 3 holy swords, 2 priests, and 1 fallen angel, Ethan noted calmly. He scanned the perimeter with his heightened senses. The priests and the swords are roughly on your level. The fallen angel, however, is a problem. I don't think you can handle him. With his current strength, only a demon king-class entity like Kokabeel could even hope to mask his presence from Ethan. But Ethan already knew who the mastermind was. That stray devil he had killed weeks ago was likely just the gatekeeper left behind to hide the real operation. Realizing they had been spotted, the figures inside the factory stopped hiding. 3 men, all bearing the unmistakable look of villains, stepped out into the open. Leading the way was a priest wielding a katana-shaped holy sword. His face was twisted into a frantic, rabid expression, like a mad dog waiting for the command to bite. Behind him stood a seemingly gentle, portly old man with white hair, dressed in the pristine white robes of a church archbishop. Valper Galilei. Zenobia hissed. Hearing about his betrayal was one thing, but seeing the man who had turned the holy swords into a tool for his own obsession made her blood run cold. As a former archbishop, Valper might not be much of a fighter, but in the field of holy sword research, he was the undisputed authority. His presence here meant the stakes were far higher than a simple theft. Yuki's eyes turned a predatory shade of red. She wanted nothing more than to lunge forward and strike down the smiling old man to avenge her fallen friends. However, Ethan's hand on her barato kept her grounded. Valper wasn't the real threat here. Yuki looked at the shadow behind Valper and felt a shiver of dread. She recognized him. She had seen him move before, and she knew with absolute certainty that she was no match for him. She might not even get the chance to draw her sword before he ended her. The man was Kokobeel, a leader of the Fallen Angels Warhawk faction. He floated high in the air, 12 pairs of pitch-black wings unfurled behind him. He sat upon a conjured throne, looking down at Ethan's group with utter disdain. "Kiki, I expected more," Kokobeel sneered. "Is this really all the Gremory brat could send?" Ethan didn't bother replying immediately. Instead, he quietly gauged Kokobeel's power level. After a moment, his brow quirked. He hasn't improved at all since the last summit, Ethan thought. If he's still at this level, why is he acting like such a big shot? I was thinking the same thing, Ethan said, his voice laced with mockery. There's only 3 of you. It's hardly enough to go around if we each want one. Kokobeel's laughter cut off. Being looked down upon by a mere brat was more painful to his pride than a physical wound. Quite the barato on you, Red Dragon Emperor. I see you don't have your group of allies here to help you. Let's see how you manage to enter your balance breaker without their assistance. Ethan blinked, then realized that his breakthrough to the Demon King class and his mastery of the balance breaker through sheer brute force hadn't become public knowledge yet. Kokobeel still thought Ethan needed a power-up from his girls. Ethan smirked and played along. "Oh, you're right. Should I call Rias and Sona over? You did say you wanted more people to fight, didn't you?" Kokobeel stiffened. He didn't dare say yes. If Ethan really summoned the Gremory and Citri peerages and entered his balance breaker, Kokobeel wasn't entirely sure he could win. Censuredo remaining completely relaxed, even as Kokobeel began to manifest a spear of light larger than a human. Kokobeel's face darkened, and he prepared to launch his attack. "Wait a second," Ethan raised a hand. "What? Want to beg for mercy?" "Too late." No, Ethan waved him off. "I'm just curious. You worked with the Chaos Brigade last time. I'm surprised Shemhazai didn't execute you. Or did you betray the fallen angels entirely to join them?" Kokobeel stared at him blankly. "You should worry more about whether you'll survive the next minute." "My survival isn't your concern," Ethan said, his smile vanishing. A massive, deep mana began to circulate within him, causing the very space around him to ripple and distort. "But your answer determines whether you get to die quickly or slowly." Kokobeel slitzit pupils dilatil. Even without the balance breaker, he felt a sudden, primitive sense of danger emanating from Ethan. He instinctively tightened his grip on the Spear of Light, pouring more mana into it until it swelled to the size of a small house. The spear, glowing with a blinding yellow-white light and wrapped in rings of purple energy, looked like an orbital cannon from a sci-fi movie. Irina and Zenobia felt their hearts sink. They were ready to die for their mission, but the sheer gap in power was suffocating. Even Valper and the Mad Priest stepped back to avoid being caught in the blast radius. Yuki's hand trembled as she gripped her demon sword. Demon King class, it's terrifying, she thought. But as she looked at Ethan's steady, unmoving back, her fear dissolved, replaced by a burning desire to grow stronger. Are you sure you want to answer? Ethan asked. A dark blue magic circle formed beneath his feet. If this was Cocobeel's ultimate move, Ethan didn't even need his armor. Enraged by the continued disrespect, Cocobeel roared. He no longer cared about capturing Ethan alive to bait Rias. He wanted to erase this boy from existence. I was thinking of giving Shimhazai some face, but I guess I don't need to, Ethan said coldly. Fallen angels were traitors by definition, and he had no love for them. He had hesitated to strike down Cocobeel only because of the fragile peace treaty, but seeing that Shimhazai couldn't keep his own man in check, Ethan decided to deal with the problem once and for all. As long as he removed the traces, the fallen angels couldn't prove anything. After all, how could a special class devil kill a Demon King class leader? What? He almost killed Azazel at S rank? No proof. No proof at all. Chapter 308. Battleform. This was Ethan's first real fight since reaching the Demon King class. Since his opponent was a budget Demon King like Cocobeel, he decided to test his raw baseline power. He didn't plan on using the boosted gear immediately. As he mobilized his internal energy, he felt the true difference of his new realm. All his various bloodlines and energies except for his chi, which was still stuck just before the threshold of the immortal path, began to resonate and fuse. His exterior began to shift. It could no longer be called a devil trigger. It was a complete integration of his powers, his battle form. Ethan's form was no longer that of an ancient, monstrous devil. The thin, ancient devil genes had been overwhelmed by his other bloodlines. The only thing that remained was a single, pitch-black whip-like tail, but it was no longer coarse or grotesque. Instead, it was slender, flexible, and colored a deep black with crimson highlights. It looked deceptively elegant, almost inviting to the touch, until mana surged through it, turning it into a blade harder than diamond. His messy black hair now held faint streaks of crimson and silver white. The 3 sigils on his left cheek had vanished, replaced by a single, glowing, blue gem-like beauty, Marca Barado, shimmering teardrop under his eye. Centurado. Ethan's height had reached a solid 180 centimeters, nearly 6 feet, in his human form, but in his battle form, he grew even taller, looming over the already large Cocobeel. The biggest change, however, was his wings. 12 wings fanned out from his back. They were arranged in alternating pairs. One pair of pitch-black feathered wings, followed by a pair of slender, scythe-like devil wings, repeating down his spine. Ethan checked his reflection in a conjured mana mirror and nodded. It was a good look. Once his powers fully fused, even the minor imperfections would vanish. Cocobeel's arrogance was replaced by growing dread. Even if he was the weakest of the leaders, he was still a Demon King class entity. He could feel that Ethan's raw stats were now rivaling his own. He glanced nervously at Ethan's left hand, relieved to see no sign of the red gauntlet. Balance breaker is triggered by emotion and will, Cocobeel reassured himself. He can't just turn it on like a switch. Cocobeel didn't know that Ethan could brute force the sacred gear with his own mana. Even if you've reached the Demon King class, you're just a greenhorn. Cocobeel sneered, aiming his giant light spear. You think you can beat me? Ethan smiled but didn't speak. He wanted Cocobeel to fight with everything he had so he could test his limits. The massive spear of light descended like a falling star. The impact carved a crater dozens of meters wide into the earth where Ethan had been standing. As Ethan and Cocobeel's battle began, Yuki and the 2 Holy Sword girls engaged the rogue priests. Valper Galilei was a researcher, not a fighter, but the mad priest was surprisingly fierce with his 3 holy swords. Seeing the situation, Cocobeel summoned 2 massive beasts. 2 green magic circles appeared, and outstepped massive, flame-wreathed Cerberus hounds. Each was a rank, but their sheer size and ferocity made them much harder to handle. Yuki and the others were forced into 1v1 battles against the dogs and the priest, and they quickly found themselves in a desperate struggle. In the crater, Ethan unfurled his 12 wings, which had shielded his body. He glanced at Yuki's fight, confirming she wasn't in immediate danger, and decided to let her handle it. She needed this struggle to grow. Watching the Cerberus hounds, Ethan briefly entertained the idea of getting his own familiar. A summonable beast would be a useful ally in battle. He wondered about the limits of the contract and what kinds of creatures it could bind. Rias, Sona, and Aquino each had their own squads with interesting members. He shook his head, refocusing on the task at hand. Head, visit the familiar forest later. Back in the air, Kokobile was becoming increasingly desperate. His ultimate attack had done 0 damage. Ethan's 12 wings had a dual nature that dampened both devil and fallen angel mana. In a focused defensive state, Kokobile couldn't even break Ethan's guard. My turn, Ethan said. He retracted his wings and tail, preferring his humanoid form for mobility. Even if it was slightly less powerful than the full battle form, it was more than enough to dominate a fraud like Kokobile. Ethan's speed, power, and reaction time were on a completely different level. Kokobile tried to manifest another spear, but Ethan was already in front of him. A single punch sent the fallen angel leader hurtling through the air like a discarded rag. Ethan didn't chase him immediately. He hovered in the air, analyzing the feedback from a blow. Chapter 309. The blonde, big sister Kokobile lay in the rubble of the factory, his mind reeling. He couldn't accept reality. Ethan hadn't even used a sacred gear, yet he was being dominated. This boy had been training for barely a year, but his combat power was reaching the Super Demon King threshold. With the boosted gear, he could probably take on 2 Demon Kings at once. Masaka, I don't believe it. Kokobile stood up, his face twisted with fury. He raised his hands, desperately gathering every scrap of mana he had left. A massive magic circle appeared behind him, gathering light elements like a miniature sun. It was his last-ditch effort. Ethan looked at the gathering energy. If he let that go off, Yuki and the others below would be incinerated. About Super Demon King level. Huh? With the gear, I could probably 1v2 easily, Ethan mused to himself. If I had more mana and total fusion, maybe 1v3. It really does get harder to gap people at this level. He seemed disappointed that he couldn't 1v6 people anymore like he did in the lower ranks. Every person at this level was a once-in-a-century genius. The margins for victory were razor thin. In the end, it all comes down to the realm. Ethan sighed. He manifested the Crimson Dragon armor. Boost! The mechanical voice echoed from the green jewel. With his power doubled, Ethan moved at a speed Kokobile couldn't even perceive. He drove his fist deep into Kokobile's barato. The 12-winged fallen angel staggered from the powerful blow and collapsed. The massive light spell he had been charging detonated prematurely, sending a shockwave of mana that nearly knocked the girls off their feet below. TCH, even a fraud has a lot of health, Ethan remarked. Despite the lethal-looking wound, Kokobile was still breathing, though his spirit was broken. The sleek, Crimson Dragon armor now looked like the avatar of death to the fallen angel. Every instinct Kokobile had left told him one thing: run. He didn't even look back at his summons or his subordinates. He beat his wings frantically, trying to put distance between himself and the Red Death. He began to chant a teleportation spell. Ethan wasn't about to let him go. He wasn't as fast as the White Dragon Emperor, but he was far faster than a dying Kokobile. 6 strange wings sprouted from the back of the red armor, and he became a streak of crimson lightning. Ethan had already alerted Rias and the others via their soul bond. They were on their way, but it took time to mobilize and report to the higher-ups. 10 minutes later, in a mountain range far from the city, Ethan caught up. He doubled his power 5 times using the boosted gear and threw a punch that looked like a laser cannon. Kokobile had 0 defense left. He became a literal punching bag, carving deep grooves into the mountainside as Ethan hammered him. Ethan had no interest in prolonging his suffering, but he was also wary of fallen angel reinforcements. Kokobile was a criminal, but he was still a leader. The fallen angels wouldn't let him be taken down if they could help it. Ethan was right. Kokobile had sent out a distress signal. Shemhazai and a fleet of fallen angels were already en route. Ethan knew that a living Kokabeel would bring more political benefits to the Gremory family, but he didn't care. He wanted the villain dead. 1 minute before the reinforcements arrived, Ethan ended it. He delivered a fatal blow, leaving nothing but a lifeless Barado. When Shemhazai and his men arrived, they found Kokabeel's remains embedded in the cracked earth. The 12 black wings were badly damaged, and Kokabeel was barely recognizable. The mana in the air was still fresh. Shemhazai didn't even need to investigate to know who had done it. He pushed up his glasses, his expression unreadable. "Let's go," Shemhazai said coldly. "Take the body." "Governor," one of the fallen angels whispered, his hand shaking. "Are we just going to let this go? And what? Start a war?" Shemhazai countered. The subordinate looked away. Shemhazai's faction wanted peace. Azazel's death had been accepted. Kokabeel's death would be no different. Kokabeel had been warned, and he had ignored the orders. He was a liability. "Since he's dead, let him serve the race one last time," Shemhazai added. "Take the corpse to the research lab." "Yes, sir." When Ethan returned to the factory, the fighting there was also over. Rias and the girls were gathered around a tall, blonde woman with an elegant figure and a high-fashion, aristocratic air. Irina and Zenobia stood to the side, looking dejected. "Ethan, look," Rias said, pushing the blonde toward him. "I told you Yuki was a beauty." "Indeed. You look stunning, Yuki," Ethan praised. Looking at the restored Yuki Kiba, Ethan finally felt comfortable. No more awkwardness about her gender. He was curious about what had happened while he was gone, but the girls had more questions for him. Senchurado. Sona and Tsubaki arrived shortly after with the student council to handle the cleanup and repair the factory. Zenobia stepped forward, her expression somber. "The Holy Sword matter is resolved. We should head back." Ethan noticed their black combat suits were shredded. Senchurado looked utterly soul-crushed, as if her entire world had collapsed. Ethan checked in with Rias via their soul link. She assured him it wasn't a major crisis, but something they should discuss as a group later. Seeing the girl's state, Ethan pulled 2 coats from his storage space. "Here, take these. You don't need to give them back," he said. The 2 holy sword wielders looked down. During the heat of battle, they hadn't cared about their appearance, but now that the adrenaline was fading, they realized their tight combat suits were in tatters. Walking back like this would have been humiliating. Irina nodded weakly, her long chestnut twin tails hanging limp. Zenobia, the blue-haired girl with the green streak, seemed to regain some of her composure. "Thank you," she said softly. After watching them depart, Ethan's group teleported back to the mansion. Women's curiosity is a force of nature, and before they would let him rest, Ethan had to explain his new battle form and the details of Kokabeel's demise. "Ethan, you've grown so much," Rias said. She instinctively reached out to pat his head, only to realize he was now taller than her. When they first met, he had been significantly shorter. Between his explosive growth in power and his physical development, he was truly becoming a man. Once Ethan finished his summary of defeating a Demon King-class enemy, it was Yuki Kiba's turn to explain what happened on her end. Nobody cared much about Kokabeel being dead. If the fallen angels tried to make a scene, the 2 overprotective Demon Kings, Surzex and Seraphal, would handle it. Yuki's explanation was simple. She had resolved her inner trauma, leading to a spiritual awakening and a massive jump in power. While Ethan had been chasing Kokabeel, the 2 Cerberus hounds and the mad priest Freed, aided by Valper's technical support, had briefly overwhelmed Yuki, Irina, and Zenobia. But Rias and the others arrived just in time to prevent any casualties. Valper Galilei, obsessed with recreating the Excalibur, had fused the stolen fragments of the Excalibur Mimic and Excalibur Destruction with the 3 fragments Freed carried. He used a ritual called the Earth Exchange, intending to sacrifice the entirety of Kuo Town to fuel the fusion. Rias Peerage couldn't stand by and watch the town be destroyed. To stop the ritual, they had to destroy the fused Holy Sword. Yuki, wanting to erase the cursed blades from existence, led the charge. Even though the fused sword was powerful, it wasn't enough to withstand the Occult Research Club, whose average power level was now SS rank. When Rias and Aquino, both SSS rank, stepped in, Freed and Valper stood no chance. However, the Holy Sword itself was incredibly durable. Even a combined attack of Rias' power of destruction and Aquino's lightning, which rivaled the Demon King's output, failed to shatter it. Valper laughed like a maniac, mocking Yuki after realizing her true identity. He pulled out a crystal containing the Holy Sword Research Factor's the literal extracted souls of Yuki's fallen comrades to taunt her. The plan backfired. The souls of her friends manifested, and after a tearful spiritual dialogue, Yuki finally forgave herself. She absorbed the crystal, integrating the life force of her comrades into her own. Without the protection of Michael, such a fusion was usually fatal. Freed was the only survivor of Valper's previous experiments, and even he had been driven insane by the process. But Yuki, with her resolved heart and Ethan's previous influence on her energy, succeeded. She broke through to S rank, her body permanently shifting into its female form. More importantly, she mastered her Sacred Gears Balance Breaker, Sword of the Betrayer, Holy Demon Sword. The birth of a blade that combined holy and demonic properties horrified Valper. As a researcher, he realized the truth. This shouldn't be possible unless God and the 4 original Great Demon Kings were dead. The balance they maintained was gone, allowing such unscientific anomalies to exist. Valper shouted the truth of God's death to everyone present. While Rias and her peerage weren't surprised, having heard it during the summit, the student council members were shocked. Irina and Zenobia, however, were hit the hardest. For devout believers, learning their God was dead was a psychological catastrophe. Zenobia was the first to recover. Her faith was strong, but she wasn't a fanatic. She summoned another blade to rival the Excalibur, the legendary tyrant Holy Sword, Durandal. Valper panicked. He couldn't believe anyone could wield Durandal. Zenobia, looking cold and regal, explained that she was a natural-born Holy Sword user, a perfect compatible. With Durandal, the pseudo-Excalibur was shattered into dust. The crisis in Kuo was over, and Yuki personally executed Freed and Valper, purifying them until not even a corpse remained. Back at the mansion, the others had gradually filtered out, leaving Ethan alone with Yuki. As she finished her story, they were sitting close together on a sofa. Yuki, now a striking blonde big sister, leaned toward Ethan, her cheeks warm. Ethan felt a bit awkward at first, but her calm presence quickly put him at ease. When her voice, now a mature, gentle melody, spoke softly near him, he took the lead. After a long battle, there was no better way to relax. Yuki had been waiting for this for a long time. Now that she had grown permanently into her new form, the fire in her heart burned bright. Her indigo eyes were filled with a powerful mix of passion and love. Rias and the others had sensed the mood and quietly left them alone. Chapter 311, Yuki Asia, Part 1. On the 4th floor, the summer sun filtered through the white curtains, casting soft, warm lines across the blue-themed bedroom. The hallway was silent. Suddenly, Ethan's door creaked open, and a blonde girl peeked inside. Cinchuredo, her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. "Yuki, you're not going to suddenly turn back into a boy, are you?" Ethan teased with a playful smile, keeping a respectful distance. "If you change back halfway through our evening together, it might get a little awkward." I want," Yuki stammered, her voice unsteady. She felt herself drawn to him, unable to pull away. It was uncontrollable before. Now, even if I wanted to change back, I can't. She and Rias had already tested it. Cinchuredo, she remembered Ethan's words about needing to be strong. She had trained herself until her mana reached S rank. She was still weak in combat, but she had met his requirement. She had prepared herself, putting on her Kuo Academy uniform with renewed determination. She wore a black uniform with tall socks. The fitted outfit suited her, and the dark fabric complemented her look, creating a striking impression. She looked at her reflection in the mirror. Ethan should like this, right? Asia was usually a white stocking fan, but since Yuki was wearing white, she chose black to give Ethan some variety. She crept to the door and heard some indistinct noises from inside. Curious, she gathered her courage and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Ethan, can I come in? The sounds inside stopped. A moment later, the door opened. Ethan stood there in just his boxers, looking surprised. Asia, is something wrong? Ethan, I want to join Yuki. I've reached S rank 2. Really? Ethan blinked. When? A few days ago, Centuredo. I know you meant it for my own good, Asia said, stepping inside. I was afraid I wasn't worthy of you. Worthy? Ethan thought. I'm a scumbag who isn't worthy of a pure soul like you. But he didn't say it. He knew she would just argue until he stopped self-deprecating. Come Asia walked in. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. He stepped forward confidently toward Yuki with a playful grin. Let Asia rest for a bit. Yuki, come over here for a moment. The silver-blonde beauty smiled and walked over. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks lightly flushed. Her indigo eyes were filled with focus as she gently held the small carved pillar and admired its smooth surface from Barado to Barado. Ethan sat on the edge of the bed, watching Yuki carefully examine the intricate craftsmanship. Then, she leaned in closer, her expression full of curiosity and admiration. Centuredo, her skills, honed through mental practice and her natural instincts, rivaled those of Aquino. You're a natural, Yuki, Ethan praised, gently stroking her long hair as she focused on her task. He could sense her steady focus and growing confidence. After a few minutes, Centuredo, 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 Centuredo Asia had been pushing herself hard during the intense training Barado, and she finally asked to take a break. She leaned against the wall, catching her breath and wiping sweat from her face. Her coach nodded and stepped back, giving her space to recover. After a few minutes, she straightened up, feeling steadier and ready to continue. Centuredo, 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 and her indigo eyes were wide with exhaustion. Sensing she was reaching her limit, Ethan brought the recovering Asia back into the action. Asia had been watching from the side, her memory of the recent struggle still fresh. Seeing Yuki being challenged further made her heart race with anticipation. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. They looked at each other, sharing a quiet, triumphant moment as they wiped the last traces of dust from each other's faces, treating it like a precious treasure. Now then, time for the main event. Ethan's voice interrupted them. He had been watching them for a while, and his heart was racing with excitement once again. Who wants to go first? Asia or Yuki? Yuki gently encouraged Asia, reassuring her not to be nervous. Asia hesitated at first, but then nodded, deciding to step forward. Ethan smiled warmly, ready to begin the lesson they had all been preparing for. Centuredo, she remained still, tense with anticipation. Relax, Asia. Ethan paused briefly. He offered reassuring words while focusing his energy to keep his power restrained. After reaching the Demon King rank, his full strength was extraordinary. If he unleashed his full power against the petite Asia, she would surely be hurt. Chapter 3:15. Yuki Asia. With Yuki standing close behind her, Asia gradually calmed down. She recalled how she first met Ethan, how he had rescued her from Freed. Her resolve hardened. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Ethan ignored her protests and intensified the confrontation. Yuki leaned over from behind, and gently turned Asia's head before they shared barato. The two girls remained close together. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. She felt a mix of nervous anticipation, though the slight tension in her brow and the trickle of blood showed that her first experience with sword training wasn't without its stings. Ethan stood behind her. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo as a universal warrior. He felt he was only missing a powerful healing ability and a barrier technique to be truly complete. He prepared to continue their training barato to strengthen the bond. Chapter 316. Ultra Devil King class. Even though he had just finished his previous round, Ethan's power remained incredibly strong and unwavering. Centuredo Asia watched him as he stood boldly before her. Much like Yuki, she lowered herself down in front of Ethan, humbled and vulnerable. "Please, Mr. Ethan, please stay close to me." Ethan's eyes lit up. It seemed the Barato Mary smile could be used in such a remarkable way. Centuredo, Centuredo, Centuredo. Centuredo, Centuredo. The impact was so heavy it left Asia feeling overwhelmed and shaken, as though she might break apart from the Barato. The experience stretched her to her limits, and the intensity of the moment consumed her entirely. To Asia, the world had shrunk down to just her and Ethan. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Each heavy strike to her shield shattered another fragment of her remaining resolve. Asia's stance faltered, and her breathing grew more rapid under the pressure. She began to instinctively learn how to counter his advances. Under the fierce exchange, Asia's barato began to quicken. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. 10 days had passed since the Holy Sword incident. The three factions and the Chaos Brigade were well aware of what had happened, as it was an event that had dragged in almost every major power. However, aside from the Devil World sending representatives to congratulate Ethan on reaching Devil King class, the other factions remained silent, as if nothing had happened. Rumor had it that in the Norse faction to the north, a certain white guy had stayed quiet for 2 days before beginning to fight with a suicidal ferocity. The Chaos Brigade wanted the world to return to chaos, but they never intended to fight a frontal war against everyone at once. They couldn't ignore the limitless potential of the current vanishing dragon, Valley, so both sides were suffering from his outbursts. None of this concerned Ethan. After completing his intensive cultivation sessions with Asia and Yuki and absorbing their spiritual energies and talents, his strength had spiked again. As for the two blonde Barato, thanks to the training and the nourishment of his shared chi, they jumped 2 ranks in power. After reaching S-Class, they broke through again to become SS Class. In the training hall, Ethan deactivated his combat form, satisfied with his current status. Nama, Ethan Su talents, Fallen Angel Bloodline, Weapon Master Radiance of Life Skills, Mana Purification Martial Arts Mastery, Mustard Seed Space Weapon, Boosted Gear Comprehensive Rating, Ultra Devil King Class Radiance of Life was the talent provided by Asia. With this, his healing abilities could affect all forms of life, and the effectiveness of his healing magic was greatly enhanced. Chapter 317. The Nanaka sisters, his weapon apprentice talent, had evolved into Weapon Master, thanks to Yuki Kiba. Holy and demonic swords often had strange forms and unique abilities. Some weren't even technically swords. Yuki's ability to create holy and demonic swords meant she was proficient in using a vast array of bizarre weaponry. This talent naturally merged with Ethan's, boosting his mastery of all weapons significantly. I'm still missing a barrier-type talent, Ethan mused, rubbing his chin. Lady Graphia seems very skilled with barriers. During the 3 factions meeting, she handled all the logistics and even the final analysis of the forbidden space. He thought about it for a moment, but pushed the thought aside. He couldn't quite read Surzek's, neither his thoughts nor his true strength. It wasn't worth the risk for an uncertain talent, and pursuing someone else's partner wasn't Ethan's style. But if the silver-haired woman reached out first, well, on the last 2 days of summer break, Ethan had planned to give Shualan and Isabella their first lesson, since it had been delayed for so long. Centuredo, Shualan, and Isabella had no objections, so the matter was put on hold. In early September, Kuo Academy began its second semester. Summer was over, but the weather was still warm, and the high school girls were still dressed in light, breezy outfits. In Class 2A, Ethan sat in his seat, chatting idly with Becerra Tuja. Centuredo, hey, Ethan, can your body take it? Becerra joked, leaning over. Mio and Maria told me you haven't taken a single day off. Ethan glanced at him. What? You jealous? A little, Becerra admitted. But until I rescue my mother, I don't plan on getting a girlfriend. Having learned the truth of his birth and knowing enemies were watching from the shadows, Becerra no longer ran away. He had been training hard to overcome his inner demons. As a child of destiny with a 4-race bloodline, his strength had skyrocketed once he got serious. He was now SS class in combat power, and with his banishing shift ability, he could even go toe-to-toe with a budget Devil King like Kokobeel. But he was still a bit short of being able to take down Zalgir, let alone rescue his goddess mother, Afala. Ring the bell rang, and the girls surrounding Yuki Kiba returned to their seats. The classroom went quiet, but it didn't last long. When Calawarner entered the room, leading 2 beautiful new girls, it caused an inevitable stir. Ethan and Becerra had the strongest reactions, though they both kept their cool. On the podium, a tall girl with short, sky-blue hair bowed slightly. I am Yuki Nanaka. I look forward to working with you all. I am Kurumi Nanaka. Please take care of me. The other girl, slightly smaller with light purple twin tails, was more energetic. However, as she spoke, her eyes kept darting toward Ethan. Hey, are you 2 sisters? A girl in class asked curiously. Yes, Kurumi is my younger sister. Wait, then why is your hair different, and why are you in the same grade? Yuki Nanaka gave some cold, vague excuses. They weren't here to study or make friends. They were here for a mission from their village. Calawarner didn't rush into the lesson, giving the class 10 minutes to get to know the new students before pointing to the empty spots to Ethan's right. You 2 sit there for now. Ethan, Kaneko, go to the empty classroom and bring 2 sets of desks and chairs. Yes. X2 Ethan stood up, suddenly noticing the solemn, serious expression on Becerra's face. Wait, is it the face you make when you see your childhood friends? He turned his attention back to the Nanaka sisters and realized something was off. Becerra sat in front of Ethan. He had assumed the sisters were looking at Becerra, but as he moved, he realized their eyes were fixed on him. Becerra noticed this too and let out a sigh of relief, wondering why the hero clan would be interested in Ethan. Once the desks were set up, Ethan returned to his seat amidst the cold thanks from Yuki and the cute thanks from Kurumi. His eyes met Becerra's, and they shared a silent nod. Even if they didn't know the sisters' goal yet, they could exchange intel later. Ethan was curious why the relationship between the sisters and Becerra was different from his memories, and Becerra was curious why the hero clan had appeared so suddenly. Ethan spent a pleasant morning observing the sisters while they, in turn, found excuses to watch him while dealing with their classmates. Becerra, let's grab lunch since it's the first day. Sure. I didn't bring a lunch today anyway. Heading to the cafeteria? Me too. Let's go. As lunch break started, Ethan and Becerra left the room together, leaving behind a group of girls who wanted to spend time with Ethan. The Nanaka sisters were about to follow when Yuki Kiba, Asia, and the others blocked their path. Nanaka-san, our president would like a word. Rias Gremory? Yuki Nanaka's voice was cold. Her spiritual energy began to flow, making her blue hair flutter. Sorry, we have more important business. Dans mes understands. Yuki Kiba smiled, her silver blonde hair swaying as a powerful demonic aura manifested. The clash of auras sent a gust of wind through the room. Since Class 2, it was filled with supernatural beings. The normal girls quickly backed away. Kurumi tried to help her sister, but she found herself staring at the white-haired girl who had just moved the desks. Facing Kaneko's oppressive aura, she finally understood why a frail girl had been sent to do heavy lifting. Kurumi was a magician. At this range, against a close combat expert like Kaneko, she had zero chance of winning. After a tense standoff, and with Middlet and the others joining in, Yuki finally yielded. The energy subsided, and Yuki Kiba maintained her gentle smile as she stepped aside. "This way, please." The Nanaka sisters followed silently. Once they were gone, the other girls began to gossip, but quickly forgot the incident. They weren't stupid. They knew what to keep quiet about. While the sisters were being taken to Rias, Ethan and Becerra were already ordering lunch in the cafeteria. Ethan didn't eat here often, but he always found the food impressive. As expected of a private academy managed by the Gremory family, the cafeteria was as good as a high-end restaurant. Chapter 318. The Pasta Golem. "This tonkatsu is actually pretty good," Ethan said, picking up a piece of golden, crispy fried pork. "Becerra, want a piece?" "Thanks." Becerra took it and offered, "Ethan, try the salmon. It's fresh, sliced thin, and has a great texture." Ethan looked at the raw fish and shook his head. "Nah, I'll pass." "Would you say yes if a girl offered it?" Becerra joked. In reality, Ethan just didn't like raw food. In Japanese cuisine, he preferred fried items like tempura and tonkatsu. Sashimi was the one thing he couldn't stand. Even some native Japanese people disliked raw fish, so Becerra didn't push it. The two didn't get to spend time together as friends very often because Ethan was usually surrounded by a large group. It was a nice change of pace. No need to worry about being fair to everyone. Ethan took a bite of white rice and some tonkatsu before asking, "So, Becerra, you know those Nanaka sisters who transferred today, don't you?" Becerra swallowed his food before answering. "Yeah, we were in the same training group back in the Hero Village. Childhood friends, huh? And a pair of sisters at that." "Childhood friends. I guess you could say that." Becerra sighed. "I only lived in the village for a year or so. After an accident, we lost contact." "What kind of accident?" Ethan's eyes sharpened. Becerra hesitated, but considering Ethan already knew about his parents and his cousins, this secret didn't seem that important. The Hero clan uses spiritual energy, but usually it's not enough to fight devils. "We need relics to stand aground." "Relics?" Ethan paused. "Like that Brynhilde you have?" "Yeah." Ethan rolled his eyes. "Just call us sacred gear." "Sorry, habit," Becerra laughed, scratching his head. When Ethan first met the Tuju father and son, he had researched the Hero clan. He found that their ability to summon weapons and armor was essentially just using sacred gears and their balance breaker forms. The only difference was that their gears were hereditary. When a user died, the gear was recovered by the clan rather than randomly manifesting in a new host. Ethan listened as Becerra told the story. The accident was similar to Ethan's memory, but with a few changes. An S-class evil spirit that had been sealed in the village broke free. Becerra's father, Jean, wasn't in the village at the time. The other heroes fought back, but were being slaughtered. Becerra watched his friends fall until he saw the spirit lunging at Yuki. In his desperation, his banishing shift ability went berserk. He saved Yuki and the village and was chosen by the demon Blade Brynhilde, but his clan turned on him. They feared his power was too dangerous. He was imprisoned and eventually exiled along with Jean. In this world, however, the S-class monster was stopped with fewer casualties. Becerra's contribution was recognized, but it also highlighted how dangerous his uncontrolled power was. Once he got Brynhilde, the village feared a loss of control, so they let Jean take him away. Ethan found this version much more logical. One S-class monster wiping out an entire hero village would have meant everyone, but Jean was useless. If the clan were that weak, they wouldn't even be a factor in this world's power balance. "If you know them, why didn't you say hi?" Becerra finished his food and took a drink of water. "I know them, but we aren't close. Plus, I suspect they were sent by the village on a mission. I don't want to get involved until I know what they're up to." Ethan nodded and went back to eating slowly. He had developed a habit of eating in small, refined bites from spending so much time with the girls. "I don't think they'll be easy to win over, though," Becerra whispered. "But if you're interested, start with Kurumi. She acts tough, but she's much easier to talk to than the cold Yuki." Ethan was curious about them. They fit his interests well, and he still had open spots in his group. But he didn't agree with Becerra's assessment. "Someone with zero experience trying to teach me how to pick up girls? Hilarious." Both Yuki and Kurumi were simple village girls. Yuki might look cold, but she had the potential to be a yandere. Developing a real relationship might be hard given Ethan's reputation. But conquering them was a different story. While the guys were in the cafeteria, Rias was interviewing the sisters. "What brings the Hero clan here so suddenly?" Rias asked, leaning back in her chair. Yuki Nanaka replied, "We are here to monitor everyone, specifically your unique servant with the special ability." Rias' brow twitched. "I don't believe we've broken any treaties." Kurumi glanced at Rias briefly, but maintained a serious tone. "The power gathered here has exceeded the danger threshold. It could cause irreparable damage to the human world at any moment. Every faction had limits on the power they could keep in the human realm to prevent catastrophic incidents. Because of Ethan's ability, everyone in the club was at least SS class. Combined with the Naru's sisters, Becerra, and Ravel's new peerage, it was a force to be reckoned with. Even a local hero branch wasn't this strong. After the news of Kokobeel's death spread, it was natural for the Hero clan to panic. Yuki added calmly, "If you had already violated the treaty, we would be here for investigation, not just monitoring." Aquino flipped through some files. "We haven't received any official notice. It was a last-minute decision by the village. The paperwork will follow." Rias thought for a moment. "I understand, but monitoring can only officially begin once the paperwork arrives. They'll push the village to hurry," Yuki agreed. Chapter 319. Each getting what they need with the initial agreement reached, the room fell into a strange silence. Yuki looked at Rias and said, "While we wait for the paperwork, I would like to begin preliminary monitoring." "Is it just the two of you?" Rias asked, eyeing the sisters. "Yes. One will monitor Ethan Sue closely, and the other will observe the club's activities. The village likely sent only girls because they knew a man wouldn't be allowed into their inner circle." Yuki thought back to what the elders had told her, and a faint blush touched her cheeks, which she quickly hid. "That's fine." Rias smiled. They had nothing to hide. "However, I hope you won't reveal any of our private matters. If you're monitoring Ethan closely, you're going to see personal things about our daily lives." Her words made Aquino chuckle and squint her eyes at the two sisters. Yuki managed to keep her cool, but Kurumi turned bright red. Thinking about the elder's instructions, the purple-haired girl covered her face with her hands, clearly flustered by the situation. "Rias-senpai, thank you for your cooperation," Yuki said. "To better perform our mission, Kurumi and I would like to join the Occult Research Club and move into your residence. You can move in, we have plenty of rooms. But as for joining the club," Rias smiled. "The club is essentially my family. You can't join officially, but you can come and go as you please, just like Mio." Yuki didn't push it. Access was all she needed. When lunch ended, Ethan and Becerra bumped into the sisters in the hallway. Through his soul network, Ethan already knew their goal. He had no objection to being observed by the two high school students. In fact, he was already thinking about how to turn this into an opportunity to impress them. He had been through so many battles and seen so many dangerous situations that the idea of a girl watching him didn't make him nervous at all. "Yuki, Kurumi, long time no see," Becerra said, finally acknowledging them. "Becerra-ji, long time no see." Yuki nodded coldly, while Kurumi gave a polite greeting. The hero elders looked down on Becerra because of his bloodline and his power, but because of Jean's strength, they couldn't do much. The kids, however, just saw him as an old friend who left suddenly. Becerra scratched his nose. "Yuki, you're even colder than when we were kids." Yuki glanced at him before refocusing on Ethan. Kurumi pouted. "Sister is actually very nice. She just looks cold." Becerra shrugged, clearly not convinced. Seeing the sisters staring at Ethan, he decided to make his escape. "Anyway, I've got to hit the bathroom. See ya." Becerra believed women only slowed down his training, especially Hero Clan girls. He patted Ethan on the back as he left. "Good luck, brother. You are on your own." Ethan watched him go, then looked back at the girls. He felt like this was a win-win situation. Yuki noticed the exchange, but didn't care. The village hadn't labeled Becerra a traitor, so she wouldn't waste time on him as long as he didn't interfere. Kurumi, on the other hand, was blushing as she looked at Ethan's handsome face and his confident appearance. Ethan's unusual aura didn't work on people as strong as them, but his looks, his physique, and the charisma he had gained from being surrounded by beautiful people were very effective on innocent girls. Ethan was also admiring them. Rias and the others were outstanding, and the distinctive style of Yuki and Mio was even more to his taste. Yuki and Kurumi, Ethan said, not hiding his appreciation, but also not being creepy. Can I call you that? Calling you both Nanaka-san would be confusing. The sisters composed themselves. He was handsome, fit, and charming, the perfect boyfriend. But knowing his reputation, they stayed on guard. It was like seeing something tempting, but knowing it could lead to trouble. You're drawn in, but you try to stay cautious. However, thinking about the elders' other instructions, they felt a bit conflicted. Kurumi's face went through a dozen different emotions: shame, curiosity, uncertainty, and confusion. Ethan thought she deserved an award for her facial expressions. Yuki's expression didn't change, but Ethan found her Ice Queen vibe even more captivating. Kaneko was a different kind of stoic. Kaneko made you want to tease her, but Yuki made you want to impress her. Fine, Yuki said. And starting today, Senshirado, another mission, Ethan chuckled softly to himself. Aside from the restroom, he often spent time on the school rooftop and in the library. However, ever since the school nurse was replaced by Chisato Hasegawa, Ethan rarely visited the infirmary. It wasn't that he was worried about being seen. He just didn't want to accidentally provoke her. Chisato Hasegawa had appeared at Kuo Academy much earlier than Basara Tuju, and clearly, her motives were entirely different from his memories. Until her true goals were certain. Ethan didn't want too much contact with her, at least not until he became a God-class powerhouse. The Ultra Devil King class seemed powerful, but was almost helpless against a God-class being. The Ultra Devil King and the Devil King were still within the same major realm. It was just that the former possessed an overwhelming superiority in strength. A God-class being, however, could split a Devil King's full force attack in half with a casual strike, part the seas, and erase beaches or entire mountain ranges. A stray energy fluctuation could crush mountains. Without restraint, they could destroy the world through pure violence. As for the even stronger Subdragon God class, the aftershocks of their battles could annihilate the universe. Consequently, those remaining in the three realms were, at most, God class, as they could still act if they suppressed their power. Subdragon gods and those above lived in the boundless void outside the three realms, either slumbering, cultivating, exploring, or fighting. Yuki Nanaka wasn't a naive fool, but she wasn't quick enough to grasp Ethan's subtle implication. She tilted her head, her large eyes filled with confusion, looking unexpectedly cute. Despite her lack of understanding, the hero beauty said, "No matter what you do, I will follow you." Fine, follow if you must. Just don't say anything stupid. Ethan didn't care about being watched by beauty, but he wasn't sure he could resist snapping back if someone kept dissing him. If it were Kurumi Nanaka, there would likely be a scene. Fortunately, his shadow was Yuki, the cold beauty of few words. Perhaps it was precisely because Kurumi wasn't steady enough that the task of close monitoring fell to Yuki. Thus, on the first day of the second semester, Ethan gained a cold, beautiful stalker. Senshirado, 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 Senshirado. Ethan completed his final task with determination. At that moment, Yuki, standing silently nearby, asked curiously, "You spend time with several different girls at school during the day, and you spend time with Rias and the others when you go home at night." Senshirado, 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 Senshirado. Around her, Yakaina Sasaki, Ruri Kurumazaka, and Yuki Shinomura were also in a daze, catching their breath after the exhausting exercise. Ethan looked at the tired group, and then turned his determined gaze toward Yuki Nanaka beside him. "Yuki, if you want to know if I'm strong enough, you can test it yourself." His confident, Senshirado, 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 from the Barado, "You started asking me questions proactively." Ethan had his suspicions, but after a few days together, especially after Yuki became proactive, it was confirmed. The Hero clan had investigated him. They couldn't ignore his rare abilities. Cinchuredo, they were interested in recruiting Ethan, and if his rumored abilities were as powerful as the stories claimed, they even hoped to lure him away from the Devils. To the Hero clan, Ethan was originally human and should naturally align with them. Combined with his good relationship with the Tuju father and son, this idea became even more convincing. Cinchuredo, Yuki decided she would be the one to carry out this part of the mission, first to protect her sister Kurumi, and second out of fear that Kurumi might fail and lose the bait along with the fish. Before meeting Ethan, they had been resistant to the task. The sisters had even put on a tragic scene before coming, arguing over who would have to sacrifice themselves. Chapter 321. Change of surveillance. Fortunately, the elders hadn't strictly demanded a sacrifice. Yuki and Kurumi had decided to play it by ear. But after actually meeting Ethan, the sisters felt the elders' request wasn't that hard to accept. Yuki's heart wavered as her expression grew hesitant. Although she was curious and deeply unsettled, she couldn't bring herself to give up something so important to her just for that. Suddenly, Ethan let go of her. "I'm not using the intel as a condition to pressure you." He gently held her close, claiming a bit of interest before stepping back from their shared practice. Ethan straightened his clothes and adjusted his appearance. "Our shared training isn't a secret. I can tell you everything, but whether you believe it is up to you." Except for his ability to copy talents and skills, the side effect that people are unwilling to part from him isn't a secret. It's just that many people don't believe such a powerful ability comes with no downsides. Yuki might believe him, but those elders in the Hero village likely wouldn't take his word for it. Yuki's eyes were filled with tears, glistening as if about to spill over. When the fierce dragon finally departed, she felt a deep sense of relief, though a strange wave of melancholy rose unexpectedly within her. "Why?" she whispered. "Why what?" Ethan finished organizing the storage room. Cinchuredo, believing she was as capable as anyone around him, she wondered why Ethan did not seem interested in a closer relationship. Ethan seemed to understand the guarded young woman's thoughts. "Because I care deeply. I want more than your help. I want your trust." After a thoughtful pause, she said, "I can only act according to the village's orders." "Aren't you afraid it'll betray you?" Ethan glanced at her. He knew just how stubborn this seemingly cold girl could be. If he truly won Yuki's heart, she wouldn't just betray the village, she would even turn on her own sister for him. "I'm not afraid. You can't beat me." Ethan paused, then added, "And those old geezers in your village can't beat me either." On the surface, Yuki remained calm, but her inner emotions were in a violent turmoil. Seeing Ethan's bold determination and confidence, her original awkwardness and resistance quietly faded. If Ethan wanted to act now, she would follow his lead. Unfortunately, Ethan couldn't read minds. Looking at the glowing liquid pooling at her feet, he teased, "Yuki, there are many other ways to solve a problem besides training together. Want to try one first?" While shared training could use a mission as an excuse, other forms of cooperation required a mutual understanding. That feeling didn't have to be love, but it was at least a high level of favorability. Ethan expected Yuki to refuse, but instead, he saw her gently nod her chin. Just as he was wondering if he had misheard and was about to ask again, the bell rang. "Yuki, forget it, let's go." Ethan pushed the doubt down. There would be plenty of opportunities. Soon, it was time to leave school. Ethan left with Tsukunos and Fuyuko, with Yuki following closely. Kurumi Nanaka watched her sister's figure, an unconscious sound of confusion escaping her lips. Yuki looked the same as before, but something felt different. After staring for a while, she noticed that the distance between Yuki and Ethan had shortened. Previously, she had been a full step behind, but now she was slightly to his side and much closer. It was a small change, but as sisters who grew up together, she sensed a shift. Cinchuredo, the purple-haired girl's gaze toward Ethan became wary, but it soon turned into resignation. If they had to be sacrificed, at least it would be someone she trusted. Actually, it wasn't just Kurumi. Yuki Kiba and other perceptive girls also noticed something. Because he was surrounded by girls all day, Ethan didn't notice it immediately, but given time, he surely would. However, he would likely make a direct move before that. Ethan had planned to bring up the storage room incident again after spending time with Fuyuko, Kanna, and Tsukanos. But just as they reached Fuyuko's apartment, he received a message from Rias. Fuyuko, sorry, we'll make it up to you next time. Looking at the three resentful beauties, Ethan felt helpless. He didn't want to leave either, but this was urgent. Though disappointed, Fuyuko and the others knew what was important and didn't make a scene. Fuyuko and Kanna each took one of his arms and gently bravado his cheeks. It's a promise. Next time, we'll spend the whole day together having fun. You two just wait. This great Devil King will make sure you have an amazing time. Since Ethan had devil blood and was at the Ultra Devil King level, calling himself a Devil King in jest was reasonable. After saying goodbye to Tsukanos, Ethan headed home with Yuki. The mansion was now renovated, so unless necessary, club activities after school took place at home. When Ethan and Yuki arrived, Rias, Akino, the Naru's sisters, and Kurumi were already waiting in the living room. Ethan sat between Rias and Akino. Yuki paused for a moment and then sat next to Kurumi. Ethan, the documents regarding the surveillance have arrived. Rias produced a paper radiating faint magic. Matters involving the two realms wouldn't be recorded in normal ways to prevent tampering. You will be under Yuki's surveillance for a period of 1 year. Doesn't matter. She can watch me for a lifetime, Ethan said casually as he picked up the document. Yuki's body twitched slightly, a light flashing in her cold eyes. Ethan flipped through the pages. Kurumi's surveillance target has been changed to Mio? Yes, Rias said. That's why I called you back. Mio Naru's hadn't joined any clubs, but she wasn't a go-home club member. Besides studying, she spent her free time practicing to master her inner power, partly to deal with Zalgir and partly to reunite with her parents soon. Once she was strong enough to protect them, her parents wouldn't need to stay hidden under the Gremory family's protection. Rias then pulled out another document. This is news Grafia just sent. Everyone take a look. Ethan took it first. A moment later, he passed it to Mio and Maria. While the others read, Ethan leaned his head on his hand, thinking, the Hero clan wanting to monitor the sister of a Devil King and the next head of the Gremory family require negotiation with the Underworld's top brass. Despite having a legitimate reason, they couldn't reach a total agreement. Monitoring Ethan was one thing, but monitoring Rias was an insult to the devils. Devil nobles were prideful. The Hero clan didn't insist on monitoring Rias, as monitoring Ethan was effectively the same. As for monitoring Mio, it was because of Zalgir. After the three factions meeting, Surzex and Serafal had been looking for trouble with Zalgir. But that old man was slippery. Without clear evidence, they couldn't just execute him. After some back and forth, they settled for secret surveillance. Chapter 322. Maria's conflict, however. A few days ago, the devils monitoring Zalgir failed to report back. When Surzex sent people to check, Zalgir's territory was abandoned, leaving only ruins and dead devils. The dead weren't just the spies, but also other devils in his territory, specifically those who were dissatisfied with him. His loyal subordinates had vanished along with him. At this point, evidence of Zalgir's collusion with the Chaos Brigade was no longer needed. Surzex and the other three Devil Kings issued a warrant, solidifying his status as a traitor. While others didn't know why he defected so suddenly, Surzex understood. Because of the surveillance, Zalgir couldn't find an opportunity to strike at Mio. His time was running out. He knew defecting was the worst choice, but it was his only option. The Chaos Brigade had ties to Zalgir, but that didn't mean they would actively protect a traitor. Figures like Valley and Biko looked down on selfish old men like him. The Chaos Brigade was a loose organization with no strict requirements for members. Even if Zalgir joined them, he wouldn't get much help. Instead, he would have to beg them for shelter or simply hide. Ethan felt the latter was more likely. The cowardly old man wouldn't want to be cannon fodder for the brigade. The Hero clan also knew of Zalgir's designs on Mio. Because of Jean Tiju, Mio's identity had been exposed, Censuredo, but that gained no bravado. Leaving aside Jean's reputation, was Mio someone they could simply eliminate while under Gremory protection? Others suggested bringing her back to the hero village, which was even more of a joke. If she could be snatched from Ethan's protection, the local hero branch certainly couldn't stop Zalgier. Ethan wouldn't have agreed anyway. Thus, the task of monitoring Mio fell to Kurumi Nanaka. Ethan felt like everything was returning to a certain point in his memories, with minor changes. This was good for him. If things followed the original timeline, Zalgier's schemes and movements would be laid bare before him. By now, the sisters had finished reading. Yuki and Kurumi nodded, showing they were aware. Even if Rias hadn't told them, the hero clan would have informed them later. Compared to their calm, Mio and Maria seemed weighed down by worry, especially Mio, whose anxiety was plain to see. Mio, if you're scared, just cultivate with me. I promise you'll bravado all your power in no time. Ethan teased, shooting her a sly grin. You're the worst. Hey! After the triple exclamation, Mio's face turned red, and she huffed, turning her head away. Having lived together so long, and with Mariah's assistance, Ethan had received plenty of attention from Mio. Conversely, Ethan had been relied upon by both Mio and Maria as well. Ethan never hid his attachment toward Mio. Initially, she would get angry or shy, but now she mostly ignored it. Environments change people. Seeing Ethan with Rias and the others every day, and with a mysterious voice whispering in her ear, Mio was no longer repelled by the idea of partnering with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to become his ally or vied for the queen's position. It was only her tsundere nature keeping their relationship in this strange limbo. Maria, who usually loved teasing Mio, remained uncharacteristically silent. Everyone noticed her distress. Maria, it's okay, Mio comforted. Zal, the guy won't get a chance to strike. Ethan and Rias-senpai are very strong. Rias and the others assumed Maria was worried about that, but only Ethan knew the real source of her anxiety. He didn't expose her. He wanted to see what choice the current Maria would make. A redemption arc was fine and would make her more lovable, but Ethan hoped she would trust him from the start. Maria didn't disappoint him. After a moment of struggle, she stammered out her secret. I'm not worried about that. My mother and sister were kidnapped by Zalgier. Yesterday, he contacted me and told me to be a spy. If I don't agree, hell, hurt them. Wah. By the end, the young informant was on the verge of tears. In the original timeline, she had approached Mio from the start as Zalgier's mole. Whether it was the death of Mio's parents, with only Mio escaping, or the reversal of the contractual bond, it was all to ensure Zalgier could enjoy the perfect dish. Because the protagonist eventually benefited and through various plot developments, her redemption was successful. But in this world, Maria had approached Mio on the orders of her mother, Shiera, leading to all the subsequent changes. When Ethan didn't see Shiera or her half-sister Lucia on the death list, he had suspected this. Even if Maria hadn't spoken today, he would have found a way to ask her privately. If she still kept quiet, he would have trusted her, but kept a very close eye on her for safety. But now that she had confessed, those concerns were gone. Mio pulled her into a warm bravado. Normally, Maria would lean close to her sister playfully, but she truly had no heart for it now. If something happened to her family, she would never forgive herself. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to betray Mio either. Unlike the original timeline, she hadn't approached Mio with an ulterior motive this time. Her bond with Mio was just as strong as her bond with Shiera and Lucia. Maria continued to act as Zalgier instructed, Rias said after some thought. Keep him calm to ensure their safety. As for Mio's safety, don't worry, they'll handle the arrangements. Maria respected Rias' capability. She wiped her tears and regained her spirit. Yes, Rias-san, I'm counting on you. With this occurring, Ethan lost the mood to test Yuki. The priority was saving Shiera and Lucia. Not just for Maria, Ethan didn't want the demon mother-daughter pair to perish either. While Ethan and Rias were strategizing, Basaratuju was suddenly attacked on his way home. The attacker wore a silver mask and was strong, but couldn't gain an advantage over him. However, Becerra's control over his power was still lacking, and he couldn't detain the foe. Remembering the attacker's moves and traits, Becerra planned to contact Mio and Ethan. Chapter 323. 2 methods after dinner, Ethan, Mio, and Maria arrived at Becerra's home. Yuki and Kurumi naturally followed. Becerra had called them earlier, and after hearing the description of the attacker, Ethan had a rough idea of how to rescue the succubus pair. However, the execution required careful planning. In the living room, Becerra served tea and snacks as they talked. Ethan first shared the intel from Rias, then said, "The one who attacked you is likely Zaldjir's subordinate. They probably wanted to kidnap you to threaten Mio." Knowing the sister's mission, Becerra's mindset was much calmer. The hero village wasn't great to him, but his old friends were fine. He would have felt conflicted if their mission clashed, which was why he had been avoiding them. Everyone agreed with Ethan's deduction, especially after Maria confirmed that the person who contacted her was the same one who attacked Becerra. "That person is strong, but definitely no match for you, Ethan," Becerra said, touching a fresh scratch on his face. "They don't have the strength to take Mio by force, but Mariah's family is a problem." "It's not that much of a problem," Ethan said calmly. "Everything is solved if Zaldjir dies." "Zaldjir is an old-school Devil King powerhouse," Kurumi frowned. "Unless you can kill him instantly, Mariah's mother and sister will be in danger. I think it's better to rescue them first." Maria gave Kurumi a look of gratitude. She didn't care if Zaldjir lived or died. She just wanted her family safe. "True, that's safer," Ethan agreed. He was an ultra-Devil King, but even with the balance breaker of a Longinus, he couldn't guarantee an instant kill on Zaldjir, unless he reached God class. Given enough time, Ethan surely could, but Zaldjir wouldn't give him that time. That old man really loves using hostages. What a pain. Ethan spat, remembering how Mio's parents were used the same way. Back then, he had been able to rescue the Naruz couple silently and use a golden cicada shedding its skin trick so they could live under Gremory protection. But saving Shiera and Lucia from Zaldjir wouldn't be as easy. It was arguably harder than killing the man himself. Zaldjir was a master of magic. Rescuing them undetected was nearly impossible. Plus, he had to find their hiding place first. Everyone realized the issue and fell silent. Even Rias hadn't come up with a perfect plan, let alone Becerra. Rias' planning was top tier, but without better intelligence, she was limited. After a moment, Ethan spoke. "I have a method, but there's some risk." Everyone looked up in surprise. Becerra said, "Tell us, Ethan. It's better than sitting here." "The idea is simple," Ethan mused. "Zaldjir can take hostages, so why can't we? The subordinates he took with him must know his location. Those sent on missions are his inner circle. If we can catch that masked man..." The realization dawned on everyone. The plan was feasible, but there were many variables. First, as a loyal subordinate, harsh questioning might not break him. Even if he talked, they couldn't verify if the location was a Barado. There were also secret signals to consider. One mistake could lead to the death of the hostages. Once the plan failed, the dying Zaldjir would certainly go berserk. Ethan knew the masked man, Lars, was a secret traitor. If he brought the Naruz couple out, Lars would surely betray Zaldjir. Once the hiding place was found, he could also flip Zest. That dark-skinned homunculus girl had a will to resist Zaldjir. If she hadn't been created in the image of his lover, she'd have been erased long ago. Becerra and the others didn't know this, and Ethan couldn't explain it. Of course, he couldn't guarantee Lars and Zest were exactly like his memories either. Like the change in the sisters, any error would be troublesome. If that doesn't work, there's another way, Ethan continued. But this way requires Mio to take a risk. He explained quickly. Maria would bring Mio to Zaldjir in exchange for Shiera and Lucia. Zaldjir wouldn't kill Mio immediately, which would give Ethan and the others an opening to strike. But this also had risks. One was Mariah's acting. Could she fool an old fox like Zaldjir? If she failed, Mio might be handed over without getting the hostages back. Second, they might not be able to save Mio before Zaldjir acted. Miljonen wouldn't die. But if her power was drained and she was incapacitated, Barato Zalgier afterward would be meaningless. Ethan was reluctant to use the second plan. If forced to choose between the succubi and Mio, he would choose the red-headed Sundara beauty every time. Shiera and Lucia were great, but he had no real connection to them. As for Mio, he already considered her his woman. No one else was allowed to touch a hair on her head. The atmosphere remained heavy. The second plan spared the succubi from risk, but put Mio in great danger. "Let's do it," Mio said, clenching her fists. "We have to save Mariah's family." Mio-sama. The young girl was moved to tears, but ultimately refused. "No, I can't let you take that risk." If she wanted that, she wouldn't have confessed the threat in the first place. Kurumi added, "I don't recommend it either. If Mio disappears, as her monitor, I'd have to report it. The village would act, and they would rather sacrifice one Mio to stop Zalgier." They had only known each other for a week. They were on good terms, but the bond wasn't deep enough for the sisters to abandon the village for Ethan's side. Viserys stared at his cousins, his expression growing grimmer. Ethan fell silent. He knew it couldn't be rushed. There was still room to maneuver, and they needed a proper opportunity. That opportunity would be the next time Zalgier contacted Maria. Time was running out for the old man, and every day he hid in the underworld increased his risk of being caught by the Devil King's forces. 3 days later, Saturday, on a quiet morning, Ethan had one arm around Mio and the other around Yuki. Feeling their closeness, ripples began to form in his calm heart. Because Zalgier could strike at any time, Ethan had been staying by Mio's side. Yuki, who was monitoring him, Cinchuredo. Yuki and Mio's feelings were clear. They cared deeply about him and were supportive. Ethan wasn't intentionally holding back. He was just being mindful of Mariah's emotional state. Chapter 324. Simultaneous progression. During these past few days, Maria had been staying close to them as well. Her petite, Cinchuredo consequently, Mio Naruse and Yuki Nanaka could not experience the deeper benefits of their advanced training method. However, there was a silver lining. Because they couldn't perform the proper technique, Ethan spent these days exploring and developing their other skills and abilities. Despite her tough exterior, Mio Naruse was surprisingly willing to try new experiences. She was the first to agree to Ethan's unusual ideas. Ethan rarely explored unconventional territory, preferring more traditional approaches, but every now and then he would suggest something different. Moreover, Cinchuredo, there were no classes. Ethan spent some more time relaxing with Yuki, Mio, and Maria that morning, before finally getting up to join everyone for breakfast. By the time breakfast was over, it was nearly 10 a.m. Ethan headed out with an Naruse and Nanaka's sisters, planning to find Basara Tuju for combat practice. Actual combat was the best way to increase fighting strength and master power. Without using the banishing shift, Basara's strength was roughly equal to the 4 girls combined. With Ethan guiding them and acting as a safety net, they didn't have to worry about losing control and causing accidents. Following the attack by Lars, everyone worked hard to strengthen themselves while waiting for Zalgier's next move. Whether it would ultimately be useful or not, mastering uncontrolled power was never a bad thing. Cinchuredo, they continued to use stalling tactics, hoping for a new turning point. By now, however, everyone knew a turning point was unlikely. Zalgier wasn't a fool. He might fall for it once or twice, but any more would arouse suspicion. Indeed, this was only Mariah's 3rd contact with Lars. But after Zalgier determined he couldn't easily take down Basara Tuju without intervening personally, he issued a harsh demand. Maria was to subdue Mio and hand her over to Lars to be brought to him. Maria tried to stall again, but this time Zalgier was adamant. When Maria returned to the mansion, she somberly informed everyone of what had happened. "Let's do what Ethan and I suggested the other day." Mio Naruse plucked up her courage and looked Ethan directly in the eye. "I believe Ethan and I will save me in time." "Ethan, with you saying that, how can I say no?" Ethan nodded silently. Although he felt the probability of swaying Lars and Zest was high and that it was the best way, the girls, not knowing the underlying reasons, still preferred a more stable plan. Notify Becerra, then contact them. Ethan made the decision. At that moment, he suddenly wondered if they could execute the defection and the acting plan simultaneously. If Lars cooperated, Mio's safety would be guaranteed. Wait a moment. Maria, did they give a deadline? The girls looked at him in confusion. Maria tapped her chin. No specific time, just said the sooner the better. Ethan understood. This was likely just a psychological warning for Maria. The next contact would be a forced ultimatum. In that case, he could arrange for the Naruse couple to meet Lars first. Whether the defection plan would work would be obvious at a single glance. Ethan explained his thought process. Although the girls didn't understand why Mio's foster parents would be so effective, they followed his lead. Maria and Mio went to Becerra to coordinate, and they even tried to contact Jean Tuju, who was wandering abroad. An extra powerhouse meant extra insurance. However, Ethan guessed Jean wouldn't return. If a hero with likely god-class strength returned, a cunning old fox like Zalgier would become even more cautious. Who knew Mio's relationship with the Tuju father and son better than Zalgier? The Nanaka sisters remained on surveillance duty. Yuki had already decided that once this mission ended, she would leave the hero village and follow Ethan wholeheartedly. Kurumi was conflicted. If she reported back, the village elders would almost certainly order Mio's removal. Their philosophy was better to eliminate an innocent than let a threat live. And she would be the primary executioner. Kurumi didn't want to do it. She felt Mio had done nothing wrong. But having been raised in the village, her mindset couldn't shift overnight. Ethan noticed this, but didn't pay it much mind. With Rias and the Occult Research Club backing them up, no matter how many people the hero clan sent, they would be easily handled. As for Kurumi attacking Mio, the probability was nearly zero. The girl was too pure-hearted. Even if she moved, she wouldn't have a heart to actually kill Mio. It would be best if Kurumi realized it on her own. If not, Ethan planned to have Yuki talk some sense into her later. With Yuki's help, making the girl turn toward the light shouldn't be difficult. Ethan, meanwhile, used a teleportation circle with Akino Himejima to return to the underworld, collect the Naruse couple, and explain the requirements. The couple was bewildered, not understanding what Ethan wanted. You'll understand when you see the person. Ethan didn't know what name Lars used back at the orphanage. Maybe it had changed, maybe not. Regardless, if Lars was the same as in his memories, he would definitely approach them upon seeing them. The Naruse couple didn't understand, but they knew to follow Ethan's instructions. Once everything was arranged, Ethan had Maria contact Lars to set a meeting place. The next day, at White Elephant Park, the Naruse couple strolled through the park, chatting and laughing softly, looking like an ordinary couple out for a Sunday walk. Not far away, Shualan and Minami, dressed in casual clothes, kept a close eye on anyone approaching them. The Naruse couple's strength was minimal. Ethan wouldn't feel at ease without protection. Shualan and the others hadn't been exposed to the outside world, so Zalgier and his men likely didn't know them. With their black hair and pretty but unassuming looks, they were the least likely to attract attention. This park was the meeting place Maria and Lars had agreed upon. There were still 30 minutes until the appointed time. As noon approached, the few ordinary people in the park gradually left. Ethan checked the time. Lars should have seen the Naruse couple by now. If he didn't appear soon, the defection plan would have to be abandoned. Fearing detection, Ethan and the others stayed at home, waiting for reports from Shualan and Minami. At this time, Maria arrived at the park. Her eyes brushed past the Naruse couple without a trace as she walked toward corner. 10 minutes before the meeting, a strange magic aura appeared in the perception of Shualan and Minami. Chapter 325. Lars, a plain-looking, average boy, walked into the park. Before Shualan or Minami could speak, a grayish magical glow flashed over the boy, and his disguise dissolved. Lars stood there in a simple yet elegant tailcoat, wearing a pure white mask with gold trim that even hid his pupils. He spoke with the grace of a gentleman. "Good afternoon, little miss, and these two ladies." Because he was masked, the Naruse couple didn't know who he was, but they knew their mission was likely complete. Shualan and Minami exchanged a glance and sent word to Ethan without speaking. Maria stepped out from the corner, scrutinizing Lars. This man had met her several times, always acting like Zaldjer's loyal lapdog. Who would have thought he actually had a connection to the Naruz couple? Ethan hadn't explained, but since he specifically chose them for the plan, one could guess there was a special reason. Beneath the mask, Lars' eyes showed a look of profound complexity as he stared at the Naruz couple. He had actually arrived early. When he first saw the resurrected idols of his childhood, he dazed out for a long time. If his years of hiding beside Zaldjer hadn't ingrained the art of disguise into his very marrow, he would have been spotted then. To hide beside Zaldjer for so long, maintaining his cover, even when the Naruz couple was killed, while waiting for the right moment, meant Lars' intellect and mental fortitude were exceptional. Once he recovered, he thought it through and quickly pieced together the sequence of events. Since there had been no bodies at the time of their death, he had held a sliver of hope. But when the truth appeared, his habits as a double agent made him instinctively wary of a trap. However, since no one knew his relationship with them, the trap theory didn't hold water. Most importantly, he was certain these weren't imposters. So, even if it were a trap, he had to jump in. Looking at the ordinary middle-aged couple, Lars couldn't help but take a few steps closer. But the Naruz couple instinctively backed away. Lars currently projected a powerful aura and looked mysterious. Combined with his affiliation with Zaldjer, their reaction was perfectly normal. Lars froze, his heart aching. After a moment of hesitation, he reached up and removed his mask. Beneath, it was a face not much different from his disguise, though his features were significantly more handsome. The Naruz couple looked at Lars, then at each other, and ventured, "Are you Elokon?" It was Mio's foster mother who spoke. Hearing that cherished, familiar nickname, Lars was overwhelmed with emotion. "It's me, big sister, big brother. Long time no see. It really is our Akoin," Mio's foster father said in shock. "Time flies. I can't believe you've grown so much and become so strong. I said back then that our Akoin had great talent and would surely succeed," the mother said with a smile. "But our Akoin, why are you with Zaldjer?" She stopped mid-sentence, but everyone knew what she wanted to ask. "After you two left, big brother, big sister, the orphanage couldn't stay open for various reasons." Lars smiled, not minding the question. He adjusted his emotions, hiding the joy of the reunion deep in his heart, and began reminiscing with them. While they talked, Ethan received the news and knew the plan was 80 successful. He ordered Shualan and Minami to stand by, then headed to the park with Mio and the Nanaka sisters. Rias and the others stayed behind. Too many eyes were on them, and their movements could easily reach Zaldjer's ears. This mission didn't need many people, so Ethan didn't even ask for Becerra's help. Becerra was strong, but if the defection worked, Zaldjer's already dwindling forces would shrink further. One more or less person wouldn't make a difference. Moments later, Ethan's group met Lars. Mio's expression was incredibly colorful as she watched her parents chatting happily with the enemy. Fortunately, Maria explained the situation. She had been listening to their reminiscence and had cleared up the relationship. Ethan looked at this morally ambiguous man who, in the end, would have helped Becerra anyway. Once he confirmed everything was as he thought, he got straight to the point. "I want you to pretend to take Mio back. Ensure her safety while finding the location where Shiera and Lucia are held." After stating the requirement, Ethan added, "I'll handle Zaldjer. After this is over, you can go to the Gremory family with the Naruz couple." Though their time together was short, Lars had already discussed important matters with them like how they survived, where they lived, and why they were here. With his brain, he quickly understood Ethan's intent. He wasn't surprised by the request. What curious him was how Ethan knew about his relationship with the couple. But judging by the reactions of the others, he probably wouldn't get an answer. Ethan hadn't even told his own people, so why would he tell Lars? Smart people knew when not to ask. Lars decisively agreed to Ethan's request. "Zaldjer has Devil King level power. Can you handle him alone?" Lars looked at Ethan curiously. He knew the reputation of the Red Dragon Emperor, but he was skeptical about Ethan taking on Zaldjer solo. "It's best to bring that guy from the Hero Clan. His ability is very strong. If it hits, Zalgir will be heavily injured even if he doesn't die. Ethan understood the bug of the banishing shift. Centuredo, our main goal isn't to take down Zalgir, but to save the hostages. Ethan didn't bother explaining his current strength. Once the hostages were safe, if he could defeat Zalgir, he would. If not, he'd leave it to Surzex. As for Zalgir trying a desperate, suicidal final attack, Ethan wasn't afraid. Even if he were busy, Rias and the others could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Surzex and Serafal weren't just for show. While Ethan and Lars discussed, Maria explained Lars' identity and motives to Mio. Because of his talent, Lars had been taken in and trained by Zalgir after the orphanage closed. Since he was raised by him, Zalgir trusted him deeply. Though Lars admired the Naruz couple, he hadn't planned on betraying Zalgir until his subordinates killed them. He had only wanted to find a way to leave. But once they were killed, his goal became revenge. Lars' talent was indeed great. He had reached SS rank at a young age, but he was still far from being Zalgir's match. So he stayed undercover, waiting for a chance. Finally, the chance came. After defecting, Zalgir had few usable hands, and he was being watched closely. Thus, Lars was sent to threaten Maria and bring Mio to him. Lars knew Mio was the foster daughter of the couple, but he felt Mio shared some responsibility for their death. He planned to play along, using Mio as bait, then ambush Zalgir when he was most vulnerable while absorbing her power. If he succeeded, Centuredo. Mio was a bit angry, breathing heavily, but she didn't know what to say. She could understand Lars' logic. If her parents had died, she wouldn't have easily forgiven herself either. Thinking back to the fierce pursuers from back then, the red-headed beauty felt a chill. At the same time, she was once again grateful to have met Ethan. Because of Ethan's help, things were always moving in the best direction. Her parents weren't dead, and although she had to face Zalgir alone, she would have one of their people by her side, so she wasn't as anxious. After finalizing the details of the plan, the group returned to the mansion, and Lars went back to report to Zalgir. Chapter 326. Zest. After being apart for so long, the Naruz family was reunited, and the three of them had much to say. Ethan wasn't in a rush to send the couple back to the underworld. The operation would likely begin tomorrow, so letting them stay together a bit longer was no issue. With the biggest secret out, the couple explained everything they had hidden from Mio, including details about Lars to prevent any misunderstanding. The Narises were naturally kind and had adopted many devil orphans from a war. Lars was one of them. Because they had so many children, they eventually opened an orphanage, right until Wilbert sent them to the human world to raise Mio. Though they hated to leave the children, their orphanage had only existed thanks to Wilbert's support. Wilbert chose them for their kindness, gentleness, and loyalty. But after they left and Wilbert passed away mysteriously, the orphanage collapsed. That was when Zalgir took Lars in. The couple also revealed that Lars was a puppeteer. This ability wasn't particularly strong in direct combat, but it was incredibly subtle and mysterious. It was because of this ability that Lars hadn't been caught all these years. Watching the happy Naruz family, Maria couldn't help but think of her own mother and sister. She quietly slipped away from the group, not wanting her low mood to affect the others. Ethan was about to go comfort her when Mio walked over with a concerned face. Even while talking to her parents, she had been watching Maria. She had intended to introduce her half-sister to her parents, only to see Maria trying to sneak away. Ethan stopped and held back the worried Naruz couple. "Leave it to Mio." They hesitated, but Ethan added, "You have to trust her. She's no longer that ordinary girl hiding under your protection." They paused, thinking of Lars. That little kid had become so strong. Mio, who possessed Devil King blood and power, would surely have a much broader stage in the future. They stopped, watching Mio's back with the bittersweet feeling of parents seeing their child grow up, a mix of pride, uselessness, and a touch of melancholy. However, those complex feelings turned into warmth when Mio enthusiastically introduced Maria to them. Like Rias, Mio had a special charm. That burning, sincere emotion could be felt even by Ethan. Kurumi Nanaka, who had been debating whether to report this to the village, was also moved and made the most important decision of her life. "Sister, I don't want to report this," she whispered to Yuki. "If Mio and the others fail, remember to pin everything on me." Though she was the one monitoring Mio, if things went wrong, Yuki would be implicated unless they said Kurumi had deceived her and took all the blame. Without childhood misunderstandings, the sisters' relationship was very good. Yuki was cold, but she cared for Kurumi. "It's fine. Ethan won't fail," Yuki said tonelessly, as if stating a fact. "Once this is over, you and I will leave the village together." "Huh?" Kurumi jumped, quickly covering her mouth with her hands. "Sister, what are you saying? Why leave the village?" Yuki glanced at her. "You'll understand when the time comes." The next morning, Lars met up with Maria and teleported away with the unconscious Mio. Since they didn't know if Zalgier had other spies, they decided to play the part fully. Ethan and the sisters arrived a step too late to catch them and made a show of trying to track them with magic. In reality, Lars had already given them the coordinates. Zalgier was hiding in a small pocket dimension or a subspace, isolated by a magical barrier. Without the coordinates, it was impossible to enter from the outside. After their performance, Ethan took the sisters home and used a pre-prepared teleportation circle to jump directly there. "This is it." Ethan scanned the area. The space wasn't large. It looked like a primeval forest. "Wait for me here." The sisters' strength was average. Together, they could only match Zest. Bringing them would only increase the risk of exposure. "No way. My mission is to watch you," Kurumi huffed. "No, your mission is to watch Mio," Ethan retorted. He looked at Yuki amidst Kurumi's glare. "Yuki, when Maria and the others come, teleport back immediately." Yuki nodded and whispered, "Ethan, be careful. Don't worry, that old fossil Zalgier is no match for me." Ethan smiled, then suppressed his aura and headed toward the ancient castle standing in the distance. This small space had only one building, so he didn't have to worry about the wrong location. 100 meters from the castle, Ethan saw Lars waiting under a large tree. "Let's go." As agreed, I'm only responsible for leading the way. "Have you confirmed where Mariah's mother and sister are held?" "Yes. If you're worried, we can wait a bit longer," Lars said. More than that, Ethan was worried about Mio's safety. "Let's move." Deep blue magic wrapped around Ethan. As light distorted, he was replaced by a sleek, agile blue-gray cat. Unless he exposed himself, no one below God class could see through this form. Combined with stealth magic, it was perfect for infiltration. With Ethan's current strength, his cat form still possessed SSS rank combat power. Unless he ran directly into Zalgier, he wouldn't even need to change back to take out any enemies he encountered. Lars looked at the cat by his feet, tempted to pet it. "What kind of magic is this?" "It's not magic. Call it a bloodline ability." The cat spoke in human tongue. Lars was even more curious, but seeing Ethan didn't want to elaborate, he suppressed it. Lars shrugged, a teleportation circle appearing under his feet as he instantly reached the castle gates. The cat followed at his heels, nearly impossible to detect without focused perception. Cinchuredo, she got no praise for good work, was beaten and scolded frequently, and her thoughts were monitored for any sign she needed to be recycled. As a homunculus, Zest naturally needed a master. Since she hadn't established a master-servant contract with Mio yet, Ethan wondered if he could make her envy Mio, wishing her Barado was someone like him instead of Zalgier. The stray thought passed as Ethan focused on hiding his aura. "Lars, what are you doing back so soon?" Zest blocked the way, curious. Lars had just brought in the otherworldly being and Zalgier's target. "Why was he back so soon?" "I forgot something. I need to tell Lord Zalgier." Zest was suspicious, but had no evidence. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped aside. Lars gave her a nod and walked into the castle at a leisurely pace. Ethan followed at his heels, slipping in as easily as a shadow. Once inside, Lars led Ethan straight toward the location where Shiera and Lucia were held. Meanwhile, Maria was stalling for time as much as possible. "Humph, don't force me to act," Zalgier said coldly. "I said he'll release your family once I've taken her power." "No, release them first," Maria yelled, her hand gripping Mio's collar. "We're right now." Chapter 327. The rescue. Staring at Mariah's small, threatening hand, Zalgier finally lost the last of his patience. He was not one to let traitors slide. From the very beginning, he had never intended to let a single barato of Shear's family go free. Originally, he planned to secure Mio Naruz before dealing with Maria, but now he would simply have to accelerate the timeline. A pale purple light flickered in Zalgier's eyes. Maria, who had been maintaining maximum vigilance, felt something was wrong. Suppressing a sudden surge of panic, she tried to continue her act of threatening Mio to stall for time, only to discover she could no longer move. "What did you do?" Maria struggled, but even with her full strength, her entire body remained completely paralyzed. Zalgier gave a low snort. "A lowly demon dares to threaten me? If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use of..." The purple magical radiance in his eyes grew even more intense. Mio Naruz was lifted by an invisible hand, slowly drifting toward him. Cinchuredo, she could only watch in helpless anxiety as the still unconscious Mio floated away. To deceive Zalgier, Mio's unconscious state was real. According to the original plan, they were supposed to at least exchange Mio for one hostage, which would have bought them plenty of time. They hadn't expected that Zalgier never intended to release anyone. He had merely shown them a projected image of Sheara and Lucia in captivity before moving to take Mio. Maria had used her wits to stall a bit longer with the fake threat, but she hadn't anticipated Zalgier possessing such a bizarre restraining technique. In reality, even if Zalgier didn't have this strange power, Maria could never have truly brought herself to harm Mio. Given the gap in their power, the result would have been the same. Ironically, Mariah's display of stubbornness and her desperate desire to save her family had successfully dispelled Zalgier's suspicions. He attributed the smooth progression of the plan to Mariah's overwhelming love for her mother and sister. In his eyes, Maria had only known Mio for a short time. Naturally, she would value her family more. A cold-blooded devil like Zalgier could never comprehend the true bonds of friendship. Even Zest, whom he had created in the image of his lover and who remained fiercely loyal, was nothing more than a pawn to be discarded at will. Lord Zalgier. Just as Zalgier's hand was about to touch Mio, the masked Lars appeared. He bowed slightly and said, "Zest reports that reinforcements from the underworld have been spotted. Do we need to relocate?" "Lars, you haven't left yet?" Zalgier's movement stiffened. He slowly withdrew his skeletal hand. "If Zest discovered them, why are you the one reporting to me?" Zalgier trusted Lars, but his centuries of experience told him that Lars' sudden appearance was suspicious. Furthermore, trust or not, he felt no moral burden regarding the idea of eliminating Lars. Anyone who interfered with his acquisition of power deserved to die. As Lars fumbled for an explanation, a pitch-black magic circle appeared above him. Zalgier, his face dark with malice, launched an attack. Lars jumped back, dodging the strike by a hair's breadth. "Lord Zalgier, what are you doing?" "The underworld reinforcements are truly nearby. They will find this place soon." Zalgier's expression shifted. Seeing Lars persist with this claim, he wavered, wondering if it might actually be true. "It's nothing. I feared you were an enemy in disguise," Zalgier muttered, using a magical link to summon Zest to his side. In the second basement level of the castle, in front of a giant birdcage, Ethan and the real Lars stood before a high-tech console. Sheara and Lucia were bound by chains at their wrists and ankles, looking like golden canaries trapped in a cage. Ethan had reverted to his original form and was examining the lock-like device in front of the cage. A soft, youthful voice drifted out. Sheara lifted her face, looking frail and delicate. "Laos, and this is..." "I'm a friend of Mariah's," Ethan said quickly. "How do we unlock this?" Sheara and Lucia had many questions, but they knew now was not the time. "This is the switch for the super electromagnetic device." Sheara's voice was incredibly soft. She didn't look much more mature than Maria. "Without the password and the specific magical formula, it's almost impossible to unlock. If you force it, the device will trigger, instantly incinerating everything inside the cage. Ethan followed She-Era's gaze to the top of the cage. Zaldjier might not have grown much in power over the centuries, but he had certainly spent his time researching other fields. Whether it was the creation of Zest or this fusion of magic and technology, his technical skills were exceptional. The power of this device. Ethan began to ask for more details, but Lars interrupted him. There's no time. My puppet can only stall for another minute at most. As a puppeteer, he could sense the status of his controlled puppets at any time. Once Zest arrived, he would be exposed. He didn't care about the puppet's destruction, but time was running out. Even if Zaldjier didn't realize someone was rescuing She-Era and Lucia, Mio would be in danger. Lars had claimed to find underworld reinforcements, but that had always been Zest's responsibility. His job was to bring back Mio. Once the lie was exposed, Zaldjier would realize something was wrong immediately, and they wouldn't even have a minute. Without the password, a forced rescue would definitely alert Zaldjier. They had to exploit a narrow window of time. Thinking of this, Ethan decisively manifested the boosted gear. Crimson dragon-shaped armor covered his body. Using the balance breaker ability, he instantly boosted his power 5 times. His speed might not be faster than an electromagnetic wave, but it only needed to be faster than the device's reaction time. After charging for 3 seconds, Ethan threw a punch toward the upper section of the giant cage. Red and deep blue magic converged, carrying a power filled with a sense of destruction. It formed a beam of light that instantly annihilated the upper cage and the critical parts of the electromagnetic device. The remaining magical force didn't slow down, punching straight up through the castle floors from the second basement. Outside the castle, Yuki and Kurumi Nanaka watched the soaring pillar of light, their young hearts deeply shaken. The powerful attack slammed into the barriers of the pocket dimension, causing the entire space to shudder several times. The magic circle surrounding She-Era and Lucia flickered with light, but then went dark. The destruction was so fast that the energy source couldn't even activate the magic circles. Before the stunned eyes of She-Era and Lucia, Ethan casually crushed the magical shackles binding them. Lars, take them to meet up with Yuki and the others first. Ethan left them with those words and charged toward Mio and Mariah's location. At that moment, Zest had just finished communicating with Zaldjier. However, the puppet Lars, having been informed by the original that Ethan was on his way, faced Zaldjier's ferocious gaze without flinching. Zaldjier no longer had the mind to deal with him. That soaring beam of magic had terrified him. The strength of a newcomer far exceeded his own. Even in his youth, he wouldn't have been a match, let alone now when he was halfway in the grave. Zest stopped them. Zaldjier made a split-second decision. Ignoring Mariah's restraint, he lunged for Mio, intending to take her and flee. Forget Maria. He was willing to abandon his final stronghold. As long as he could obtain the power inside Mio, he could eventually reclaim everything. Just as Zaldjier was about to grab Mio, the puppet Lars leaped between them. Get out of the way. Zaldjier didn't want to waste time. An invisible force tried to swat the puppet aside. The puppet Lars knew he couldn't stop Zaldjier, but he only needed to prevent him from grabbing Mio. Boom! To Zaldjier's fury, the puppet Lars self-destructed. The resulting shockwave threw Mio far toward Mariah's side. While the puppeteer's dolls could look identical to the original, their power was far inferior. Centuredo, a terrifying beam of magic, came from the basement. The next, Lars had blown himself up. Chapter 328. Psychokinetic Magic. Zest's brain had just registered Zaldjier's command to stop them, and before she could figure out who she was supposed to stop, a streak of red light surged past her, blocking Zaldjier's path. Glancing at the dark-skinned bunny girl who still looked confused, Zaldjier hissed, "Useless." Of the 2 subordinates he kept by his side, the capable one had betrayed him, leaving only a homunculus that couldn't do anything right. Maria, take Mio and go. Ethan knew Zaldjier had tampered with this dimension. Although he didn't think it was a huge problem, it was better to remove the unstable elements first. Okoi, etani. Be careful. Maria picked up the unconscious Mio and flew toward the Nanaka sisters. Yuki and Kurumi had already activated the teleportation array. Lars, Shira, and Lucia were all there, waiting only for Maria and Mio to arrive before warping out of this space. Zalgier watched Mio disappear, his eyes bloodshot with rage, but he dared not move. Looking at Ethan in his red Dragon Emperor armor, he had no desire to fight. He only wanted to find an opportunity to escape. Zest, stop him. Zalgier commanded again. Even if you have to die, stop him. Because she was artificially created, the white-haired bunny girl wasn't exactly a genius. But she wasn't an idiot either, just average. The mere magical pressure radiating from Ethan made it almost impossible for her to move. Zalgier's order was clearly sending her to her death. Zest felt bitter, but she could not resist the ruler who had created her. Zalgier had placed an instant death curse on her and could monitor her thoughts and feelings. She had no doubt that if she showed a hint of rebellion, he would trigger the curse immediately. Ethan, of course, saw through Zalgier's intent to flee. However, even Kokobile couldn't escape him when he had first broken through. A man like Zalgier, who didn't specialize in speed, had no chance. Unless someone bought him enough time to cast a teleportation spell. That person, clearly, would not be Zest. Zest launched an attack at Ethan with a suicidal resolve. Ethan didn't even look at her. A bolt of bright yellow lightning shot from his fingertip. After a scream, the S-rank warrior collapsed in agony. Lightning fueled by Akino Hamajima's talent and fallen angel blood reached levels of power that felt like true damage to devils. If Ethan hadn't held back, Zest would have been turned to ash in an instant. Zalgier's ashen face turned darker than a coal pot. In such a short time, no matter how good he was at magic, he couldn't possibly draw a dimensional transfer circle. Having knocked out Zest, Ethan turned into a red meteor and slammed into Zalgier. Zalgier was forced to abandon his half-formed teleportation spell, shifting positions while deploying a magical barrier. In balance breaker mode, Ethan's casual strikes shattered Zalgier's barriers. Dense magic turned into points of light, dissipating into the air. Seeing that escape was impossible, Zalgier could only grit his teeth and fight. Boy, don't look down on me. I have lived since ancient times. Zalgier pulled out a strange, crescent-shaped weapon of dark purple. He called it a sword, and Ethan didn't argue. After a few exchanges, the weapon proved unable to pierce Ethan's armor, but it didn't shatter upon contact, making it a decent weapon. Though Ethan had the title of Weapon Master, he hadn't found a suitable weapon yet. He figured he might take this one to play with. Zalgier's combat technique was decent, certainly more refined than Becerra Tuj's, but compared to Ethan, he was lacking. Thud! Finding an opening, Ethan dodged the weapon's parry and punched Zalgier in the chest, sending him flying. The old but tall figure smashed through several gray stone walls. Zalgier spat, wincing for the impact. Knowing he was no match in close quarters, he revealed his final trump card. A pale, purple magic covered his eyes. An unseen Barato pressed against Ethan's neck, trying to lift him. Ichem. Ethan felt his breath catch, but he couldn't find the source of the attack. Punching the air in front of him did nothing. Finally, he fired a magic beam at Zalgier, causing him to release his grip. The surprise attack caused Ethan a bit of trouble, but he broke into a smile. Right, Zalgier had a psychokinetic-style mental magic. He had almost forgotten that. Zalgier's abilities were well-rounded, but his true strength lay in mental magic. Not only did he have this original psychokinetic power, but he could also use mental magic to control others with an effect stronger than a powerful enchantment. Beyond that were his scientific research and his prowess as a magical battery. Close-quarters combat was his weakest link. His melee skills were enough to bully Becerra, but against Ethan, he was just a punching bag. As a magical battery, he was countered by a melee fighter, so he was forced to use his unique mental magic. This magic was very convenient to activate. Anywhere his gaze landed, he could form psychokinetic force with his mind to launch various attacks. Psychokinesis couldn't be canceled out by physical or magical attacks. You either had to defend with a magical barrier or tank it with your body. The downside was that while using this magic, the user's body couldn't do anything else, it couldn't even move. Furthermore, the psychokinesis was limited to his line of sight. Thus, when Ethan bombarded Zaldjier with magic, forcing him to move, the invisible force choking his neck dissipated. Zaldjier tried to repeat the trick, but Ethan was now prepared. Psychokinetic attacks were invisible and formless, but their speed was determined by the user's reaction time. Ethan moved at high speed, leaving dozens of afterimages, instantly rendering Zaldjier's trick useless. Bang! 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 Every one of Ethan's attacks shattered a layer of Zaldjier's magical shielding. When Zaldjier's magic was depleted, his time would be up. Ethan could have used other trump cards to speed it up, but it wasn't necessary. As for finishing off a Devil King, only God-class beings could do that. 15 minutes later, Zaldjier exhausted his last drop of magic in despair. He lay on the shattered ground, eyes glazed, defeated and exhausted, barely able to move. It wasn't that Ethan deliberately set out to break him. It was because, to save magic, Zaldjier had only used barriers on his vital spots toward the end. Ethan naturally didn't go out of his way to avoid the unprotected areas. It could only be said that Zaldjier brought this on himself. Stomp! A sharp red dragon claw stepped on Zaldjier's chest. Ethan asked, "Hand over that strange mental magic, and I might spare your life." He had specifically kept the old man alive for this magic. While it had flaws, it was incredibly powerful and useful, especially when paired with Ethan's own immense mental strength. Hearing a chance to live, a spark returned to Zaldjier's dull eyes. But that spark vanished completely after he tried to use mental magic to control Ethan one last time. Ethan only felt a brief moment of daze before his soul instinctively shuddered. Zaldjier, who had a breath of life left, went completely silent beneath his foot. TCH, Ethan kicked the corpse in frustration. While he never actually intended to let Zaldjier go, he was disappointed he hadn't obtained the psychokinetic magic. After Zaldjier died, the space suddenly began to warp. Ethan knew this was the failsafe Zaldjier had left behind. The castle was actually created from a monster. Once Zaldjier died, the monster would revive and consume everything in this dimension. Ethan deactivated Balance Breaker, picked up the unconscious bunny girl, and prepared to leave. He could handle the monster, but it would be a hassle. Since the space was empty of allies now, leaving was easier. He'd report it later, and the Devil Kings would send someone to clean up. As he lifted Zest, Ethan suddenly thought of something. This was Zaldjier's final lair. Not only was there a castle-turned monster and an electromagnetic birdcage, but surely there were other useful items. For example, a grimoire containing that psychokinetic magic. Chapter 329. Looting the estate. Ethan looked down at the bunny girl he was carrying and decided to wake her up. Rather than wandering around blindly, it was better to let Zest, the person most likely to know the layout after Zaldjier, lead the way. Although Lars was trusted, he wasn't here, and Zest definitely knew more secrets. She was Zaldjier's creation. Her thoughts were monitored, and she was controlled by a death curse. If Ethan were in Zaldjier's position, he would trust Zest more as well. That was why Lars was sent on missions while Zest stayed to guard the home. Since ancient times, the most trusted person was usually the one left to watch the house. A pale green healing magic flowed over the bunny girl's injured form, mending most of the lightning burns. Then, a small orb of water splashed directly onto her face. Stimulated by the cold liquid, Zest woke up. Seeing Ethan so close, she instinctively tried to take a defensive stance, only to realize she was being held. "Who are you? Where's Lord Zaldjier?" Even while being carried like a sack of potatoes, Zest tried to remain calm. Having only stayed at the castle, she hadn't been part of the plans and didn't know the Red Dragon Emperor was Ethan. "There, that's him." Ethan turned Zest around, presenting the remains before her eyes. Though unrecognizable, Zest could confirm from certain traits that the lifeless form was Zaldjier. Upon confirming his death, she found she felt very little anger or sorrow. Instead, "Centuredo, do you know where Zaldjier hid his valuables?" "Huh?" Zest was still reeling from the death of her master. She answered distractedly, "You should leave quickly. This place is about to—" "I know it's about to turn into a monster, and we're in its stomach," Ethan interrupted. "So, did Zaldir have a place for grimoires, or Data?" The bunny girl was a bit slow, but she was obedient. Understanding that she had no purpose now that Zaldir was dead, she instinctively cooperated. "Yes." Ethan let go of her. "Lead the way." Suddenly losing her support, Zest almost fell, but she reacted in time, landing gracefully on one hand to stabilize herself. Ethan looked at the kneeling Zest and thought she might make a good night. "Well, when we get back, you'll invite her. For now, the priority is to loot Zaldir's estate." The looting process went smoothly. Zaldir hadn't valued grimoires or Data that much. This world was, after all, ruled by martial might. Those were just side paths he researched when his own advancement hit a wall. With Zest's help, Ethan quickly packed everything up. Having a storage space was truly convenient. Otherwise, this would have been a headache. By the time he wanted to pack up Zaldir's accumulated wealth, the castle had finally transformed completely into a massive, monstrous creature. According to Zest, the wealth was still there and wouldn't be destroyed immediately, but now that the castle was a monster, she couldn't find the way. While a bit regrettable, Ethan was satisfied. The haul from this trip far exceeded his expectations. He had successfully obtained mental control magic even stronger than a charm spell and the magic to turn spirit into psychokinesis. Although he might need time to bravado them compared to learning them through traditional practice, Centuredo, it will keep consuming all living things and constantly self-repair. Ethan also frowned. He wasn't worried about being trapped. If he could handle Zaldir, why would he fear a creature like this? It was just that the organic surroundings were unsettling, especially since the walls seemed to be covered in strange growths. Centuredo, his stress response, kicked in. He didn't want to be lazy anymore. This thing needed to be destroyed as soon as possible. "Hold on to me." 6 pairs of distinct wings sprouted from his back, and the black tear mark on his handsome face added a hint of mysterious charm. The dark-skinned, rabbit-eared girl was stunned by the sudden explosion of Ethan's aura and hugged him in a daze. Ethan hadn't expected Zest to be so submissive. He hadn't even activated the balance breaker yet. Whatever, no big deal. Sensing the closest point to the outside, Ethan punched a hole through the monster's bravado. Once they left the stomach and reached the open air, he looked down and realized just how massive the creature was. The castle and its basement were already 30 meters tall. After turning back into a monster and consuming some energy, it had expanded significantly. The largest thing Ethan had fought before was the monster created by the Broomhead Devil, but this one was bigger and far stronger. Finding and destroying the core was the best way to deal with such a massive beast. But Ethan really didn't want to spend another second in that disgusting environment. He'd rather spend a bit more energy to deliver a devastating strike from the outside. Stepping back from Zest, pretending not to notice her expression, Ethan told her to leave first. "Teleport out. Go to the human world and wait for me at Kuo Academy." Zest nodded obediently. She started to leave, but then paused, wondering why she was listening to him so easily. Ethan glanced at her. "What is it? Something else?" "No, nothing." "Then go." Against such a massive monster, Ethan planned to use a long-and-used large-scale area attack magic, destroying the monster and the dimension together. He could spend effort protecting Zest, but since things could be done more easily, why bother? As for Zest running away, if she did, she did. Consider it a small test. He appreciated her cooperative nature, even if she was a bit dim. But he wouldn't compel her. In terms of talent, potential, or even strength, Zest didn't have anything Ethan particularly needed. "Dragon, endless thunder, stand at my left hand. My blood oath, thunder spirit, ruler of the heavens." After Zest left, Ethan first used Balance Breaker to boost his power 10 times and silently chanted the incantation. A blue magic circle that pierced the sky and earth covered more than half the area. The surging magical fluctuations made the low-intelligence monster instinctively uneasy. The massive body, looking like a mountain of meat, began to writhe, trying to escape the range of the circle. Ethan checked its writhing speed and ignored it. At that speed, escaping the strike zone was impossible. Originally, he had wanted to destroy the entire dimension, but making an attack of that scale at once was still a bit difficult for him. Destroying a country and destroying a dimension were two entirely different concepts. Of course, by country, he meant an island nation like Japan. For a larger country like the USA, even a Super Devil King couldn't destroy it in one hit without resistance. However, after this attack, the dimension would be mostly ruined. The powerful strike would make the space extremely unstable. It might stabilize over time, or it might collapse at any moment, creating a space storm. Until it stabilized, no one could use this space. At most, they could pop in for a look and leave quickly. Bolts of thick lightning fell from the sky. They were mixed with thunderlight that countered dark attribute creatures and carried an aura of infinite destruction. After merging the special abilities of both Aquino and Rias, the power had increased by an entire tier. Ethan himself couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Rias and Aquino could fight above their level when using fusion techniques. This level of destructive power was simply unreasonable. Chapter 330. She-Ra and Lucia. A moment later, the colossal monster was utterly reduced to ash. Not a single fragment of its core remained. Sensing the fluctuations in the pocket dimension becoming unstable, Ethan didn't linger and left immediately. Returning home, he found Zest sitting in the living room, looking rather stiff and nervous. Seeing how obedient and well-behaved the young woman was, Ethan decided to take her in and grant her the night peace. The status of artificial life forms in the underworld was awkward, even though Zest wasn't much different from a regular devil, save for her mixed lineage. Once reincarnated with an evil piece, her identity issues would be resolved. Humans, fallen angels, and Nicomeda all counted as devils after reincarnation. An artificial life form would be no problem at all. However, before performing the ritual, there were other matters to handle. With Zalgir dead, Aquino Himejima reported the news to the underworld authorities. Then there was the issue of Lars and the Naruz couple. Now that Zalgir was gone, Mio's foster parents no longer had to live in hiding, and Lars didn't have to fear being hunted. After some discussion, the Naruz couple chose to return to the underworld, back to where they had started, to continue their previous work. Although the war between the three factions had ended, there were still many orphans. Without the support of a Devil King, they might not be able to save everyone, but they wanted to do their best. They had considered staying in the human world, but Mio Naruz now knew the truth of her birth. They believed Mio wouldn't care, but they worried about others, and they noticed Mio had grown accustomed to her current life and didn't want to disrupt it. Lars, who had been conflicted about his future, decided to join the Naruz couple when he heard they were returning to their old roots in the underworld. After seeing the three of them off, Maria pulled Ethan to meet She-Ra and Lucia. He had seen the mother and daughter briefly earlier, but time had been tight. Looking closely now, Ethan realized Maria was a carbon copy of She-Ra. Although the former queen of the Enchanted Realm had a petite and cute build, her voice was remarkably captivating, and every movement she made radiated an undeniable charm. She-Ra wasn't trying to captivate Ethan on purpose. It was simply in her nature. Since she was currently in her youthful form like Maria, if she were to transform into a tall, silver-haired mature woman, Ethan would likely find his attention drawn to her. Actually, even now, looking into her eyes, he felt a certain curiosity. Lucia, compared to Maria and She-Ra, seemed somewhat reserved. Her appearance was modest, neither very small nor particularly striking. At first glance, she gave off a quiet, composed vibe, lacking any of the typical fierce traits. Toward Ethan, who had saved them, Lucia was respectful and much softer, but Ethan still found it strange. Her personality seemed to be a complete departure from her mother and sister. Ethan didn't overthink it. There was no rule saying a demon couldn't be cold. Under Mariah's lively chatter, the group had a pleasant conversation. Shiera didn't mind the ambiguous relationship between Maria and Ethan at all. In fact, there was a faint glint of approval in her eyes. Lucia seemed like she wanted to say something, but Shiera stopped her. Eventually, Ethan arranged for them to stay there before taking his leave. Composing himself and focusing on his responsibilities, Ethan found Rias. He mentioned taking Zest as a familiar and then handed over the biological manufacturing tech and the fusion of technology and magic he had looted from Zalgir. Ethan had no interest in these things. They were useless in his hands but could be valuable to the Gremory family for research or trade. Rias was pleasantly surprised by the data. If she weren't busy, Cinchuredo Ethan couldn't monitor her thoughts, so after the ritual, he asked curiously, "Didn't you ever think about being free and seeing the world on your own? If you want to leave, they'll let you go." "No, I want to be your servant," the young woman replied firmly, her devotion unwavering as she looked at him with earnest eyes. She said shyly, "I'm envious of the relationship Mio and the others have with you. And now that I'm alone, I don't know what else to do." Zest had been built to follow Zalgir's orders since birth. With Zalgir dead, she was lost. She didn't even know the meaning of her own existence. Despite her cool appearance, she was the submissive type and a bit of a ditz. It was this personality that had convinced Zalgir she would never betray him, which was why he kept her by his side out of all the Zests he created. Ethan narrowed his eyes at her until she grew fidgety, then said, "Envious? You really think Mio and I have a normal caretaker and companion bond?" "Huh?" Zest didn't quite catch his meaning, her large eyes looking at him innocently. Zalgir wasn't a good caretaker, but even a normal caretaker and companion wouldn't have the kind of bond we share. Ethan felt it was better to be clear with this scatterbrained young woman, rather than boss and employee. "It's more like we're partners," he said. He paused, then added, "Of course, I don't officially recognize the partnership status yet. As long as a certain difficult template from his past hadn't fully faded, he wouldn't officially commit." Zest thought his words were contradictory, but nodded obediently. Ethan then briefly explained his relationship with Rias and the others, eventually explaining his shared energy technique. Zest probably hadn't seen much of the outside world, so she knew nothing of Ethan's reputation. Fortunately, Cinchuredo, pitiful young woman, having found a kind, strong, and handsome companion, what more could she ask for? Though they hadn't known each other long, Zest felt Ethan was a good person to entrust her life to aside from having too many women. "Okay, spend the next few days getting used to the environment. They'll talk to Rias about what to assign you later." Ethan originally thought about having Zest serve him tonight, but decided to give her some time to adjust. Zest wasn't like Yubaluna. She couldn't just find things to do on her own. If she had that kind of initiative, she wouldn't have been so anxious, Cinchuredo aside from notifying Baseratuju. There wasn't much left to do. Oh, he still hadn't learned the mental control and psychokinesis magic, but that couldn't be rushed. Practicing the paired spiritual technique, however, was a priority. Maria was reuniting with her family, so she'd be busy. Mio had been unconscious the whole time, so tonight might be her turn. Thinking of this, Ethan glanced at Yuki, who stood close beside him. Chapter 331. Yuki's turn. Mio Naruse arrived with Kurumi Nanaka, and Ethan stood alongside Yuki Nanaka. They were preparing to face a new challenge together for the Barado in front of the two hero sisters. Ethan wondered if the Tsundere, red-haired, twin-tailed girl could handle it. While Ethan was relaxing with Yuki, Maria was discussing similar things with Shiera and Lucia. "Maria," Shiera said, holding the young girl's hand, her violet eyes soft. "You need to secure Lord Ethan quickly." "Huh? Mom, why are you saying that so suddenly?" Maria asked, blushing and fidgeting. She was bold and mischievous in front of Mio, but in front of Shiera, she was just a simple little girl. Though she looked young, her true form was a tall, curvy woman. With the genes of Wilbert and Shiera, Cinchuredo, why not tonight? Shiera's strength was average, but her royal heritage was pure. Her crystal-clear violet horns and eyes were proof. She had heard of Ethan's rare ability. When they met, her instincts had flared up, sending signals of intense determination. Centurato. Shiera was pushing Maria to pursue it because she was afraid she might lose control and interfere with her daughter's relationship herself. As cautious individuals, they preferred not to be reckless if they could help it. As for how long she could stay away from Ethan, Shiera didn't know. Maria was incredibly embarrassed, but truly wanted to spend more time with Ethan. Centurato, after soaking for over half an hour in the tub, Ethan carried Yuki back to the room. Since there were no other males in the mansion, he casually tossed a towel over his barato. Yuki's white skin was tinted with a warm pink. She looked stunning before him, like a work of art. Even though he had seen her many times, he couldn't look away. Yuki noticed Ethan was visibly flustered. Faced with his intense gaze, she blushed, wrapped her arms around his neck, and whispered, "Ethan, stay with me." Centurato, 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 Centurato. Having drawn on Yuki's pure spiritual core, Ethan felt himself take another step toward the threshold of God class. As a result of their shared cultivation ritual, he also gained the ability to manipulate spiritual energy, the talent of the hero clan. This was a minor buff for him, but it integrated into his Barato talent. Centurato, the two, had been there for a while. They had stayed with Ethan for the last few nights and had regularly come to the 4th floor after their baths. Before they could open the door, they heard some unfamiliar sounds coming from inside. The soundproofing was good. Centurato, Ethan took Mio's hand, and they shared a brief, gentle barato. Centurato, 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 Centurato. He had noticed something different about her appearance. Kurumi Nanaka stood to the side, pouting because Ethan's attention was entirely on Mio. But she soon looked down, discouraged. Mio had a way of standing out, and it was natural for Ethan to be impressed by her confidence. Centurato, Centurato. Sundara girl act, so spoiled, was incredibly satisfying. Oni Ai-chan, having fully opened her heart, Mio became bold. She wrapped her arms around Ethan's neck and closed her eyes, leaning in for a heartfelt moment. Ethan held her close, and the two shared a tender barato as their feelings for each other became clear. Centurato Mio Naruse leaned against Ethan, her voice barely above a whisper. "Let's go sit down," she said quietly. Ethan replied with a nod. He offered her his arm and helped her walk over to the couch. He lifted the girl up in a princess carry and brought her to the bed. Kurumi Nanaka followed silently behind them. Aside from a prickle of envy, she felt a mix of curiosity and relief. She figured it would be better to let Mio go first. Centurato, her brain, was currently incapable of processing much of anything. Ethan gently laid her down on the bed and sat beside her, speaking softly to comfort her before they continued. Centurato, 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 Centurato. Reaching out gently toward her, he pulled her close while speaking softly. He smiled and asked Mio, "How does it feel?" Mio blushed deeply. "Censurado, censurado." Ethan steadied his stance and prepared for another charge against the dragon. He would lure the creature out from the cave entrance before striking back with renewed bravado, shifting from careful probing to fierce and aggressive attacks. After dozens of blows, Ethan rose and reached toward the heart of the battle. Centurato, 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 her mind overwhelmed by a rush of emotion, allowing the powerful waves of happiness to wash over her. She couldn't help but cry out, "Oni Ai-chan, I love you." In the depth of that heartfelt moment, the shy Sundara girl finally spoke her true heart. "Mio, I love you too." Ethan responded to her confession. Centurato, 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 Centurato. Ethan stroked her soft red hair, speaking with deep satisfaction. At that significant moment, the grand doors of the ancient palace slowly opened, revealing the long-awaited treasure within. Centurato, Centurato. Under Ethan's relentless effort, her red twin tails flailed about as she moved. After a long and exhausting struggle, just as Mio was about to lose consciousness entirely, Ethan felt a powerful, twisting bravado surge around him. The walls around him clenched with sudden, overwhelming pressure. His dragon, Centurado, 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 continuing the quiet moment together. The scene gradually wound down. As the bravado eased, Mio slowly regained her composure. Before she could feel embarrassed about her earlier bold behavior, Ethan stepped back, putting some distance between them as they caught their breath in the aftermath. Centurado, but a sudden sense of emptiness and longing bloomed in her heart. Mio, close your eyes and focus on the cultivation, Ethan said softly, stroking her red hair. I'm going to help Kurumi. Now that they had truly shared their hearts, the Thunder Girl was all dear and no son. She nodded cutely and whispered, Centurado, Centurado. The three girls in the room looked up with curiosity at the object in Ethan's hands. All right, it's a bit bigger than the training tool we used before, but Kurumi should be able to handle it, one of them said with a calm nod. Kurumi Nanaka let out a quiet sigh of relief. Centurado, but seeing the size of the weapon, she felt it wasn't necessary. Kurumi wasn't as physically robust as the melee-specialized Yuki, but she was a hero. She could handle it. Yuki and Mio, still a bit weak. Centurado, Centurado, Centurado. Kurumi released him and leaned down near his side. As if responding to her, Ethan gently held her close with one hand while resting his other hand on her hair, as if praising her. Her small frame was softly drawn into Ethan's, comforting bravado. She felt a jolt of surprise as their closeness caught her off guard. Though she was modest, her expression shifted with unease. Kurumi tensed up, and Ethan, noticing this, gently tried to ease her discomfort. A warm wave of relief washed over her. Kurumi turned her attention back to him, and the moment passed quietly between them. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Ethan watched the display intently, his posture tense with anticipation. Kurumi felt a sudden rush of emotion course through her. Looking down, she noticed Ethan had shifted his stance and gently brushed his bravado against her ankle as they prepared for the next scene of the bravado. Centurado, Centurado, Chapter 335. Even though it was less effective than a direct internal absorption, swallowing it still provided a boost of life energy. And as Ethan's strength grew, his natural aroma softened, smelling more like a mix of rosemary and lilies, a pleasant fragrance that seemed to draw the attention of women nearby. The other side of Kurumi. After consuming the magical draft, Kurumi didn't stop. She dabbed the remnants from the corners of her bravado, and then began to carefully polish the ancient dragon relic with care, restoring every bit of its gleaming surface. Ethan smiled in amazement. Kurumi, your craftsmanship is impressive. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Her fear had been overcome by a sudden rush of adrenaline. Feeling Ethan's closeness, she spoke softly, Ethan, I need your help. Please hurry. She wrapped her pale arms around Ethan, her small frame trembling in his bravado, stirring his resolve to protect her. Centurado, Centurado, as if breaking through one gate only to face another. Ethan stopped, gently brushing his bravado against her closed eyelids. The emptiness and itching were replaced by a sharp, fleeting ache that quickly faded. Kurumi stiffened, trying to hold back a wince. Fortunately, the discomfort passed as quickly as it came. After a few seconds, a powerful wave of emotion spread through her, filling her entirely. Kurumi held Ethan tightly, resting her head against his bravado as they shared a close moment. Ethan felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, and their connection deepened with each shared breath. Their bond grew even stronger. Centurado, 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 Centurado. He charged toward her with incredible bravado. The creature moved with relentless power, pushing her back with each strike. Her resolve wavered as the battle intensified, her determination soaring as she fought back against the dragon. Centurado, 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 Centuredo, and her entire barato quivered with excitement. In the sky outside, the bright moon tucked itself behind a layer of clouds. Dressed in a striking outfit, Maria Neruz opened her door and quietly crept up to the fourth floor. However, as soon as she reached the hallway, she realized something was amiss. 3 pairs of slippers were scattered outside Ethan's room, 1 red pair and 2 blue ones, kicked aside in a messy heap. Faint, muffled chatter drifted from behind the door. Maria paused outside, curious about what was happening inside. Centuredo. Maria failed to hide her presence. It wasn't until Ethan's light, teasing voice rang in her ears that she realized she had walked entirely into the room. Maria, why aren't you with Chisato and Lucia tonight? I. The young stranger panicked. Even though she was a mysterious creature, she didn't want Ethan to think she was a bad girl who only chased indulgence and ignored her family. Ethan enjoyed the attention the girls gave to his dragon. Looking at the flustered Maria, he found it amusing, and his adventurous spirit stirred once more. What are you standing there for? Get over here. Ethan patted Mio and Yuki on the head, signaling for them to pause. With the 2 girls out of the way, the impressive trophy was presented clearly to Maria. The demon girl's slender tail began to flick uncontrollably behind her, the spade-shaped tip twitching up and down. A faint heart shape flickered within her amethyst-colored eyes. Seeing Maria still frozen in place, Ethan got off the bed and lifted her into his arms. Tonight, Maria had chosen a dramatic black costume with pointed accents for the evening, but she had added a pair of pink and white barato tall socks over her slender legs. She was still in her petite form, and the combination of the playful costume with the cute socks perfectly blended charming style with youthful innocence. Ethan had been around supernatural beings before, but Maria, Centuredo, what an unforgettable experience that would be. While standing close to Maria, Ethan's thoughts began to drift uncontrollably. He had known Chisato, Lucia, and Maria for some time, and each of them was remarkable in her own way. If he ever tried to express his feelings to Chisato, it would be fine as long as it stayed between them. But if word got out, Becerra Tuju and Jean Tuju would likely treat him like a thief. Chisato could technically be considered Mio's half-mother, and Mio was Becerra's cousin. Ethan didn't want to cause a rift with Becerra, whom he genuinely respected. The dark, Centuredo. Such a treasure had to be savored fully now. Once the dragon began its rampage, he'd have to wait until next time to enjoy this moment with her. He leaned in close, taking in the moment with reverence. After a while, Ethan looked up and praised Maria. Centuredo. Maria felt as if she had been dropped from the peak of heaven, her heart sinking in frustration. But then, Ethan reached out with both hands, gently drawing her close, his arms wrapping softly around her in a warm barato. Maria, Centuredo. He leaned in close and took a gentle breath. There was no unpleasant smell. Instead, a faint, ethereal fragrance wafted from her. Ethan looked up, chuckling. Maria, this place is so sweet and fragrant. What's there to be embarrassed about? With that, Centuredo. Especially those long, 3 barato, plus legs they were striking to behold. Ethan knew Maria had this form, but he hadn't expected her to use it now. While impressed, he was also curious. Maria, this form consumes a lot of power, doesn't it? I can control my own size. You didn't have to transform just for me. Humph. Maria proudly stood tall now, even more powerful than Mio, and said, I want to show you the strength of my kind. Ethan, I'm going to prove that I can completely overpower you. Oh, are you going to use the special demonic rite too? The rite was a special ability unique to Mariah's lineage. It could only be used once, making the man who experienced it fall deeply under its spell. It also amplified his devotion into an overwhelming obsession, a form of mental influence. Hee, are you scared? Even for you, if I use the baptism, you'll turn into nothing but a loyal dog completely devoted to me. Is that so? Ethan let out a cold laugh. He knew Maria was just talking big, but he decided to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Go ahead. Use it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The young demon apprentice blinked, looking a bit hesitant. Ethan urged her again. It's fine. If it's a problem, you can just undo the control afterward. Mental influence had almost no effect on him. If Maria used it, it would only make his experience more manageable. But he didn't plan on telling her that. He would use it as an excuse to decisively overpower this tall demon during their confrontation. Centurado, 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 a thought struck Ethan, and as Maria watched in shock, his body began to shrink. Seeing Mariah's transformation reminded him that he had a similar ability. His flash illusion talent had grown much stronger as his power increased. Usually, he used it as a quick way to change clothes, but seeing Maria, Centurado Ethan regressed to the appearance of his middle school self. He was just over 5 feet tall, with a clear, handsome face that still held a distinct youthful innocence. The only thing that remained the same as his adult self was the terrifying, monstrous dragon spirit within him. Because his bravado was smaller, given Mariah's current size, Ethan felt she could handle the challenge ahead. Thus, the creature grew even larger, surpassing its previous size and becoming more impressive in scale. Centurado, 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 but it was exactly this contrast that made Maria unable to resist. Even when you're small, you still like to be so bold, Ethan. Maria hugged Ethan tightly, her eyes glowing with a warm, motherly light. Her expression carried a deep tenderness that made her look both gentle and radiant in the moment. Centurado, 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 but this particular physical trait was considered quite rare. Women with this characteristic were said to possess an unusually powerful allure that an average man could never match, which fit Mariah's otherworldly nature perfectly. Compared to others they had encountered, Ethan preferred Mariah's appearance. Centurado, 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 Ethan looked away, trying to focus on something else. After a moment, he took a deep breath and refocused on the conversation at hand. Centurado, 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 Centurado. The freezing air made her shiver, and her breathing quickened. Overcome with fear, the mysterious older woman, who had been inspecting the strange creature moments before, stepped forward on her own. She held the small, glowing object carefully with both hands. Centurado, 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 you're amazing. The demon warrior's fierce battle cries and wild expressions awakened Ethan's primal instincts. He struck upward with powerful bravado. Maria breathed heavily, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Drenched in sweat, she shouted like she was in the heat of an epic dream. Centurado, 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 Centurado. His power surged with greater intensity. Ethan pressed his attack relentlessly. Summoning her remaining strength, Maria fought back with everything she had, but she soon lost all ability to resist. After her momentary surge of energy faded, dozens of exchanges later, Centurado, Centurado, Centurado. The immense satisfaction of outpacing this spirited competitor sent a surge of unparalleled excitement through Ethan's heart. He galloped even harder, pushing forward with fierce determination. His grip was firm and his focus unwavering as he raced alongside the fiery and incredibly determined rider in front of him. Centurado, 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 and filling every part of her being. The longing in her bloodline and the void in her soul were completely satisfied. Maria was utterly overwhelmed by Ethan's strength. She didn't dare challenge Ethan again. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Centurado, Centurado, Centurato, after completing his intense training Barado with Maria, Ethan felt completely refreshed and relaxed. The massive surge of energy flowing through him briefly made him think he was about to break through. But the qualitative leap of life at the God level wasn't that simple. Although he hadn't broken through to the God level, after training alongside Forskill Barado, his strength had surged significantly once again, utterly maxing out the limits of the Mao class. Among them, the bloodline talents provided by Mio Naruz and Maria had more than doubled his combat prowess. Aside from her talent in manipulating spiritual power, Kurumi Nanaka provided an aptitude for magic, while Yuki Nanaka contributed her talent in kendo. The former seamlessly integrated into his magic affinity talent, while the latter merged into his weapon master talent. Yuki Nanaka and Kurumi Nanaka both possessed excellent natural aptitudes, not losing out in the slightest to Rainier, Asia, and the others. However, compared to absolute prodigies like Mio Naruz and Rias, they fell a bit short. Mio and Maria once again elevated the devil bloodline within Ethan and provided top-tier talents named matter manipulation and mind manipulation, respectively. The fire magic Mio Naruz was currently striving to practice was merely forcibly sealed within her by Wilbert. Her true talent lay in gravity magic, a discipline far surpassing fire magic in rank. Magneto's abilities were laughably weak compared to this. Mastering gravity to its absolute limit allowed one to manipulate practically everything in the world. This was likely why the status panel gave the talent such a grand name. Gravity magic relied on innate talent even more than spatial magic. Without the talent, even learning the basics was impossible. Rather than calling it magic, it was more akin to a natural-born superpower. Consequently, its destructive power was terrifying. The most straightforward and brutal application of gravity magic was casually creating miniature black holes. Below the God level, this move was practically invincible. Only by reaching the God level could one confront a miniature black hole head-on. As for the massive black holes in the cosmic void, even Dragon God-class beings could only avoid them. Ethan had acquired quite a few mental-type talents, but Marias was clearly the highest tier, directly overriding all the others. Furthermore, upon acquiring Marias' bloodline talent, Ethan discovered that the lie he had casually spun about possessing strange, supernatural blood seemed to have become a reality. Unlike the passive effect of the mysterious template he had awakened, his newfound abilities were no longer restricted in their nature or intensity, allowing him to interact with a wide variety of people without limitation. They would all naturally harbor a favorable impression of Ethan. However, this effect could be freely controlled. To put it simply, it was a permanent aura effect that he could choose to turn off at will. Satisfied, he closed the status panel. Just as Ethan was about to recall his summoned dragon, he noticed that Maria, Centurato, although it wasn't Ethan's original intention, suddenly witnessing such a disturbing and unsettling scene was deeply unsettling. He wasn't accustomed to such intense situations and had no interest in violent or disturbing scenarios. Holding his breath and concentrating, Centurato. She felt an overwhelming rush of emotion as the moment reached its peak. At that instant, Maria felt as if her spirit had lifted from her Barado. Her temples throbbed, and she saw stars, yet she remained deeply moved by the intensity of the experience. Her consciousness was already hazy. Centurato had it been Shiho Mayano, a genius beautiful girl who could similarly switch between her youthful and mature forms, she would have likely lost half her life upon reverting to AI Hybera. Actually, after the initial shock and fear passed, Centurato Maria felt her strength skyrocketing. Her physical form, spirit, magical power, and bloodline had all been elevated and enhanced. After receiving Ethan's energy, she finally understood what Shara meant. The innate abilities of her lineage, combined with Ethan's shared power and energy, Centurato. Maria held Ethan close, glancing down at the rounded shape on her lower abdomen with a quiet sense of accomplishment. In her role as a spirit of the night, this quiet bonding was deeply fulfilling. She offered a calm, knowing smile, shifted her posture slightly, and spoke gently in her soft voice, "Ethan, please, with all your strength." "I'm completely fine." The giant dragon gave a sudden, powerful surge of energy. Ethan lowered his head and gently bravado Maria's pale face. He held her close in a warm bravado. The intense Maria and her partner shared a tender moment, their hearts racing with affection. Overcome with emotion, she rested her head close to his bravado. Their affectionate bravado lingered warmly in the quiet evening air. Centuriado Maria felt a strange bravado rising through her bravado. An odd, tingling feeling spread from her midsection and quickly washed over her entire frame, pulsing through her bravado in waves. The young girl couldn't help but let out a relieved sigh. Centuriado. Maria danced energetically, her bravado quickening as the music played. Before long, she was drenched in fragrant sweat. Her silvery white hair was completely disheveled, flying wildly as her small frame moved with increasing intensity across the floor. Centuriado, 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 Centuriado Maria was completely immersed in her meditation practice. The intense focus stimulated her entire being into a state of heightened awareness. Her breathing rose and fell steadily. With every deep breath, Ethan settled into the rhythm of their training, drawing back calmly to begin each new cycle. Centuriado, 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 and walked over to the sofa. The large bed was already a mess, so he wanted to tidy it up and rearrange the cushions. He gently guided the sky-blue-haired, short-haired girl down onto the sofa, standing close to Yuki Nanaka as they began to talk. Centuriado. Ethan had an ulterior motive for choosing Yuki Nanaka first. Aside from her, he had already spent time with the other three girls. Even Kurumi Nanaka, whose health was the weakest, had joined him for a while. So this time, Ethan was determined not to hold back with Yuki Nanaka, the older sister. Centuriado, nourished by the special ability, the after-effects of her ordeal had long since vanished. Her strength had even increased significantly. Therefore, facing Ethan's ferocious attack, Yuki Nanaka felt no discomfort, only confidence. Seeing this aloof, Centuriado, she experienced a powerful moment and held Ethan tightly. Ethan then helped her through a difficult procedure. Centuriado, 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 Centuriado. The towering dragon stood tall and majestic, its massive form gleaming beneath a coating of shimmering liquid that caught the light. Droplets of the glistening substance ran slowly down its powerful bravado, pooling at its base. So large, so magnificent. My domain could actually accommodate a creature of this scale. No matter how many times she beheld it. Centuriado, 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 Centuriado. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a mix of envy and longing, wishing it were already her turn. By this time, Maria had recovered. Noticing Mio's flushed and shaken state, she stepped closer with concern. Mio flinched as a hand suddenly bravado her bravado. Centuriado white hands reached toward Mio, crossing a line that would normally earn a stern lecture about manners. Under normal circumstances, Mio would have delivered an iron fist of education to teach her about respect. But in this unusual atmosphere, she couldn't maintain her big sister dignity. The red-haired, twin-tailed beauty blushed deeply. Centuriado, 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 Centuriado time flew by in a blur of celebration until the morning light slanted through the curtains. Looking at the four friends sprawled across the floor in relaxed poses, Ethan felt this was the most satisfying Nighthead had since breaking through to the Demon King class. Not only had he earned the trust of four highly talented individuals in one go, but he could also collaborate with them effectively. With Mariah's assistance, Ethan quickly identified each person's unique strengths. For Mio, it was undoubtedly her remarkable presence. For Yuki Nanaka, Censurado, he would need to undergo a second life metamorphosis and reach the god class. However, the harvest for the girls was massive. Yuki and Kurumi's spiritual power rose by 2 full tiers, jumping from A rank to SS rank. Even without their holy relics, they were now elite powerhouses among the hero clan. Mio's progress was even greater. Her magic power finally caught up to her potential, and she gained complete mastery over her flame powers. With the power left by Wilbert, she had essentially leaped into the Demon King class. Her innate talent for gravity also began to manifest, though it was difficult to grasp, requiring further self-study. The biggest winner was Maria. She completed her awakening, triggering her bloodline and vastly increasing her strength. Her new ability perfectly complemented her energy-manipulating nature. She was now a stable SSS rank, only a step away from the Demon King class. Furthermore, she fully mastered her transformation ability, meaning she would no longer revert to a smaller form unexpectedly. Ethan could now choose between her taller, elegant form or her cute, petite form of will. Chapter 343. Sparring in the Tuju household living room, Ethan and Basara Tuju were playing video games and chatting. Basara, Zalgio was dealt with yesterday. You can go back to training in peace now. Ethan mentioned the resolution of the Zalgio matter, followed by news about Zest and Lars, and finally, the fact that he had officially become Basara's brother-in-law by taking his cousins. Ethan spoke casually, but Basara's bravado twitched. By the end, he stopped pressing buttons on the controller entirely. On the screen, Ethan's character easily defeated Basara's, cementing his bravado in their ongoing rivalry. Ethan felt a bit guilty. Seeing Basara's strange expression, he put down the controller, planning to slip away. Ethan, where do you think you're going? Basara's hollow voice echoed behind him as a scarred, sturdy arm draped over his shoulder. I just remembered I left the stove on at home. I should check. Ethan made up a lie that even he didn't believe. Spar with me, Basara said seriously, staring at Ethan. I'll leave Mio and Maria to you, but I still want to get stronger. Basara had known for a while that Mio and Maria had chosen Ethan. As for telling Ethan to treat his sisters well, Basara looked at Ethan's chaotic mess of relationships and realized it was a waste of breath, so he wisely stayed silent. Ethan got serious. The history of the previous generation in the demon realm is complicated. Strength alone isn't enough. Basara took a deep breath. Strength alone isn't enough. But without strength, you definitely won't make it. Ethan smiled. Well said. Follow me. I just got a new spell I want to practice. First off, you have to cap your power level to match mine, Basara stipulated. And you, Ethan replied, aren't allowed to use that cheating Banishing Shift ability. Banishing Shift was a conceptual rule-based power. If Ethan suppressed his strength and got caught by it, he'd be in trouble. Ethan had no desire to take that kind of beating. The sparring began. Under Ethan's guidance, Basara improved quickly. He had great combat instincts. They had just been rusty for years. 2 hours later, Basara was exhausted, pinned to the grass by an invisible hand of telekinetic force. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. Telekinesis was great for catching people off guard, but once the weakness was found, it was less effective at the same power level. Basara, you still alive? I'm fine. Just let me lie here for a bit. All right. I'm heading back. We'll continue tomorrow. After being beaten for 2 hours, Basara wasn't discouraged. His progress was visible. Meanwhile, Ethan gained a deeper understanding of telekinetic magic, and a new idea began to form in his mind. 3 days later, in the courtyard, Basara was once again sent flying by Ethan's punch. He skidded across the grass, holding his stance as his sword, Brynhildr, glowed with an eerie light. His right eye ignited with pale green flames. A breakthrough? That was fast. Ethan was surprised, then adjusted his own power to SSS rank to match. Basara didn't even have time to be happy before Ethan attacked with a new set of moves. He felt like he was back to day one just when he thought he could hold his own. Ethan would turn up the heat. "Let's stop for a few days," Ethan said after they finished. "Wait until you stabilize your new rank." Becerra wiped sweat from his forehead. "I heard Yuki and Kurumi are planning to leave the village. Is it because of you?" "Yeah," Ethan said casually while thinking about his magic. "I'm going to reincarnate them as demons to be my subordinates." Demons naturally lived longer than humans. The Nanaka sisters had great talent, and since Ethan liked them, giving them spots in his peerage was only natural. Besides, they couldn't stay in the hero clan anymore. Leaving the village was their own choice. Yuki, who had Yandere potential, already saw Ethan as her entire world. They left yesterday. Ethan looked at the blue sky. They should be at the village by now to settle things. Ethan was slightly worried about the sisters going back to the hero headquarters alone. He remembered troubling stories about travelers being mistreated in remote villages, even though he had suppressed his worries. The thought of some random blonde hero or village elder approaching his daughters gave him a lingering sense of unease. Chapter 344. The correct way to use telekinesis. Ultimately, Ethan restrained himself from following them. Constant worry was exhausting. In reality, with their current strength, no ordinary villain could threaten them. Ethan turned back to Becerra. "Becerra, if you ever want to reincarnate, tell me soon. My spots are filling up." Becerra rolled his eyes. "Did you forget I already have demon blood?" "Only a quarter," Ethan teased. "True. Well, although calling you Lord would be annoying, it's not impossible," Becerra said playfully. "Give me a few days to think about it. Save me a spot." Ethan froze. He was just joking. He never expected Becerra to say yes. Having a man in his peerage felt incredibly awkward, just as he was trying to find an excuse to back out. He saw the corner of Becerra's mouth twitch. Becerra burst out laughing. He wasn't stupid. He knew exactly how sensitive Ethan was about his women. He had simply turned the tables on him. Back at home, Ethan kept thinking about Becerra's laugh and felt he should have hit him harder during practice. "Master, Zest, Centuredo, he just wanted her to help him test his new telekinesis theories." Telekinesis required massive mental focus. Typically, the user becomes a stationary target while using it. But with Ethan's immense mental power, he could move and talk while using S-rank telekinesis. He realized telekinesis wasn't best used as a main attack, but as a bravado tool, specifically a way to assist with tasks at a distance. Telekinesis could be shaped at will. It was invisible and weightless, and the touch felt like a gentle pressure, though without warmth. But adding heat was easy, just channel more mana into it. He could make the telekinetic power hot or cold. Heaven and ice was no longer a dream. Ethan could only use 2 hands and 1 dragon, but he could form multiple telekinetic limbs. He had already practiced the multi-arm form. He could currently manifest 2 invisible extensions without affecting his own bravado. "Centuredo, are you adjusting well to life here?" Ethan chatted with her to build rapport before the night's experiment. "Yes, very well," the rabbit girl said shyly. "Thanks to Miss Lucia, she taught me a lot about being a maid." Ethan's eyes narrowed as he thought of Lucia and Chisato. Centuredo Lucia was the reserved, serious type, focused and composed at work, but surprisingly bold when speaking her mind. She would suggest the strictest rules with a calm, professional demeanor. Chisato was lively and mischievous, with a near-psychic ability to read people. Ethan was honest with himself. Because of Chisato's status as Mariah's mom, he was a bit hesitant to be social, but he had no such reservations with Lucia. Spending time with Maria was one thing, but adding Lucia to the mix was even better. However, whenever he invited Lucia, the enigmatic and cold figure always gave ambiguous answers. Centuredo, everyone in the mansion was under his command, with only a few yet to complete their training for various reasons. Ethan didn't lower his voice while speaking to Zest. Lucia, standing not far away, overheard every word. Her thoughts raced, and she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Compared to Chisato, the demon queen, who had been around other powerful figures, clearly had less self-control. Listening to Maria brag daily about Ethan's abilities and noticing the lingering magical aura he left behind on the younger demon made Lucia's resolve crumble. She found herself frequently retreating to self-generate electricity in private. Due to her nature, even when it wasn't Mariah's turn, she insisted on caring for Ethan every night. Whether it was to spend time with him while he was busy or simply to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere, she was devoted. Ethan could sense that Lucia was growing tired, but he didn't expect it to happen so fast. That night, he called upon both Zest and Maria. Since he wanted to test his telekinetic magic alongside Mariah's transformation abilities, he decided on a collaborative training barato. Under Mariah's influence, Centurado, quiet. Muffled sounds drifted from behind the closed door. Outside, Lucia listened carefully, her purple eyes widening with concern. Despite the warnings from Chisato and Maria, she couldn't bring herself to push the door open. "Maria, I think your sister is outside," Ethan noted. Instead of being distracted, the realization made him even more excited. "Hee, Lucia probably can't hold back anymore," Maria giggled. She shrugged. "Ethan-kun, you're like a powerful barato drawing us in. We know we'll be hooked for life once we meet you, but we just can't resist." "Hey, don't make me sound like some illegal narcotic." Ethan joked before asking, "What about Annie Chisato? Will she break too?" Maria gave him a look reserved for garbage, making Ethan turn away in embarrassment. She sighed, "I don't know. I can never guess what Mom is thinking." In reality, Maria knew her mother couldn't resist. Chisato's fierce determination was unmatched, and her years of experience only sharpened her resolve. As the saying goes about women in their 30s and 40s being at their strongest, Chisato was at the height of her power. But Maria dared not speak ill of her mother. Zest, meanwhile, Centurado Ethan placed his hand over her barato to quiet her cries until she steadied herself. He then turned her gently and helped her settle into a more comfortable position on the bed, speaking softly to calm her down. Centurado, using her powers to dull Zest's pain. "But our lineage is more like humans. Sisters are common, but mother-daughter is rare." "Rare means it happens." Ethan's eyes lit up. Maria pouted. "I knew you were curious about Mom. You can't keep your attention off her. Am I not enough for you as a partner? I can change my form." "It's not about that." Centurado, 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 Centurado. Silver moonlight bathed the room as Lucia sat against the headboard, her purple eyes glowing softly. Her slender fingers rested against the sheets as she looked toward the window. Ethan finished beside the rabbit girl and immediately moved toward Maria, who stood nearby in the quiet room. Centurado, 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 Centurado. She stumbled forward as the dark dragon clashed against her. The creature lunged at her pale figure in a fierce and overwhelming attack. "I'm giving up. Father, you're too powerful." Lucia dropped her guard, shouting as she braced herself, and a powerful burst of energy erupted outward. She collapsed right in front of Maria. "Lucia, Centurado, Luciane, you're amazing, just as wonderful as Maria." Maria looked at her respected sister lying in Ethan's arms and felt a twinge of envy. "If I could transform too. 2 forms are better than 1. Ethan laughed. Centurado Maria stepped forward with determination, placing herself between them. "No way, it's my turn. This time, I'm going to use my transformed appearance, which is much more impressive than sisters, to train alongside Ethan-kun." Lucia looked displeased and opened her barato to scold her disobedient little sister. But remembering her own reckless behavior earlier, especially the part where she agreed with Ethan about her mother, Chisato, she hesitated and eventually yielded her position. As for the useless, overconfident rabbit girl Zest, She was recovering from a recent, overwhelming experience that had left her drained. Ethan had tried using telekinetic magic to affect the season rivals, but his skill was not yet strong enough. It worked on Zest, yet against the experienced opponents, it fell short. Rather than dividing his focus to practice magic, he decided to concentrate on steering his dragon to completely dominate the sisters, turning them into willing accomplices for his eventual conquest of Chisato. His plan was beautiful, but reality was harsh. First, his telekinesis wasn't quite there for high-level combat. Second, no matter how stubborn Maria and Lucia were in private, they became total cowards the moment things settled down. Forget helping him take down Chisato. It was already a testament to their backbone that they hadn't sold him out yet. Because of the special bloodline of the succubus royalty, Chisato's power was stuck at the SSS rank. However, she had compensated by honing her other skills to a terrifying degree, specifically her mastery of human psychology. If it hadn't been for a hidden mental magic card in Lucia being used as leverage, Cinchuredo. But wasting too much mental energy on her was a losing game. By late September, the weather remained hot, though the first hints of autumn were creeping in. Under the guise of a sparring session, Ethan gave Becerra Tuju a sound thrashing. Folding his hands behind his back like a grandmaster, he said, "I have nothing left to teach you. From now on, remember, cut the nonsense. You totally cheated at the end there, didn't you?" Becerra wiped the dirt off his clothes and squinted at Ethan. His cool guy moment ruined, Ethan glared at him. "What do you know? That was testing your limits." In truth, he had held back. He hadn't gone as far as Jean Tuju did in the original timeline, beating Becerra to the brink of death to force him to unlock his sealed powers. Becerra wanted to talk back, but considering his strength really was growing rapidly, he bit his tongue. "By the way, regarding your next steps, you should ask your father." Ethan saw Becerra's potential. If the boy grew strong enough, rescuing Raphaeline and Sophia would be much easier. One of Becerra's power sources was the Elder Dragon bloodline from Jean. Since they shared the same origin, Jean was the only one who could guide him further. "Got it," Becerra scratched the back of his head. He wasn't even sure if he could get a hold of his unreliable old man. Regardless, with Mio and Maria under Ethan's protection, he could focus on training, even if it meant dropping out of school to follow Jean. "I'm heading back," Ethan said, sauntering away from the Tuju residence. He muttered to himself, "Spent so much time sparring with you that my own schedule is trashed. Finally, I can spend time with my lovely girls." A few days ago, Yuki Nanaka and Kurumi Nanaka had successfully defected from the hero village and moved into the mansion. Ethan immediately performed the peerage reincarnation for them. Yuki became a knight, and Kurumi a bishop, fitting their combat styles. Mio and Naruse had used the unique mutated bishop piece. Maria used all 8 pawn pieces, Lavalli was the queen, and Zest was given the rook piece. With the Nanaka sisters, Ethan had used 13 of his 15 slots, leaving only 1 knight and 1 rook open. He once worried about finding enough people. Now, less than a year later, he felt he didn't have enough spots. This made him realize his soul contract slots were even more precious. He wanted to contract everyone in the mansion, but even if he reached the evil god rank, the strongest known level, carrying so many girls into immortality was a tall order. He currently had 13 contract slots, most of which were filled. The girls from the Occult Research Club had signed on, including Zenobia, Kiba, who had recently returned to her female form. With Mio and Maria added, the slots were almost gone. He wanted to contract Yuki, Kurumi, Zest, Lucia, and Lavalli too. He could only hope that breaking through to god rank would grant him more slots. As Ethan pondered these happy troubles, he rounded a corner and reached the mansion. Upon opening the door, he heard a cacophony of female voices from the living room. It was unusually noisy today. The atmosphere silenced the moment he entered. Then a familiar, beautiful girl stepped through the crowd. "Ethan, please partner with me in cultivation." The blue-haired holy swordswoman with a streak of green in her bangs bravado Ethan's hand, her expression dead serious. Ethan's bravado twitched. Even after dealing with countless heroines, he had never met one who made such a bold, formal request in front of a crowd. If he didn't know Zenobia was a total airhead, especially regarding her insatiable scientific curiosity about how things worked, he would have thought Shed lost her mind. Head had some contact with her during the Holy Sword incident, but not much. He thought Head never see Zenobia or Irina Shidou again after they left. Yet here they were, and Zenobia was leading with an unusual request. Suppressing his urge to laugh, Ethan looked around and spotted the honey-blonde, twin-tailed swordswoman, Irina Shidou. Unlike Zenobia's bluntness, Irina was looking at him with visible suspicion. When their eyes met, she huffed and turned away, though a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Ethan didn't answer Zenobia immediately. He smiled and said, "Long time no see, Zenobia. And Irina, you left so quickly last time. How long are you staying?" "I'm not leaving this time," the blunt Zenobia replied. "I've become a Barado of President Rias Peerage." Chapter 350. Target Candidates. Ethan nodded. It seemed the timeline was repairing itself in some ways. "Then we're comrades now. I'll look forward to working with you." "Yes. So, I would like to ask you to guide me on how to serve you better right now." Centuredo and a perfect Holy Sword compatible user, but with the other girls glaring at him, even Ethan couldn't just say yes and start daytime gathering. However, saying no was also out of the question. Rias eventually stepped in to save him. "Ahem, Zenobia." "Yes, President? Is something wrong?" "We'll discuss our training regimen later. Take Irina and get familiar with the house first." Zenobia didn't see the connection between business and house tours, but she wasn't stupid. She let the topic drop and followed Irina upstairs. Once they were gone, the girls in the living room dispersed, though they gave Ethan some very strange looks. Ethan hurried to catch up with Rias. "President, what's the deal with Zenobia and Irina?" "You should ask them yourself." Rias smiled, her mature, composed face showing a hint of admiration. "As expected of the man I chose. One meeting, and you managed to attract two talented individuals." Two. Ethan's intuition was right. Irina, the ambitious girl with the starry eyes, also had a hidden agenda. Normally, Ethan would have recruited them both immediately. But now, with Lavalley, Shualon, and Isabella all on the verge of breakthroughs, he needed to prioritize reaching God rank himself. He had no idea how to achieve that evolution. Without a guide, he could spend a lifetime banging his head against the wall. He listed 4 potential mentors in his mind. Surzex. He had likely broken through long ago, but kept it hidden. He wouldn't withhold secrets from Rias Man, but Ethan preferred a female mentor. Jean Tiju, the former god of war. His strength was definitely god rank. Chisato Hasegawa, the school nurse. She was secretly one of the 10 main gods. Approaching her was risky since she hadn't revealed herself. Liera,